Very good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Please, can somebody confirm?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much. Very good morning, Shashwat sir. Welcome to IIM Lucknow. We are waiting for the other panelists and we'll start at 11:30. Thank you so much for joining.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Hello. Hello, Abhishek. Very good morning. Welcome back to IIM Lucknow.
Hey, hi Sanjay. Hey, good morning. Thanks.
Hello, Anshita. Very good morning. Hello, Anshita. Good morning.
Hi, Sanjay. Morning.
Welcome back to IIM Lucknow.
Hi, am I audible?
Can your voice is a little feeble.
Hello, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay.
We'll wait for Rajat sir to join and then we shall begin. Hello, Karthik sir. Very good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Welcome to IIM Lucknow.
Thank you so much. Just give me one moment. Just connecting my camera.
I think Rajat sir has joined us as well. Sir, very good morning. I'll get that done.
Hey, hi Sanidhya.
Hi. I think we shall begin now. So,
Yeah, let's get started.
yes. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all. And impact investment, something what we call as the best of both the worlds. We have financial returns while we also create a positive and social environmental impact. Well, impact investment, something which is very famous among us as sustainability enthusiasts, which has been around in India for a while. And what can be a better place to discuss the future prospect of this particular field of finance other than Sanrakshan, the business sustainability conclave of IIM Lucknow. Sanrakshan, which is one of its kind business sustainability conclave organized by IIM Lucknow PGPSM under the aegis of Center for Business Sustainability. Well, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all at this first panel discussion of day 2. And we have with us the Choices distinguished panel to deliberate upon the topic, 2 decades of impact investing, how far have we come and where do we go next? We also have amongst us our very own alumnus to moderate this session. Though the names need no introduction, but for the audience, which is belonging to different areas, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panelists to all of you. Well, first of all, we have amongst us Mr. Shashwat Rai from Avishkar Capital. Shashwat is an IIT ISB grad who has 10 plus years of experience in early stage investing across South and Southeast Asia. At Avishkar, he has successfully concluded VC transactions across agribusiness, financial inclusion, and essential services in India, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Prior to Avishkar, Shashwat had more than 2 years of IT product development experience with UBS, investment bank in Hong Kong, and 1 year of corporate banking strategy experience with DBS Bank in Mumbai. Thank you so much, Shashwat sir, for joining amongst us. We welcome you at IIM Lucknow once again.
Thanks, Sanidhya.
We now have Mr. Karthik Desai, founder and CEO of Desai and Associates. Desai and Associates is facilitating impact investments and philanthropy in frontier markets in Asia and advising funders, founders, and policymakers on strategic solutions in climate change, livelihoods, and inclusion. Karthik has played a leadership role in building the impact investment and blended finance industry through his work with industry associations and policymakers. He has been in leadership roles at 4 leading impact investment institutions over the last 15 years, most recently as the founding CEO of Asha Impact and previously as a partner at Cois and VP at Avishkar and Low Capital, demonstrating a track record of successful impact investment and exits. Prior to this, he was an investment banker at Merrill Lynch and did consulting projects for the Rockefeller Foundation, UNDP, and UNDSA. Karthik is a recognized thought leader, active writer, and speaker, visiting faculty at Ashoka University, Ambedkar University, ISGM, and Ananta National University. He's a graduate at the Wharton School and Masters from Columbia University. Thank you, Karthik sir, for joining amongst us. We welcome you once again at IIM Lucknow.
Thank you so much. And it's great to be here with old friends.
I'd now like to introduce Mr. Rajat Bansal, Principal, Low Capital. Rajat is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and has over 12 plus years of work experience in private equity and corporate finance. He is a principal at Low Capital. Low Capital is a pioneer in impact investing, currently investing out of its 4th fund. The firm makes early to growth stage investments in BFSI, climate and sustainability, healthcare and agriculture sectors. Rajat brings deep experience in investments in financial services and healthcare and has worked closely with companies such as Utkarsh, Ujjivan, and Dwara Holdings. He has also engaged extensively with DFIs and global impact-focused institutions as investors in impact funds and lead some of these relationships for Low Capital as well. Thank you so much for joining in today, Rajat. We welcome you at IIM Lucknow once again.
Hey, thanks so much, Sanidhya.
I'd now like to introduce one more alumnus of IIM Lucknow, Abhishek Kumar. Abhishek is Vice President with Impact Investment Banking team of EY, where he covers FinTech and SES for India and neighboring countries. He has served as a principal with an early stage VC firm, Singularity Ventures, where he led investments in well-known firms such as Karza Financials, Cash Free, Insurify, Zivame, Bombay Shirt Company, and many more. He is also a prolific angel investor with investments across sectors, including impact solutions such as pension for bottom of the pyramid population in India and Africa. He has also served as the head of strategy for an early stage FMCG firm in between and used to be with the tech side as a software developer in his earlier avatar. He has done his PGDM from IIM Lucknow and is a guest lecturer at IIM Lucknow, IIM Jammu, IIM Kolkata, among others. He is also very closely associated with NGO for educating girls' child in his home state, Assam. Welcome back to your alma mater, Abhishek. Thank you for joining once again.
Thanks, Sanidhya. Thanks so much.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce another alumnus of IIM Lucknow, our own PGPSM alumnus, moderator of today's session, Ms. Anshita Agarwal. Anshita is an impact investment professional with experience both on buy and sell side. Currently, she is part of the advisory team at Social Investment Managers and Advisors. She has worked with Delphos, a US-based boutique firm, and impact investing team and IndusInd Bank. Thank you so much, Anshita, for joining us today. And
Thank you, Sanidhya.
I would now hand it over to you, to all the panelists, and to the moderator. The audience belongs to you. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Sanidhya, for the introduction. So just to get kick-started, I think impact investing has grown impressively in the last 2 decades. While the factors driving the investors have not changed, the ecosystem has evolved, I think, significantly with new models, investment tools, ensuring social and investment environment returns with financial returns. Today, we have an esteemed panel whom I can comfortably call as the impact investing veterans in the Indian ecosystem, representing some of the pioneering firms in the space. So we've just gathered here to reflect on the last 2 decades and discuss the future trends of impact investing, especially in the Indian context. I think a great way to get started with this discussion would be to hear from each of the panelists, their own journey, their organization's journey, in the impact investing space. How have you seen the ecosystem evolve? What have been your key learnings? And if you could share some unique nuances about impact investing in India. Karthik, would you like to take the plunge with the first question?
Sure. I would have been happy to go last, but maybe just to kick things off. Firstly, it's just wonderful to be here. I think we've got a 2-hour session, on a Sunday afternoon, with all of you, Abhishek, Rajat, and Shashwat. And I think many of us know each other and have been working in the sector together. And I think I see almost 75, 80 people in this room. So it's wonderful to be here with you guys. That IIM Lucknow has this sustainability program, and here we are discussing impact investing. So just briefly to introduce myself. So I've been in this space for basically since about 2006, 2007. I came back to India in 2005. I was working in investment banking. This is actually before the crisis. I didn't leave because of that, but like 6 months before, I wanted to get into impact investing. That time, there were about 5 or 6 funds in India, and that sector has grown a lot. And we'll talk about the trends and such. But my journey was basically first in microfinance. So I was working, with Lok, where Rajat is now. Obviously, that institution has significantly scaled up and done so many things since then. But it started with microfinance. So I did that for a bit. I was with Avishkar. And in fact, Shashwat and I were on the same team. It's good to make these linkages. Avishkar is obviously a multifaceted fund house which does many things. But we were together working on a frontier fund, which is to invest outside of India, specifically in South and Southeast Asia. So I did that. And then my main kind of thing was for 7 or 8 years, I ran an institution called Asha Impact. So that was focused on basically unlocking domestic capital. Many of these funds have very successfully raised large institutional capital, which is amazing. It'll be interesting to hear about how that's, evolving. But domestic capital is scarce. So that's what Asha was focused on. And then on the investing side, making sort of early growth stage investments, multi-sectoral. So we can talk about some of those investments. And finally, there was also something called Asha Trust. So along with doing impact investment, I've also been focused on industry building, market building, which has various aspects to it, including policy advocacy, regulations around impact investing. Now you have things like the CSR law, social stock exchange, things like that. Setting standards for impact measurement. So a lot of those issues one is worked on. And finally, blended finance, figuring out other instruments beyond traditional equity and debt. So the market for that is sort of developing and growing. So that's kind of what I've been involved in, And as of late last year, I left working for this institution. That institution is now setting up its own fund. It's going great. And I've basically become like a practicing academic, and I have my own boutique research and advisory firm. And now I work with other funders and foundations and such on different impact financing solutions. So that's been a little bit about my journey. It's a privilege to be here and chat with you guys today.
Thanks, Karthik. Rajat, just passing over the ball to you.
Sure. In some sense, I think Karthik is qualified to introduce more than his own firm here. He can practically speak for the panel. But like Karthik briefly touched upon, I personally have been in the financial inclusion and impact space since 2010. Like Sanidhya initially mentioned, I graduated out of IIM Calcutta. And one of the motivations for me was, look at areas where business can actually be used for good. And I guess that might be the motivation for some of you in taking up a course in sustainable management as well. And with that as the view, you look at what are the avenues where you can apply your business skills in a setting which leads to development. And I think back in 2009, 2010, microfinance was a clear area where that was a possibility. And that's why I chose to start at the IFMR group, now called Dwara Holdings, because a bunch of ex-ICICI management very strongly motivated to do something in the impact space, yet kind of very firmly grounded in commercial principles, right? So in some sense, what you're looking for is doing impact in a sustainable way. And that's kind of been the theme for my work across organizations since then. I joined Lok Capital in 2014, largely focused on the financial inclusion portfolio. As a firm, we started with microfinance, which was the focus of the first fund. This is vintage 2006, and the second fund was vintage 2012. So in some sense, I think the main learning was twofold. One is purely from an impact and delivery of impact point of view. You need to look at various aspects of the end customer, what their life looks like, what does a household really need at the ground level. Is it only small ticket loans, or can you help intervene with other critical services like healthcare, education, agriculture, some of those areas as well. And second, I think purely from a commercial point of view, for an impact fund, you need to diversify your portfolio so you're not exposed to risks in any given particular portfolio. So I think a twin kind of motivation has led to Lok evolving from starting from a microfinance fund to today doing a range of different business models within financial services, and also building portfolios in healthcare, agri, and going forward in climate and sustainability. And on that journey, I think we have kind of evolved with the market, and we have today LPs that are domestic, that are international, people that come with different appetites in terms of what kind of commercial and development impact they're seeking. And we've been able to kind of deploy 3 funds. We're currently investing out of our 4th fund. Focus being early to growth stage kind of investments across some of the sectors that I mentioned. And happy to go into a lot of these developments as they've happened in the last 10-15 years, as well as what might be the way forward as we go into other questions.
Sure, Rajat. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the overview. Shashwat, and then Abhishek, if you can share your journey.
Thanks, Anshita. Very pleased to be here. Good to see Karthik and Rajat here. So, as Rajat was pointing out, Karthik was, engaged with Avishkar as well. So he can largely speak about whatever we are, stated to share here. So my journey in Avishkar has been for close to a decade. When we started. When I started with Avishkar, we were a very small fund. We were managing around $25 million, and today we manage close to $450 million across multiple funds, across multiple geographies. When I was actually exploring my opportunities, I was a reasonably fresh ISB graduate, 6 months out of college, and I was looking at different opportunities. I came across this fund. One of my friends was working there. I found that it's trying to create a very new asset class. It's trying to essentially discover businesses outside Bangalore and Gurgaon, looking at problems which all of us collectively face pretty much on a daily basis. These are long-standing, well-known problems of the developing world. And if a private sector entrepreneur is able to deliver solutions which can solve for them, it seemed like a very interesting endeavor to be a part of. And second, you get to travel to very fancy kind of geographies on companies' money, so that's not necessarily a bad perk to have. So joined Avishkar, straight away started traveling to Rajasthan, UP, MP, Chhattisgarh, lots of different places where you won't find a typical venture capital investor will go. And as Rajat pointed out, the early days of impact investment were largely focused on financial inclusion, because the first area where the business model started to gain traction was microfinance, where you can see that companies were growing very fast. Their business models were able to justify a venture capital like investment in them. But parallelly, we were trying to experiment in various other areas like agribusiness, handicrafts, waste management, lots of different areas where we felt that unless somebody intervenes and plays a catalytical role, it's going to be tough to have a holistic development approach, because ultimately finance is one part of the problem. There are so many other areas which require the attention and where there is a possibility of creating something entirely new. So it's been a very exciting journey. We used to be, as impact investors, very exotic when we started, but now we are not so exotic anymore because most of our deals are getting snatched by commercial VC funds, which is a good thing to have. It's actually a good and a bad thing because when you always wanted this to happen. You always wanted that, mainstream commercial VCs, mainstream commercial private equity investors start looking at these sectors. So I think in some sense, beyond, the scale of enterprises like Lok and Avishkar, what is heartwarming to see is these sectors are now becoming as mainstream as it gets. And pretty much every investor right now who is worth his salt is looking at, these sectors in a very serious way. So the ecosystem has matured. The spectrum of capital from very early stage all the way to growth stage has matured quite a bit, especially in India. And we can talk about some of the other geographies also, given that we have dabbled in those geographies as well. So happy to get into the details as we go along, but has been a fantastic journey so far. Made some very good friends, and we are long-standing impact investors, so very close to each other. So I was very happy to see this panel getting organized and me getting an invite for the same.
Thank you, Shashwat. It's an absolute pleasure for all of us to have you all here. Abhishek, over to you.
I think between Kartikeya, Shashwat, and Rajat, I think most of it has been covered. But I think, so I belong to a place called Teju in Arunachal Pradesh. It's around 50 kilometers away from China border. Studied there. At my time, there used to be only one school. I think when we started engineering and then moved into first job, I think that's around 2011. 4 of our friends who went to different colleges, but then sort of came back together and realized that we need to do something for education there. Started a school called Lohit Value School, which still runs, for classes up to 8. And that's where it's all started, that how do you create impact? Of course, there's a lot of credit. There's a lot of credit which goes into place, a lot of financial thing. But I think at the core, it's also about, how do you change lives for people who cannot get educated, because if you're able to educate a lot of people, who do not have the means to sort of, or the sort of money to do that, you will uplift a lot of families along with that. So with that thought, we started at school, did MBA, moved to a venture capital fund, like Shashwat was saying, purely commercial fund, but ended up investing into a lot of, impact-based sort of, companies as well. And if you ask me, I think which company probably has created a lot of impact, I would probably name the likes of Urban Clap or Swiggy or Zomato, because people generally don't think of those companies as impact-based firms. But if you think about the kind of, difference they are making into lives of people who were previously untouched, I think that's something which is crazy. In addition, of course, now in my capacity as an investment banker with EY, I take care of fintech and SaaS, and invariably because I take care of fintech and BFSI firms, we end up taking a lot of impact deals. Probably Vistara being one. Of course, Rajat would know that. Vistara being one. Personally, I've been investing into a lot of pension-based firms. So very close to Gautam, who created the NPS structure in India, and is now sort of creating pension for many African countries, many Indian countries, many Indian states, as well as Bangladesh. So overall, I think, education followed by pension. I think these are the 2 areas probably where personally I have a lot of sort of believe that if we are able to change these 2 spectrums, when you catch them young and you take care of them when they're old, you'll be able to do a lot of things. So happy to take on any more queries and sort of go along the discussion.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for all the panelists to share their journey. Just to quickly outline the format before we deep dive into further discussion. So we are already 20 minutes into the discussion. We'll spend another 1 hour discussing with the panel, and the rest of the time would be opened up to the audience for Q&A. So I think taking a cue to what Shashwat and Abhishek mentioned about how the impact businesses are attracting interest of commercial investors, and there is always a thin line between how do you define an impact business and a commercial business. It would be interesting to understand how each one of you in your assessment of companies differentiate an impact business from a non-impact one, because I think we can all agree that the key impact sectors are also very large and mainstream. So if you could just shed some light on how do you differentiate, how has your investment thesis shaped around it?
Sure. Should I maybe take a crack at putting a framework on
Sure,
this?
Karthik. Sure,
So this
Karthik.
is obviously the million-dollar question, right? Which is, how do we think about defining impact? Obviously, we can't give a perfect answer to this. It's
Yep.
subjective. It's a big word. It needs to be unpacked. I think, the direct way to answer that question is that impact can be thought about in terms of people, right? Which has a depth and an outreach element. So how many people? So company X is like, I'm impacting 1 lakh beneficiaries. Company X is impacting 1,000. He's a village headman. But the intervention is deeper, or a priest or a mom, right? Impacting 4 people. So depth versus outreach. And then on the environmental side, sometimes people argue it's easier to measure because you can convert it into a climate metric, multiple sectors. It could be waste, it could be agri, it could be mobility, it could be energy, but net carbon. And then there's also a purpose element. And this relates to Abhishek's point, right? About intentionality, that this argument has been made that a DLF employs like 10 million people in its construction sites. So it's impactful. Or a Swiggy or an Urban Clap have created a model for blue collar workers to inherently get employed. So of course, impact has been created. So this gets into the deeper issue of impact intentionality. That is there the intention of the company to create impact, which doesn't have to be something very spiritual or something. It can be mentioned in the AOA or MOA, and it's in terms of the impact reporting. You know, like how a company reports on its financials, do they also report on the impact? So these are some of the elements to it, you know, the people element, the planet element, the purpose element to it. There's a lot of frameworks which are there, and often people get confused because they think they're competing frameworks. They're not. The SDGs is just like a sectoral framework, right? That if I'm making investments in healthcare or education, how is that contributing towards the SDG gap? So that's one approach people take, right? Then you have metrics, like how do I actually measure number of farmers? It seems easy enough, but 2 companies may measure it differently. So, right? So these IRIS guys, it's called IRIS metrics, which many of you will be familiar with by Jin. So that's for metrics. But the most important thing here is something called the Impact Management Project, IMP, which is a global project which brings together a lot of the key actors in this space to lay out the who, what, where, when, how, right? So how do you even think about impact? So all of these discussions are going on, but net social inclusion impact is very hard to measure. It's done on a bespoke basis by funds and by foundations. On the environmental side, because it's easier to price, you've got carbon credits. So that market can actually grow much faster, you know? So these are some of the issues and challenges inherent in defining it. So I think different people define it differently, but these are some of the key conceptual issues in the challenge of defining impact. I'd be curious how, you know, the funds here and Abhishek, who's advising multiple folks, but there's many different perspectives on this, but, you know, I'm still grappling with this topic. I have my own views on some aspects of it, but I don't know, maybe what the others think.
Sure, Karthik. Thank you for starting, the very elephant in the room of how do you measure impact. We'll touch upon it later in the discussion. Yeah, but over to Rajat, Shashwat, and Abhishek.
Sure. So I think there are kind of 2 questions there, right? And in my mind, it actually hinges on the third point Karthik made, which is intentionality. Now, there are 2 schools of thought. One is to say that if the founders, the company are very explicitly coming in saying that, you know, we want to make an impact, this is our vision of impact, and this is how this business or this company will achieve it. We should count that as impact. Second is to say that as long as the metrics and outcomes are identified, should I really care about, you know, if that's an intention of the founder in the company or not? As long as they're helping meeting that same objective, I should count that as impact. I think at Lok, at least, we've always placed a lot of importance on intent. And part of the reason is because practically when you're working in a fund environment, you should think of it as a partnership with the company, right? So because as the team at Lok Capital, we come with a very strong view to creating impact, and that's an intent that we express, right? I think we naturally find much better alignment with founders that have it in their scheme of things versus, let's say, and I don't want to name companies, but some of the examples that Abhishek took, some of the other large enterprises that might be meeting that same end result, I think from a pure play investment point of view, it might make sense. But when it comes to your day-to-day engagement with the company, your engagement at the board level, what is the direction in which you want the company, its policies, its processes to go? I think we find that there can be, a little bit of gap when it comes to some of those things and how we might look at impact and how the company might look at it. So that intent becomes quite important. That said, to Shashwat's point earlier, I think it's heartening to see a lot of these sectors becoming mainstream, and that's kind of down to the role that some of the early investors in these sectors have played. That today you won't think of a lot of, for example, an affordable housing company is not thought of as an impact investment because commercially it makes a lot of sense for other investors, for more commercial, larger investors to come in and play a role there. That's obviously good to see, but I think on a day-to-day basis, it makes our life that much bit harder because we have to constantly introspect, work on what is really the value that we are adding as low capital to the market, to the enterprises that we work with, and to what extent are we still able to, create that differentiation in the minds of the companies that we work with to say that, yes, we bring this value, which is different from what you might get from some of the so-called commercial investors. The third, I think, important point to note here is, especially because we have a lot of you are still students and looking to make careers in sustainability and impact, is that you should also think of impact as kind of a spectrum. There's a lot of people think of it as by default dilution of commercial returns, which may or may not be the case. As long as the fund, the investor, the company are clear about the objective, right, are able to clearly state that either, yes, we're willing to dilute on returns to achieve a certain impact, and that can start from just pure play philanthropy as well. You can make philanthropic investments, they can play a catalytic role. Or on the other end of the spectrum, where you put a higher bar to say that my requirement for a commercial return is not lesser than any commercial investor, but my bar for impact is much higher. So effectively, I play in a much smaller set of opportunities because you need to cross two bars for you to become interesting for an investment from my fund. Whereas for most other investors, just the commercial bar is good enough. I think that is a challenge that we take on, which, like I said, kind of makes our life a little more difficult. But that is what kind of we've expressed as our intent, and that's what we work towards. Right. So I think some of these softer aspects of commercial versus impact is something that all of you should keep in mind when you meet people from the impact space and try to see where they stand, what are their thoughts on some of these areas. It will help you place them better on a spectrum of when we talk about impact versus commercial.
I just wanted to add a quick rejoinder to that. What you mentioned about intentionality versus the output metric, right? That's exactly the distinction between impact investors and commercial investors, that impact investors are looking for intentionality. There's one other difference, bluntly, which is the size of their funds. Commercial investors tend to be much larger. So therefore, if a successful impact company scales, it will often need commercial capital. So the point I'm trying to make, linking back to your original point about the entry of commercial capital, is, and both Lok and Avishkar have seen this with their portfolio companies, they're beautiful examples of it, of deep impact investors. But as the company scales in SME finance or any other sector, commercial investors come in. So it's the collaboration between impact investors and commercial investors. It's a very significant point. And let's go deeper. So for example, many of these, it makes us all agree with each other that you need both the tech and the capital side, which a VC fund or, like an ENY or like an InfoEdge or like a mainstream kind of a business entity brings in. But you also need that rural customer understanding. Only someone like Shashwat and his team will go running around in the villages and stuff. Most of the bankers and all like us will stay in Bombay and Bangalore. So both benefits come in. The VC guys will bring in the best of the tech stuff, right? Because you need that. And the impact guys will bring in the local customer understanding. Companies need both. they're building killer businesses, right? So it's like a very collaborative kind of a thing. So then the issue becomes, sometimes people talk about quote unquote mission drift, which means that the company starts as an impact focused company, but as it becomes big, it may start focusing not just on poor customers or rural customers, but other customers. But so what? As long as those outputs are also being satisfied. So commercial capital has a very, very meaningful role to play here. And impact investors are in a way the ones drawing it in, because they're the ones who seed the business, they scale it, they engage with commercial capital, and then they help figure out how to scale these successful businesses, in all of these major segments: ed tech, ag tech, health tech, and fintech.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both, right? I mean, a lot of people think that there is a competition between, the impact capital and commercial capital. But if the impact scene really needs to sort of, become better, I think there needs to be a lot more collaboration between the two kind of capital. And more so, like I think Nitin already mentioned, is that, at certain stage, you need commercial investors. I think where a lot of probably, the hesitation comes in, the fact is that if a commercial investor gets into those, impact deals early on, among other things, it also impacts the valuation quite a lot, right? To be very frank. So I think that's where one of the issues lies. But having said that, at the end of the day, you need money to create impact. You need money to be a philanthropy, to be a philanthropical figure. And probably no one sort of, embodies it more than Premji Foundation. So overall, I think it's great that a lot of commercial VC are getting into it. Of course, they measure output quite a lot, and for them, returns matter a lot. But, if we are able to sort of, create firms or create situations where impact comes with commercial like interest, I believe the sheer amount of interest that will get generated into, impact areas will probably go 10x. And I think that's where a lot of, work needs to be done. I see a lot of, firms, a lot of impact firms, probably Avishkar, even low capital, I think getting into SME finance or probably a lot of other financing options. And I think Rajat was mentioning that nowadays HFC companies are not being seen as impact sort of company. I think that's the ideal scenario. That's the ideal goal of how any firm which started as an impact-based firm would like to see themselves in 3-4 years down the line. I think the other thing is, a lot of investments from commercial firms, the quantum of those investments are very large in Series C and above. So if you look at, the larger deals happening, I think what I'd love to see is, probably smaller deals, sub 5 million deals coming from mix of commercial as well as, impact-based funds, and then they can take it together. So that would be fantastic.
Yeah. So just to add, I think what this requires a little bit of institutionalization in our experience, that how do we put things on paper so that it's not ambiguous for, because even Avishkar, for example, right, the team, there will be some people who will be in the system for a while, and there will be some new people who will come in. So it's always confusing for someone who has come in to grapple with this concept of impact, right?
Yeah.
So what we have tried to do is how to, segregate the role that we as fund manager is playing and what our potential portfolio companies are playing. So we have bifurcated the impact that we are supposed to create. So we as fund managers believe that, if we played a catalytical kind of a role in, say, agribusiness, waste management, these kind of areas where not many other venture capital investors were, investing in rural oriented kind of businesses or investing in MSME oriented businesses. So that is the level of impact that we as fund managers were playing as an early stage supporter of the whole ecosystem. And then comes the second order question that if a particular pipeline company comes to us, what is that an impact enterprise, and how would you measure the outcome of of that enterprise? There, what we have observed is that typically intentionality obviously takes precedence when you look at the mission of the company, and that's why many of the impact investors keep insisting on getting to the vision of the promoter or the passion of the promoter. What is the difference that promoter wants to actually make? And there lies the answer, because typically you will realize that the moment the mission leads to some kind of a dissonance between commercial objectives and impact objectives, it's very easy to figure that out. The moment you try to get to a second order kind of a diligence and you try to identify that in the way this company is operating, the natural progression, the natural go-to market avenues are going to be ABC. And out of those ABC, none of those or very few of those will involve underserved kind of a segment in them. So I think that kind of an evaluation becomes almost a natural exercise for impact investors, that once you look at the business plan or business model, you try to identify how aligned are the impact objectives and the commercial objectives, and if there is a dissonance, it just comes to the fore. So it's as simple as that when it comes to that. And obviously, broadly speaking, most impact investors, through their multiple decades of experience, have identified what are the sectors which are invariably the higher impact kind of sectors which require these kind of interventions to begin with. So I think these 3-4 concepts, what we have tried to do over a period of time is that we have tried to crystallize them further, and we keep revisiting that. The other thing that we have done is the investment team is answerable to the impact team. So there is a dedicated impact team which has to back the impact case. So to that extent, there is an internal sounding board and also in some sense a person who is looking at it purely from impact perspective. So I think segregating the role of impact and investment also leads to one additional layer of sort of intervention, which makes things more black and white for the team and for a broader set of audience.
Hey, one more point I'd just add to that. So we're talking about impact and intentionality on the portfolio company side. Think of it also from the perspective of investors in the fund. So limited partners in the fund. It's a more recent development, but last 3-4 years, you would find a lot of firms which were earlier not called impact investment funds are also labeling themselves as impact investment funds. And that's an outcome of capital being available globally for an impact investment thesis, what's also called impact washing. So even if you're not actually working towards impact, if you're able to raise additional capital by positioning yourself as such, it kind of helps you meet your fundraising goal. And so that becomes a question for LPs and investors in these funds to make a differentiation between who's really impact and who's not, which is where track record also becomes relevant, right? Now, I'm not saying that you can't have a change of strategy, change of intent or objective as a fund manager, but in many cases, you'll also find that it's more convenience rather than actually believing in something. And that's, again, I think there's no real right or wrong there, as long as you're meeting certain objectives, you're getting to certain end results, as long as that's consistent with your investors, with your portfolio companies, you should do that, right? As long as you're not hoodwinking anyone into believing something that they don't want to back. But as long as you're being consistent across the spectrum, I think that's a fair way of doing it. But you will end up attracting, investors that believe in your vision, and you'll end up investing in founders whose vision you believe in.
I just wanted to add to that, on this impact washing, greenwashing point, and linking it back to the spectrum of capital, because I think, since we're talking about the 2 core issues, which is how do you define impact and what are the different types of capital, that frames the discussion nicely for follow-up stuff. So absolutely, impact washing and greenwashing is a huge concern, right? But for whom? So we have to look at the statistics. So in total, there's about, they say IFC or whoever says that there's 2 billion of impact investment. That's the largest. I'm so sorry. 2 trillion. 2 trillion at the largest level, right? And we're talking about 100 T of global liquid AUM. So 2% of whatever global AUM. Total global wealth is like 400 trillion or something, and the SDG gap is like 150 trillion, right? So leave that aside. But out of 100 trillion of actual money which is being invested, only 2% is so-called impact investing. 2 trillion. Of that 2 trillion, 1.4 trillion, or like 75%, is not even being measured. Those are just guys who are just calling it whatever they're calling it. 600 billion, therefore, is the impact measurement. Okay? And that's at multiple levels. That includes large amounts of infrastructure climate investment. It could be up to 80, 90% of it. So the amount, therefore, left over of 60 billion for impact is like not that much, about 10, 20 billion if you take away all the big climate infrastructure projects. Then you look at the India stats, they start to look much more attractive, right? IIC and all of us in India say, oh, we've got about 1 billion, 2 billion. These stats vary, but roughly 1 to 2 billion is the annual investment in pure impact in India out of, let's say, 10 billion of VC investment. So these are interesting numbers. So out of total VC investment happening in India, roughly between 15, 20% is like impact investment. That's pretty meaningful just by impact investors, right? And similarly, of the total legitimate impact investment happening globally, maybe 25, 30% is happening in India. So this is all, good stuff. And different funds like Lok, like Avishkar, like Omnivore, like others are putting out different impact measurement frameworks, reporting it. Industry associations are bringing it together. The washing is happening on the ESG side and by large commercial investors and by random. So therefore, let's look at 6 segments from the right to the left, right? The right is commercial return, the left is social impact. And tell me if you guys disagree with these segments or if I'm clubbing them wrong. So at the extreme right, I'm calling it ESG. So that's just when a corporation starts talking about impact, right? So ESG. So like Goldman Sachs is something impact fund, that's ESG. The next segment is climate finance. Not that climate is not impactful, but it's always market return and it's infrastructure. So that's climate finance. Then comes impact investing, which is also saying, look, market returns and all, but that's basically SME. That's VC investing more. So you're investing in like startups and stuff. There's climate, you're investing in projects. Then to the left of impact investing, now blended finance, which is like less than market, but above zero. So this whole thing of blended finance. Then comes venture philanthropy, correct? Which is philanthropy, but done in a slightly better than average way. And then finally, public finance. Let's not forget about that. You see, which is absolutely zero return. So that's kind of like the spectrum. That's how you have to look at it. So if a development problem exists, it could be financed by any of these. The government could build a school. The charity could fund a school. The impact investor could build a market-based affordable private school, or some corporation could build some product, some ed tech product or something, right? So this is the scene. So it's on the right side of that spectrum. It's starting to get impact wash, which is what makes genuine impact investing so much more attractive, right? People in impact investing get frustrated, but actually it boosts the sector because everyone is aware of all the impact washing. So genuine impact investors like you have here are going to do really well because that's how the development problems are solved. And if I can add, the blended finance, which is a piece that I'm starting to focus on, that's also starting to therefore now grow. That people are saying, oh, how do we apply these market principles? See how beautifully this impact investment industry has scaled up in 15 years from 5-6 funds like Lok and Avishkar to now 50-60 funds. That's happened in 15 years. Now the blended finance industry hopefully will follow suit. You see, so now different segments will emerge. You'll have a whole ESG segment, people working with corporations, an impact investing segment, people working in VC, and a blended finance segment, people working in, with NGOs. And all of that can kind of broadly be called impact investing. So the nomenclatures will start to become more important.
Absolutely, Karthik. I think thanks a ton for outlining the whole spectrum, because quite often the meaning of impact get confused, and there's so many words: social investing, responsible investing. So thank you for unlocking that. And since you mentioned the Indian position in the global landscape, it would be, I think, if you could just shed some light on how India is positioned in the global impact investing space.
I mean, I'll just share some quick thoughts. I think panelists here will be in much better position to answer that, given that they work with global LPs who look at India and different geographies and all of that. I'll only just say that, maybe it's a pithy statement to say, but I'll say it anyways. India is the hub of global innovation. As my former boss, Vikram Gandhi, used to say, every single problem in the world exists in India, right? It's like the worst place ever: poverty, prejudice, pollution, but it's also the best place in the world, right? Not just because of our culture and all these wonderful things, but because of us, the people. So every single solution also exists here. It's got the maximum number of entrepreneurs. It's got the maximum number of NGOs. The stats are insane. 2 million NGOs. Many of them are not that effective, but leave that aside. 2 lakh, 3 lakh startups. Large percentage of them impactful. All this capital, this wall of equity, right? The 4th or 5th most deepest equity capital markets globally in public markets, decently developing debt markets. So all of that is an opportunity. So insane amounts of problems exist. It's not there in other emerging markets, right? And the scale of India. So if someone develops a solution for India, it can be applied in other emerging markets. That being said, in my view, there have been challenges in South-South cooperation, and India can also learn from others, from Bangladesh's experience in microfinance or mobile money from Kenya, or affordable housing from Brazil, or what have you. So
Sure.
more of this can happen. But India is definitely the hub of all of this innovation. So it's the best place to actually be an impact investor.
Sure. And Shashwat, you've been exploring the other geographies while at Avishkar, and Rajat, you have been. Can you shed some light, compare, contrast India with the other geographies that you've explored?
Sure. Love to take that question. So what we have observed, so we started, exploring Southeast Asian and South Asian markets back in 2014, 2015, and Karthik, was part of that endeavor. So what we realized is that, when the initial landscaping was done, obviously at that time, what we realized is, India was significantly ahead in terms of the kind of business models which had emerged, the kind of scaled up enterprises in the impact sectors which existed in India. Compared to that, most of these geographies, including Indonesia, were not quite there yet. Barring few examples, as Karthik pointed out, right, in Bangladesh, the financial inclusion endeavors, right from microfinance all the way to proliferation of e-wallets to the last, to every single individual in the country, has seen an unprecedented amount of success. Markets like Kenya have been known for M-Pesa, right? So there have been some examples where, where some of these countries have done phenomenally well. But having said that, if you look at the bigger picture, the kind of impact ecosystem which existed in India was significantly ahead. Having said that, once we started investing around between 2015, 2016, we realized that, the replicability of Indian business models was pretty much a very well-known phenomenon. So you can see that an agri-tech model in India will get created, and that'll have almost a similar kind of a sibling in Indonesia coming up, and a Vietnam coming up very quickly. In a matter of 1 to 1.5 years, you will see a comparable model emerging in those geographies. So to that extent, what we have seen is there has been a significant learning collaboration, and over time it actually matured even further when we saw that, in places like Indonesia, funds, the enterprises which were actually getting financed, they were setting up their technology development centers in India. So that was also because of the paucity of tech talent which existed in that country. But in retrospect, I see some of these measures leading to a very synergistic kind of collaboration between these geographies evolving, and it's come to the fore. Many of the funds from India, Sequoia Capital's India team actually started exploring Indonesia, and Gojek was one of their first investments over there. And now many more funds which have treated India as their home territory have actually gone on to add, other Southeast Asian geographies in their focus areas. So you can see that, the business models are getting transmitted. You can see the investor community is broadening their wings, and it's almost becoming like a, larger kind of a impact ecosystem with a significant amount of trickle-down effect happening because of Indian ecosystem's maturity in some of these geographies. So it's a very optimistic, it's a very positive environment in general, and we believe that those trend lines are expected to continue.
Quickly, just checking with Rajat and Abhishek if you have your 2 cents to add to it.
Yeah, so I think in my experience, we have been working with a lot of founders who are based out of Bangladesh as well as other Southeast Asian countries. And I think we do see a lot of, collaboration happening right now, and even with African countries. So if you look at Rwanda, which has been able to sort of, bring almost 95% of its population under pension ambit. And then Bangladesh, which is going to do similar things. Of course, there are elections next year, so there's a different dynamics. But between that and of course Southeast Asian countries, I think there are a lot of firms, like Shashwat Sequoia, which also invested into SME financing company, put in around $100 million in Bangladesh. They are also looking at companies like Nagad and Shaba, which are parallel to what probably Dukaan or Khata Book or probably Urban and a combination of those companies that do in India. I see a lot of interest happening in those geographies from Indian investor, and a lot of interest from Singapore-based or Southeast Asian investors, some of them being Jungli and all, in Indian companies. So I think that's where a lot of interest and sort of collaboration is happening. What's also interesting is that because of our probably the Jamstack, the Aadhaar, and sort of eKYC, the sort of things that our government has been able to do here. I think that's something which is at least on a trial basis trying to be sort of it's almost getting replicated across those economies. And of course, mobile money, I think African countries, some of the African countries are way ahead of India. I mean, M-Pesa, what they've been able to do there. So probably it's a mixture of those things. And the realization by large commercial investors that, there is money to be made, in case you just look at the pension scene in India, probably, even if you just make 100 rupees from every individual over every year, over a course of 10 years, you can easily create $1 billion company by revenue. I'm not talking about valuation. And that's the reason a lot of firms like probably IFC or even the likes of Meta and all are looking at those areas in India. In fact, recently WhatsApp actually invested in a company which is trying to put pension for maids in the country via WhatsApp. They don't need any tech, they don't need any website, they don't need any app for that. All they need to do is to just go on WhatsApp, type the number, you get an NPS account done. And that's all it takes is 5 minutes. So I think those kind of collaboration will keep happening, and I think it's interesting to see.
Hey, nothing too much for me to add. Just a quick comment. I think something that all three panelists touched upon. It perhaps to my mind extends beyond just impact. It's if you look at the larger markets that exist today, India perhaps represents a unique opportunity. If you leave out China, you don't have a market this size which has both the problems and potentially the solutions for solving that problem. So it's not just impact. You'll see VC firms that have created deep portfolios in India, which you would not find in other markets. I think Southeast Asia is only starting to emerge as a consolidated market in people's mind. And even then, if you don't have a unified regulatory, monetary kind of a framework in place, it's very difficult to scale solutions across borders. And I think that's where India kind of brings that advantage. And you'd see that in the depth of the startups that come out. I mean, you spend a few days in any of the state capitals in India, you'd have a startup event happening today. You'd see a lot of new ventures, young people, coming up with new ideas. And that's ultimately what kind of creates the ecosystem that everyone else talked about.
So, the interesting thing here is, just to add on top of Rajat's point, is that India actually fell down the SDG rank this year. We used to be 117 last year and we are now 120 this year. To me, it represents a very, very large opportunity. What we also need to sort of understand is that building for, probably India 2 and India 3 that we talk about is hard. It's not just about tech, it's more about the resilience of entrepreneurs. It's more about how many more people like Shashwat we can create or we can have who can go to the hinterland of the country and figure out what really sort of clicks. And the other thing is a lot of investors, including impact, non-impact, but a lot of investors think in terms of scalability. The problem with a lot of solution which really makes a lot of impact is that they are not really scalable. So how do we sort of target those things? How do you create 10 different physical schools? How do you create 10 different self-help groups which are not tied to any large organizations, right? How do you create those kind of impact? That's where a lot of thought and probably, viewpoints from the other esteemed panels would be helpful.
Thank you so much for raising that point, Abhishek. I think that's excellently framed. There's no easy answers here, but this is precisely where blended finance could come in. This depth versus the outreach argument. that the whole point of VC and impact investing is I'm impacting so many farmers, I'm impacting, and that's legitimate. We're not dissing that because there's inbuilt impact. That on average, this is a smallholder farmer. Very good. But you are not able to measure the average income increase of that farmer. And how would you be able to when you're working with lakhs of them?
Absolutely.
But if you're an NGO or if you're a deeper impact, like, no, I only want to work with farmers in this one village, but I will transform their life.
Absolutely.
Kisan Lakhpati bond. Each Kisan will go from 30,000 average income to 1 lakh, properly measured. Now that is it. So that's literally an impact bond. So some donor will say, look, if you can actually do that, if you can take a Kisan's income from 30,000 to 1 lakh with this much investment, go for it. So he'll say, look, I need $1,000 per Kisan for 1 year to do whatever, agri input, market linkage, some support. And in 2 years, I promise his income will be that. That's basically what an impact bond is. So some guy, it's like a financial contract. Like, okay, fine. I'll give you $10,000 to put $1,000 into each farmer. And if it reaches that outcome, then you get paid. So this is exactly what needs to happen. And I think it's very complementary, you know?
Yeah.
Professor Priyanshu, I saw you raise your hand. Please feel free to chip in.
I think I can ask the question at the end when the floor opens, but a quick reaction to this whole place of India in the whole thing. And I want to provoke Shashwat and Rajat a little bit. So there are large parts of India, actually, say Northeast or J&K or Central India, right? Where even the impact investors, I mean, one doesn't see that kind of opportunities from impact investing standpoint. And these geographies don't follow necessarily the India trajectory, right? And it will be very unfair to compare them. So many of these places would be what India was in 2005, right? Say 2 decades behind. So, but as soon as you make an investment today, does it get compared to an India-specific investment, or does it get covered as a Northeast-specific investment? And would that change your risk return appetites? Is what I wanted to just probe a little bit.
Yeah, so maybe I can go first. See, Priyanshu, we went to the extent that we defined something called low income state kind of a strategy, and in one of our funds we undertook a liability of we actually took an undertaking that almost 40% of our capital will go to low income states. I mean, we went to that extent. It was a bit of a fanatic approach in reality, because when you do that, if you do that, the capital providers, the LPs, also need to have a risk adjusted return kind of mindset, right? But the real world is unfortunately pretty cutthroat. So even if you take that undertaking, everybody wants their money back and returns, and you should be making your carry in every single fund, right? So that's how the economics of that works. Obviously, what transpired is, for us, because we had taken that undertaking, we really went into the back and beyond. We invested in Samastipur. I don't know, many people here may not even know where Samastipur is. So we did all that adventure. Some of that was extremely interesting and rewarding for us. Some of them wasn't, as is the case in any venture capital kind of a play. Right now, at over time, what we've realized is that we have to ensure that the enterprises are inherently having such level of scalable model that you will have a composition of a Northeast and say a Maharashtra within that. So at this juncture, the kind of enterprises we are trying to create and support need to be multi-state. They will, if their business case works well in Northeast, they will certainly go there and they will make a business out of it. But it is highly unlikely that at this juncture we will look at something which is only Northeast focused, unless it has a very strong kind of the business model resonates with that geography in a meaningfully commercial way as well as impact, right? So we have to look at both the lens in somewhat of a balanced way. So it's not obviously something where the market is trying to club everything together. People do understand that if you're going rural, if you're going to underdeveloped kind of geographies, people have ways and means to realize and recognize that. But having said that, models which are only centered on that kind of a hypothesis are generally going to find it difficult to get funded by investors such as us, because we also have some fiduciary sort of responsibility to our limited partners. So that's the practical answer to it. I can give you a very diplomatic answer, but I think in this forum, let's keep it practical.
Yeah, I think very similar experience. So the way we try to account for states is internally we have something known as the Lok Impact Grid. And one of the factors, and so there is a score for different parameters. So let's say who's your end customer, right? In terms of gender, in terms of income profile, etc., etc. Which states is your business coming from? Now, if your primary business comes from Northeast, Jharkhand, Orissa, some of the states that we probably should focus on more, you get a 4 out of 4 kind of a scoring. If your business is coming from a Mumbai and Bangalore, you get a 1 out of 4. So in some sense that tries to account for, focus on some of these geographies. The other thing we've done in the past is try to do focused outreach in terms of, because in some senses, it also becomes a chicken and egg. You have a lot more deal flow and opportunities coming from, let's say, north, west, and south. So you end up focusing on those geographies. So we've also tried to do a focused outreach to say, can we reach out to some, not investment banks, but let's say large CA firms, based out of Calcutta, Siliguri, Guwahati, because they'll have a visibility towards which are the local businesses working there, and try to create a deal pipeline from that, right? And there are practical issues like Shashwat said, if you don't have a working relationship with advisors, with companies, it's difficult to build that, unless you're really based there, you get the pulse of the market, you get the pulse of that geography. And I think it's not for the lack of trying, but at some point you have to also take a fundamental call on the underlying businesses. It's interesting, Priyanshu, you asked that question. I remember we'd made a field visit to Imphal for one of the hospitals together while you were at Lok Capital. And that was also coming from, as part of our healthcare strategy, we're looking at healthcare facilities in all parts of India. This looks like an interesting hospital based out of Imphal. So why not try to see if there's a potential for doing something there? We also ran into practical issues of how do you really reference the founder? How do you control that investment sitting in a Gurgaon or a Chennai when you don't really have much of a field presence there? And end of the day, the market dynamics for a local business like a hospital work very differently compared to some of the other markets. So I think that practically does then again form a consideration for where you may do end up investing. I think increasingly some of these things, that's our thesis with the fund that we're investing out of right now. I think a lot of this should become easier with higher technology adoption by the portfolio companies. I think that distinction in geographies, how you operate across geographies, that distinction is becoming smaller because a lot of the platform kind of approaches are as applicable to a Bangalore as it might be to a Shillong. And to that extent, I think if we can zero down on the right businesses that are able to service, customers irrespective of the geography that they're based in, that becomes very interesting, not just from a commercial, but an impact point of view as well. So I think those are some of the other thoughts on this issue.
So Rajat, interesting that you brought forth the point of technology and how it can overcome the barriers for impact investors. But, and I think tech for good has been attracting a lot of attention from impact investors. But do you think what would be the implication of it for the brick and mortar models, which, as you mentioned, the hospital in this particular case in Imphal, because there's a finite pool of impact capital, as we might agree. So what could be the implication for these brick and mortar models vis-a-vis the tech models that are emerging?
See, I think slowly the distinction that we make between brick and mortar and tech, these are not silos, right? So there are skill sets that a hospital today brings to the fore. There are skill sets that a health tech firm brings to the fore. So I'll give you an example. We have a portfolio company called Dr. Mohan's. It's a chain of diabetes focused hospitals, right? One of the partnerships that we've been pushing them to put in place is with a firm such as, say, a Beto, right? So you have these continuous glucose monitoring devices, which will give you real-time data for your diabetes patients and help you, serve those patients much better, because now you're able to tap into a much deeper resource rather than just wait for the customer to come back with blood reports on a periodic basis, right? So now if I look at this proposition as an impact investor, rather than saying that, okay, these guys are brick and mortar, these guys are health tech, where does my capital go? Ultimately, we're looking at the end customer. We're looking at what's the best way to solve a problem, right? A lifestyle disease such as diabetes in India is a problem. How can I look at ecosystem level solution that might end up solving it, right? Similarly, for, let's say, a financial services company today, we tend to think of brick and mortar as someone who operates through branches, fintech as someone that doesn't have branches. Increasingly, a lot of so-called brick and mortar companies, what they're doing is the sourcing at the branch level is locally digitally enabled, right? So in my catchment area, the Kirana stores, you'd be surprised in some of the rural semi-urban geographies, up to 40-50% of their income actually coming through UPI QR codes. Now, if I'm able to tap into that as underwriting data and then use that as an input for my branch, a so-called brick and mortar structure, but underwriting customers and merchants for the kind of digital transactions they're doing, that for me becomes a hybrid approach, right? I wouldn't want to then club it into brick and mortar or tech, but look at how do I solve for a merchant or a customer in a rural geography? How do I give them the best kind of price that they might be able to take for the credit that they're taking, as well as, make repayments and servicing easier for them using some of these digital tools. So I think from our perspective, it's more a function of looking at it as a spectrum, looking at what makes sense. Tech investment, high ticket investment just for the sake of calling it tech also don't make sense in a lot of cases. So it has to be sensible, it has to solve the end problem, and to the extent that you can save costs and make it more efficient by deploying higher amounts of tech, that should be the approach. Where a physical presence, a brick and mortar presence still works, I think that should be the approach, and you should be nimble enough to kind of navigate through this landscape as the market evolves.
So, I think one of the things, in addition to what I think all of us have spoken about, specifically for something like Northeast market being very closely associated with that, I think is the lack of vernacular medium sort of solutions for those markets. While there's a lot of debate going around Hindi, English, and all those kind of things, not a lot of people really understand, either of those languages in those areas. It's not that English is very prevalent, or it's not that Hindi is very prevalent. So that becomes a major roadblock, not just for those people who the firms are trying to serve, but also for people who are trying to serve. So, unless, funds or even advisors like us have people who understand those areas very well, who understands the needs of those specific geographies very well, we will always try to, sort of color those areas in our lens. We will always see them as how we see a Delhi, Bombay, or Bangalore. And that's where, the solution sort of, stops to work. And then the other thing is what really motivates them, very, very nuanced things like, if you really go to states, almost half of the northeastern states are matriarchal societies, they are not even patriarchal societies. How do you target that kind of society, because we come from, or when I say we, the majority of people sitting here, listening to this come from a very different mindset. So those are the kind of nuances one really needs to build into it. Tech and all is fine, but very frankly, at a very basic level, tech really doesn't solve anything. It's an enabler if you have found a solution for something. With the cheap data and how everyone is smartphone, all of that is fine. But unless we go and tell them that, this is what you can do, whether it's insurance, whether it's, earning opportunities, whether it's learning opportunities, those kind of things, unless we go and tell them that this is how you can do those things in their own language, in their own ways, which they will understand, they will end up scrolling their whole life. I mean, they won't do much with it. And the other things also is that, it will take a lot of effort if you really want to sort of target areas like northeastern areas. The reason being, one, it's not easily accessible. The places like Silchar, if you go in the months of April or May, you won't be able to even visit 10% of the place because it's raining so much. If you plan to move to Arunachal, the per capita population density is 13 people per square kilometer. Bombay is 30,000. So that's how big of a difference, these specific demographics make. And unless you can, figure out solutions for those things, it's going to be difficult. It can't be a cut, copy, paste approach, for those things. So of course there are difficulties. It's not an easy thing to do, but it requires a very specific approach if someone wants to solve it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, Anshita, and link your question about the use of technology with what Priyanshu was asking about, how do we go into underserved regions, and basically reinforce what Abhishek was saying, which is there's a need for very patient capital and there's a need for localization. This is why investing in these difficult geographies, Priyanshu, has been so difficult. Shashwat and I were part of a fund almost a decade back, which was looking at investing in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Myanmar. These were the 5 geographies, imagine. Now, Myanmar was having political risk. Pakistan had all kinds of issues with India. Bangladesh and Indonesia ended up being the countries where most of the investment happened. Sri Lanka was too small as a market. So, it's, and then of course, one has tried to do investments in Kashmir and Northeast. So I've seen that there's, 3 basic issues that keep popping up. One is this political risk, which, security. Some of these places are just difficult to travel to, or there's other issues there. Second is what we call business environment. Let's be honest about it. The corruption and things like that are more over there. So all of the local politicians and all need their cut, and it becomes very difficult, even for a foundation. So once I went with a foundation to a particular northeastern state, they were offering like millions of dollars of investment, but these guys are very crazy. It's like, we're here to give free money to your people, not to you. So that's a big issue. And third is, as has been addressed, infrastructure, right? That you don't have roads, you don't have electricity. It's very hard to access these places. But if you have localization, because you have very talented people there who are building amazing startups, and they are incubators and people like us, our common friend Anuj Sharma and others who have been working with these people, these entrepreneurs. So some local solutions are being developed. Just to give an example, this company Fast Beetle, which is there in Srinagar, which is doing last mile logistics and delivery. So that's a local company. Or Naga Ed, right, which is like a digital TV media platform, as you mentioned, vernacular, the local language over there, again, founded by an entrepreneur from there, right? So these solutions are coming up, but it needs very, very patient capital. And, and we are talking about VC here and impact investing. Scalability is a concern. So technology definitely has a critical role to play. We can't underplay that. It's technology and culture. But, the fund economics is the last point. That ultimately, a lot of these places need smaller ticket sizes. So that becomes a big issue. Whereas many VCs need to have a minimum ticket size of 1 million or something like that. So here, again, there's a use for blended capital, maybe as, some strategic TA to help incubate some of these businesses and to add to that so that there can be a pipeline. Because clearly the interest is there for funds to invest. And this has to become the core definition of impact. At the very beginning of this discussion, Shashwat and others mentioned that impact basically means investing in other geographies. So it's like a stack. So we start with Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. Now funds like Avishkar are investing in entrepreneurs in Indore, in Nagpur, in Samastipur, etc. And this is the next level to go into like Dantewada and to go into like, Srinagar and to Imphal. So I think it's amazing that people are even thinking about this. In other countries, it's like it's not even happening. So, so I think it's a very good trend to see that more and more people are looking to make this happen.
No, thank you, Karthik. I think this continues to be a chicken and egg problem. And I think we would need some very innovative and disruptive solutions to bridge this gap. Just moving forward to the next question. While industry-wise, Indian impact investing space has grown phenomenally, sectorally, I think financial inclusion continues to be the traditional mainstay of India's impact investing system. And as most of our panelists also bring pretty rich experience in the space. How has been your experience while diversifying to other sectors? What are the potential opportunities and challenges that you foresee? And I know, Abhishek, you continue to focus on the financial inclusion side. So what are the new avenues that you are looking in that particular space?
Shashwat, you want to take it first?
Yeah, I can take it. So, I've been thinking, and this is something I mentioned to Priyanshu also, that institutions such as IIM Lucknow should play a role in getting some of this identified, right? I basically, my parents live in Lucknow, and I've been talking to Priyanshu that whenever I come, I'll probably visit IIM Lucknow, and if you can, give me a glimpse of what is happening in UP. I am from UP, by the way. I'm from Gorakhpur. So I would love to do a deal in UP. I mean, the last one we did was long back, Utkarsh Small Finance Bank, where Rajat is also supported them. So, I think that's one thing that just I wanted to mention in the panel. If somebody is very keen on, identifying opportunities in UP, up and coming, early stage, not early stage, doesn't matter. We can figure it out. But if IIM Lucknow can play a role in that, that will be super helpful. So that's something I wanted to just take it out of my system. Now moving on to sectors, I think as was indicated, right, in financial inclusion, a lot of work has happened across the board. If you see, right from small credit to payments, insurance is something where a lot of work is still pending. But I would say among the broad spectrum of account opening, credit, payments, there has been a phenomenal amount of work done either by the industry bodies or by the private sector entrepreneurs. So that continues to do well. There are obviously areas such as affordable housing finance, MSME finance, where I would say the kind of interventions which are there are still scratching the surface. The opportunity is humongous. It should be at least 100x of where it is today. All these opportunities are fairly nascent right now. If you look at the other sectors in comparison, things like agri-tech, that is something where we are literally scratching the surface. I mean, you can count handful of firms who would have crossed 50, 100 crore kind of a revenue in an Indian agri parlance, which is basically no market share, right? If you calculate the size of the agri ecosystem in the country, and you sum the input, output, supply chain, warehousing, seeds, there are so many different areas. If you club that together, you come with a very large $1 billion, I don't know, 150, $200 billion kind of opportunity. And the summation of the agri-tech revenue may be less than a few thousand crore, right? So it's not even scratching the surface. There's so many areas, and agri-tech happens to be extremely localized. So because you have to serve the farmer, so you can't, unless you are an advisory platform, if you are physically transferring goods in any form, whether it is inputs or outputs, or you are opening micro warehouses or whatever you are doing, if there is a physicality to it, it will invariably have a regional kind of a bearing to the business model. So from that angle, things like agri-tech are very formative. The whole world is watching Indian agri-tech, and the availability of capital is going to be significant, provided worthy entrepreneurs come and create the demonstration. There is a significant capital chasing that sector. Health tech has been another area where I would say we are at a very nascent stage. If you look at the overall ecosystem, where the health tech and entrepreneurs have, in terms of scale, there still is a lot which is supposed to be done. And then there is a broader set of sectors, right? Waste management needs a lot of organization. So if you look at all these impact sectors, you will realize there is a conventional economy already doing something. But what these startups are doing is they are trying to come up with, say, a unique business model or a unique tech stack, and trying to create something which is much more scalable and much more efficient. And if you look at it from that lens, there is a vast opportunity yet to be created. And hence, I would say, despite all the work which has happened for the last 15, 20 years, there is a mountain of work right in front of us. And I think firms such as Avishkar, Lok, Omnivore will try to situate themselves in the kind of operating model that they have actually been following, because the reason for that is the only reason somebody would do that is because the market has significant kind of a leg room to grow. And we remain very bullish that, right now, if you hear in any sector 2-3 names, hopefully you will hear 30, 40, 50 very prominent names in the next 2-3 years. And there will be a significant role that impact investors will be playing in making that happen.
Sure. Thanks, Shashwat. Abhishek, do you want to quickly add to it? And then I'll move on to the next question.
Covered most of it. I think probably what needs to be done there is that, I think the major question is, how do you increase the income levels of people, residing in those areas? And that's the major question that one needs to answer. Everything else becomes an enabler. So whether it's fintech, whether it's insurance, whether it's, probably a lot of host of other things. I think broadly 2 areas which doesn't get the kind of sort of attention that needs to get is, one is that, the education. I won't call it edtech because, of the way the edtechs are running these days, they won't be able to sort of operate in a rural area. But education, something very specific to rural, and that will require, a very, very patient capital, needs to come across very, very strongly. And the other thing is, we need to start thinking of creating infras where people like, probably, the panelists and the people who are here start thinking of, spending good amount of time in those rural areas, because unless that happens, the trickle down effect of spending that, the upper middle class or the rich people of the country will not reach there. So I think that's a combination of these 2 things, in addition to the typical credit-led enablement sort of things.
I'll add one more point to that, Anshita, when we think of it in terms of sectors or where solutions are coming from, I think there's also a need on certain forums to change the narrative a little bit, because we often tend to frame these narratives as, what do investors or funders or agencies need to do to make something happen? I think in a lot of these sectors, so if you take financial services or financial inclusion, for instance, the credit lies entirely with the founders who've come up, who've built businesses that are, that are solving a problem, that are sustainable businesses, and have become today attractive to, let's say, the mainstream capital markets. Right? In some sense, the onus is as much on entrepreneurs and founders in agri-tech, health tech, to not just say that, okay, I'm starting something in the agri-tech space, but find a solution, show us how it works, show how it makes money, solves for a problem, and there's more than enough capital available. In fact, capital is chasing good solutions that would help them enable a return. But the narrative should not always be framed as they need support, so someone should give them support. I think the market is mature enough today for, anyone building anything attractive to have people running after them. So you build something which is solving the right problem, which is commercially attractive. You don't need to then look for support. I think all of that is available by default.
So Rajat, I agree. I think the market has matured. A lot of sectors are coming up. Variety of capital is coming up, right from your, impact investors are there. Even the HNIs and funds are also looking at it. What will it take to actually unlock more capital and channelize it to businesses in the impact space?
Hey, Karthik, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add to this point around sectors and maybe link this now to the capital point of, FS versus the other sectors. Just 2 quick points. One is, why was FS financial services so successful versus the others? It's obviously the point that Rajat is making, right? Amazing founders came up, amazing business models came up. Why did they come up? Because of one more factor, regulation, right? So all these good things happened over 10, 15 years. Priority sector lending, business correspondence, Jandan, Aadhaar, UPI, whatever, right? So FS has been credit bureau. They weren't always there. Microfinance crisis happened. So all these regulatory things started to happen. The government was like, we're not going to kill the microfinance institutions. We let the banks lend to them. So there was an opening of support. And yes, amazing, smart business models and leaders who quit their jobs at banks and made amazing business models. So you need both, right? Now in agri and all of these other sectors, those entrepreneurs are emerging. But there, the regulatory or the market ecosystem in it, gaps, whatever you want to call them, are too much. That's not an entrepreneur's job. That landholding sizes are small, or that the produce perishes, or that the infrastructure is not there, or that the pricing contracts are messed up with MSP or whatever. So both are there. So as the regulatory issues of a sector start to get cleared up, the entrepreneurs run, right? So that's what investors need to look at. So that's the point number one. And the second point is, I actually don't look at financial services as a sector anymore. It's not. It's much bigger than that. It's a horizontal. Agriculture is a sector. SMEs are a sector. Education is a sector. Healthcare is a sector. For all of them, right? You have ag financing, SME financing, housing financing, ed financing, health financing, waste financing, and so on. So, and in many developed countries, I think FS represents like 30% of GDP or something. So it's like, it's not like it can't be compared to the others. It's like a very overall kind of a thing, and then it links up to the others. So that's just one way of thinking about it, which is different from saying, oh, it's FS versus the rest. It's not. It's about how do you, FS and technology are like enablers. Then the essence of a sector is like education. How do you build schools and educate people, right?
Absolutely.
So financing is part of that. Technology is part of that.
So FS is a derivative of all those sectors, if you ask me, both derivative as well as an enabler for these. So I mean, it's as good as saying if consumerism is increasing, FS will do well. Similarly, if we really want to sort of, I think we have to think just one level deeper, that what are those things that need financial support in those rural areas? I think that's where we need to think deeper, rather than just thinking that fintech or FS will solve the issues. The problem is, what are those issues that needs to be solved first? And then FS is an enabler for those things.
Exactly.
So
just one step further on that, just to take us ahead. So let's say in agri, we know that it's agri input, production, and post-production. So broadly, the issues are working capital, that the farmers need working capital to buy the stuff. Then they need capex for value addition, and then they need whatever market linkage financing, right? Warehouse financing. So we know that. But then which type of farmer? Who's going to do it? Ag tech company is building a model. An NGO farmer producer cooperative is trying to do something else. Some private banks are trying to lend to the farmer. Some NABARD type banks are trying to lend. Some Jai Kisan type fintechs are trying to lend. So this ecosystem is now becoming quite cool, So it's about whether you're working in the philanthropic sector or the impact investing. People are starting to solve problems at a sectoral level using the tools of financial services and technology. And it's really amazing to see that.
So Karthik, just I think raising the same question that, it's the same problem, but everybody has a different approach and a lot of players are coming in to solve. What are the different models of capital, that could be structured to solve them, and how do we unlock more capital towards these sectors?
No, so it's a broad question. I mean, I would go back to that spectrum again. So I think because that without doing that, it causes so much confusion. So you have different categories of capital. So again, as we revisit it, the first category is corporate ESG capital. The second is large institutional capital. So that can come into climate bonds and, where there's, the scope for pricing and institutional structures and all. The third category is venture capital, both venture equity and venture debt, which is bulk of what we're talking about, startup and innovation-led growth. And then the fourth category is philanthropy, right? And that can be segmented into individual philanthropy, corporate, or rather foundations, and then finally corporate philanthropy, which is CSR. So, so you need to understand this. And then another way of looking at it is in terms of instruments, maybe, that equity is reasonably available, maybe not at the smaller stage, but at the 1 million plus stage, but debt is much less available. And many enterprises need debt, working capital debt, capex debt, and so on at lower prices. So how does that get enabled, right? And blended finance is could be thought of as a bridge to that. Blended finance is basically like affordable debt, So I think you have to look at the type of investors and matching that to the type of investment that they do. So first figuring out what type of enterprise you are. And then you have to look at the return and then the type of instrument. So I think this matching bit is what causes a lot of complexity for enterprises. And then in terms of how to drive capital, I mean, look, I think regulation is one big driver. Business models are naturally going to involve with markets, but some good regulatory progress is happening. Like 3-4 quick things I'll mention, which you guys know about. One is CSR law, not just the old one, but it's been modified multiple times to enable new, better things. The social stock exchange, which is quite cool. It's actually an exchange, unlike the other countries where it's just a listing platform, and new instrumentation is being created for that. It's going to focus more on NGOs and social enterprises. Then there's this sustainable finance task force set up by Ministry of Finance, bringing all these guys together to set rules and things like that. And now India's presidency of the G20, which is also going to help define more and more standards. So there's some good, in the last budget, the finance minister announced a blended finance fund, and they're trying to figure out what to do with that, right? So it's good that senior people from SEBI, RBI, Ministry of Finance are now kind of more open to talking about social finance, and they're starting to understand these segments. India will maybe have an ESG, BFSR regulations for companies.
Yep.
Dare I say, we may even have carbon pricing at some point. There was a rumor going around that August 15th, they would announce some kind of carbon pricing for steel. So this is good stuff. So with the government taking an active role in this, it creates a lot of scope for impact investors to fix those regulatory things. And as Rajat and all were saying, and Shashwat, that therefore, just last point, what are the 3 biggest booming sectors in the COVID in the last 3 years? Ag tech, ag, education, and healthcare, right? Any VC will tell you that. And guess what? Those are the 3 core impact sectors. So suddenly all the rest of the VCs have discovered the 3 core impact sectors. So there's definitely going to be a lot of growth there and overlap between commercial and impact investment. So we will be tested now on the credibility of our impact claims. And but I think overall it's to the good, as long as people start to bifurcate these segments and start to understand that this is deeper impact. So here I have to hold this to a higher impact standards. I can take a lower return. Here I need to make a market return, but let me not overstress the impact, please. Some impact, but it's not as deep as the other guy. And then the third one is just a commercial investment, right? So as long as people start to agree on these segments, then I think that capital is easier to follow. The HNIs don't necessarily always understand this. They get confused and polarized. Some institutional investors do understand it. In fact, increasingly, they're starting to. And it just comes down to whether the investor is fundamentally commercial or philanthropic. People have different uses for capital. If someone wants a return on their capital, you have to take them more towards the return impact investing end of it. But there's also a lot of philanthropic capital sitting there. So that philanthropic capital should be used for blending. So that's how I look at it, that unlocking different pools of capital for the right purpose.
So I'll just quickly go around the panel if anybody else has a thoughts on, government is a key stakeholder of impact investing, and what role do you think that government and policymakers can play to make impact investing more conducive in India?
I think Nitin covered pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Karthik had covered pretty extensively.
Yeah.
Okay. I just, so I think it's just a little ironic that we are discussing impact, and gender has always been very critically married to the sector, but the panel happens to be a manel. So I just want to quickly gather some thoughts, what I think impact investing started as women as a key beneficiary in the financial inclusion space, and increasingly women representation in the funds and as an entrepreneur has been a critical nudge, especially from the LPs. What role do you think impact investing can play to bridge the gender gap, both in the funds as a GP and as well as the entrepreneurs?
I mean, I can quickly share my thoughts here, guys. I mean, you're absolutely right, Anshita, and that's a pity that, and you're right. So it's an issue not just here, but overall. I think, look, gender is a key component of impact definition. It's a cross-cutting theme like impact. It's not a sector. So it applies to everything. There's a lot of work that's happened on gender lens investing, GLI. People question, what does it mean? So we can look at it in 4 layers. First layer is women as owners of capital, as shareholders, right? The LPs in the fund, or women HNIs investing. Second is the important, which is as asset managers, or as the people who are running the funds, the GPs, making the investment decisions or running the startups. So women founders. Then comes at the employee level, right? Which connects at the board and governance level. And then finally, as customers. The data has proven, Mr. Vikram Gandhi has done a case study at Harvard called the She Index, where they showed that State Street, the asset manager, went back and looked at 10 years of Vanguard data and added to that little bit of gender, just the board balancing, that boards which had slightly more balance between men and women, and they found a 300 basis points difference, imagine. So the Vanguard would have performed 3 percentage points higher if you had just weighted it for that, because better decisions are made when there's a balance between men and women. So a lot of data that is coming out, right? So people know this, and so all of us have to help this cause. And as impact investors, if impact is our objective, we also must try harder. So I think many organizations do try that, to have gender balance in their teams, but in terms of measuring it in their portfolio, I think maybe our colleagues can share, but I certainly think many of them are doing that. I know that Avishkar is part of the certified 2X thing of CDC. But basically, impact investors have a major responsibility to play in pushing gender equity across the board.
Sure. And I just want to be a devil's advocate and nudge all the panelists a little to share their thoughts on how their funds have embodied this
So I think
gender aspect.
not from a fund perspective, but I think at EY, I know for sure that I'm hard pressed to only hire women in the IB teams, and IB traditionally has been a very male dominated area. Interestingly or luckily, I think we have been able to sort of get it, but still, the ratio is 3:10 kind of, at least in my team. And I think the ratio stays across the same. But I think it's a more fundamental problem, what Nitin described is top of the funnel problem, but if you go deeper, what really happens is that a significant portion of women who could have done great are not able to do great because they don't get the opportunities, in their early life. And a lot of it is also to do with the kind of geographies they are living. So it all ties back, and I think one of the major stakeholder here is the government, by the way, the public policy makers, the people who have the power to sort of, the set of people who have the power to influence decision making at the lowest strata of the societies. So I'm very closely associated with an NGO called SNE, which is based out of Assam, where we sort of, educate girls, and we pay, their parents some money every month so that they don't make them work. And then that's the only, so we tried very different things. And the only thing that worked was, if your daughter was working at some other place in some as a household help or somewhere, how much would she be earning and can we compensate you for that? That's something which suddenly started clicking for us. And very interestingly, some of them reached some of the great institutes as well in last 6-7 years. That's very, very, whenever I talk about it, it's a very proud feeling, that we talk about those things. But I think, if the moment I think Anshita, I think we were discussing this exact same thing few days back as well. The moment a woman has reached the SRCCs of the world or IITs and NITs of the world, she has already, done well. I'm not saying that she can't do better. Of course, there are, walls there that needs to be broken down, and that's being broken down. But there are bigger walls which needs to be broken down at primary and secondary education levels, That's where a lot of, people will come into force. I mean, it's sad that, we keep hearing news that, the women labor force participation in the country has actually gone down in the last few years. Of course, someone can come up and technically say that last year it went up by 2.1%. But that is basically because rural area, interestingly, the labor force participation for women in urban area is actually 2/3 of those in rural areas, and that's not a good thing. Primarily because of the other social dynamics, because most of these women who are working in rural areas are probably not working in formal economies. So I think that's where a lot of these things needs to come into play. Only 18% of women who are, eligible to work in urban areas are working right now. So no country can develop if 50% of its population is not allowed, or rather not given enough opportunities to grow. And I think the reason also is that probably is one is, of course, socioeconomic reason, that why would a family of 4 or 5 and or probably even 2 would want to sort of probably educate their girl child when they would rather be better served in their own minds. I'm not saying it's right, by focusing on the son. Those are the barriers that we need to break. Those are the kind of things that needs to be educated well. And I think that will come with a lot of public policy measures that will also come with, and very frankly, I don't think it's entrepreneurs' problem, by the way.
So Abhishek, if I may jump in, I think the social and the demographic state of things have been there. What I just trying to little bit streamlined here is how the impact investing ecosystem is trying to address this gap. Quickly, Shashwat and Rajat, if you have some thoughts before we move on to our last question for the panel.
Sure, Vanshika. So, as Karthik pointed out, for us, again, to remove confusion, we always try to write something. So we again wrote that in this fund, we will try to take gender forward bets, and we are signatories to 2X initiative, which is a 2X challenge, where the idea is to identify businesses which are led by women, which are owned by women, or which have products or services which are geared towards women empowerment or their livelihoods, right? And we are taking that initiative quite seriously. In every investment that we look at, we are trying to ensure that like we evaluate impact, we also evaluate the 2X, the 2X adherence of a particular investment. And only if we bring it in the mainstream of our investment discussions, we believe that we will be inclined to make more of gender forward kind of bets, and that has been our wholehearted attempt. Within our team also, we have a pretty healthy ratio of gender females, and in addition, Avishkar, having a Avishkar group, we have other entities apart from Avishkar Capital under our fold, like Arohan, Ashwa. Each entity is having a very well-defined, time-bound kind of undertaking that by so and so year we will be 30%, represented by females. So across the board, within our team, within our group, within our investment philosophy, we are trying to take a pretty aggressive position in making it a more gender inclusive kind of organization.
Sure.
Yeah, very, very similar approach. So our current fund has signed up for the 2X challenge, and they have different categories. I think it's a good framework because it looks at various facets of what it means to be gender balanced and gives you points for not just saying, okay, X% women customers, but women as shareholders in a company, women when it comes to the fund, what does your investment committee look like? Going back to Karthik's point on decision making itself becoming better if women are involved. So do you have enough representation on your IC or not? Some of those things. So I think that's a very good way of trying to set targets for ourselves as funds as well, to commit to saying that we'll go for the flagship status in the 2X challenge, and this fund will meet these obligations under it. On a more day-to-day kind of basis, I think we look at hiring, and within the team, for example, we look at it slightly differently. So instead of putting a number to outcome, I think what's important for us is that, let's say we're hiring for a certain position, the pool of candidates that's being created, that needs to have equal representation from women, right? So we don't like to put an outcome focused parameter to say that you must hire more women. I think for us, it's more important to see that women are getting the right representation when it comes to the initial selection criteria, and then the bar is the same for everyone, right? And the most recent hiring process we ran, actually, we have someone, a lady who would be joining us in December, and the idea there wasn't to say that let's hire someone because they come from because of their gender, but because we created a pool which almost had a 50-50 kind of representation, and then the best candidate kind of got the job. So I think it's difficult for us to then say we'll have these many women in the team, but as long as we know that we've run a process in a way where we're not biased towards a particular gender, that kind of becomes an important parameter for us. And in terms of outcomes and results, I think the 2X kind of captures it well, both at a fund and a portfolio level. So that's again something that we'll be working towards.
Sure, Rajat.
To add, I think what has really worked for us at least, is that EY and a few more sort of consulting firms and IB firms, what they've done is, if anyone is referring any internal candidate and they get hired, if it's a women candidate, the bonus sort of, becomes 2 to 3 times. which what it does is, is that it increases the pool available to hire to such a large extent that, that bonus and all is probably a very small part of it. But because everyone wants that extra bonus, 2 to 3 times joining referral bonus, they start, referring more and more women within their circles. And that has worked very, very nicely for us at least.
So I think the intention remains the same. The incentives are just tagged at different
need
levels.
To be aligned, not just for the women, but also for the people who can make it happen.
So just moving on to the last question of the panel, and quickly, if each one of you can give a few lines on this. So I think impact investing is becoming a big market in India. Going forward for the next decade, what will it take to make it a mainstream industry, and what are the potential challenges? And if you could just shed some light on your priorities areas. I know, Rajat, you're looking at climate tech, which is becoming big. So if you can just talk quickly about that as well.
Yeah, sure. So, like I said, our core focus areas of financial inclusion, health, and agriculture, we've been focusing on for the last 12 or 14 years. I think climate and sustainability, we've looked at opportunities in the past, although it wasn't formally a part of our fund mandate. So that's something we've added, and we're very excited about both the kind of opportunities that are coming up there, as well as the potential that some of these businesses hold. And we look at it from a sustainability kind of a lens. So it's not just climate or GHG emission reduction, which is a focus, but like Shashwat mentioned earlier, waste management, recycling, ventures contributing to the circular economy across various kind of materials. All of that also becomes quite interesting. Within our overall sectors, I think we have a much stronger focus with the new fund on technology being an enabler for delivering impact. So how do you scale an intervention beyond the local area to the extent that technology can plug into it and help take it beyond your core kind of markets? I think within the sectors of financial inclusion, health, agri, that is a very strong theme that we're working towards. And finally, I think something that Karthik had also touched upon, financial services being a horizontal. So because we come with a strong background in financial inclusion and financial services, where can we ease up the kind of obstacles that are faced in, let's say, agri, health, or climate and sustainability, which can be solved through financing interventions. So backing financing plays which have an application in the other sectors becomes the third kind of focus area for the fund. So that's broadly where we are today.
Shashwat, do you want to?
Yeah, from our perspective, again, in terms of the work that we are doing right now through our current fund, it is, basically looking at tech, talent, and impact intersection, right? So tech is, the way we look at technology is basically in many businesses, it will be an enabler. In many businesses, it may be tech first kind of approach, and it's always a combination. In various different models, we have seen that technology solutions have to work hand in hand with the last mile offline presence of some kind. And that is something that market through experimentation has learned, that what can be pure technology led, where you can design an app and cater certain products and services, while what kind of solutions require some kind of last mile kind of a hand holding with an element of technology. In terms of sectors, it will remain the same. Agri is a big sector for us. Almost a third of our portfolio is in agri. Financial inclusion is the other big sector for us. And third bucket is essential services. Apart from this core venture capital investing that we are doing in India, we are also dabbling with some other experiments. So we are launching a climate fund, but that climate fund has a very different profile to it. We are going to look at nature-based kind of climate solutions, where we will work with operators such as agroforestry project managers who will look at creating nature-based kind of climate solutions, and that will be a very long gestation kind of a fund where the returns to our investors will probably be given in form of carbon credits and not necessarily the typical exit cash proceeds. So that's one experiment that we are doing. Our teams are actively working on that theme. There is a significant amount of interest from across the globe in supporting that endeavor. And then apart from equity as an instrument, we are also trying to find some mezzanine kind of structures in supporting businesses which are ESG first. So we've launched a ESG first fund which is working with businesses in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa who are more export oriented in institutionalizing the ESG practices in their respective businesses. That's another interesting experiment that we have already sort of launched. So we always try to identify different themes and try to see what works, how we can add value, how we can create some innovation for the industry. Some things will work, some things will not work so much, but we always try to see is there something new that we can bring to the market.
Sure. Karthik, Abhishek, anything to add before I
think from an advisory perspective, I think we do see a lot of interest in 4 broad areas, one of them being insurance. And I think that has been a very, thematic one. I think firms like Servagram or Gram Cover and a whole lot of other ones, apart from crop insurance as well, they have been sort of doing a lot of those live as well as non-live insurance. And I think I see a lot of funds getting into that. I think the second thing is tech, which Shashwat mentioned quite a bit. The fourth is, I think I see a comeback of lending and credit-based firms. I think last 2 years, no one was asking for investments into lending-based firms. But of late, I think last 3-4 months, suddenly everyone wants to do, credit lending specifically targeted towards tier 2, tier 3, as well as rural areas. So that is something which I do see happening. And the fourth one is SME, MSME thing with account aggregators and Open and those kind of things. I think there is again, there is a renewed interest in firms which can provide credit of lower ticket size compared to the urban ones. So I think those are the 4 broad areas which a lot of funds do come back to us saying that, can you show us something in that? Do you have any investable ideas around that? And probably the fifth one is a full stack kind of companies, companies which are sort of doing all of that. There are some set of investors who want only focused kind of guys doing one of these 4 things. And there are some guys who want, probably who want someone who are doing all these 4 or 5 things and they want to invest in them. But the basic idea is, of course, the target market size remains large, and whoever can sort of, whoever is able to play around that volume, I think that's where a lot of funds are very, very interested in investing in rural areas.
Sure. Karthik, anything to add? Or I'll just quickly take a couple of questions from the audience.
Sure. How much time do we have?
I'll just close it in the next 5 minutes or maximum 10.
Sure. I just wanted to quickly give the closing comment in terms of the themes that you asked, right? I think, look, it's hard to predict how the sector is going to evolve. There's so much happening, but it's clearly going through like a inflection point and a period of growth and activity. A lot of people have become aware of impact investing, so they're all coming into it. So I think one important thing is to be able to get clarity as we go forward on 3 different aspects, right? One is on the impact themes, right? Because different people are looking at impact differently, but broadly, there's 3 ways to look at it. There's inclusion, which is giving access to people to services which they don't have access to, employment and livelihoods and income. So giving low-income people access to that. And third is climate. And under each, there's multiple sectors, and often these themes intersect. So that's the first one, measuring impact appropriately, right? It's going to become more and more important. So that's one. The second key trend is clarity around the funding and the instrument type, because especially since so many investors, foundations are getting in, they're all different types of institutions. So the simplest way of thinking about this is equity versus debt versus grant. But grant is not just some throwaway piece. It's grant includes blended finance and hybrid. So what are the types of instruments which are there and what's appropriate for what? So students can really focus on that and bifurcate impact investing into these 3 segments, right? And then third is like the innovation type, large enterprise, SME, and NGO, and then end user financing. These are all very, very different things, right? So then you can sort of piece this together and then start to figure out which impact theme are you interested in, what type of financing, what type of returns versus impact are you really looking for? And then, of course, it links to the first one, right? Like in climate, it may be more infrastructure finance. If you're choosing to work in rural livelihoods, obviously you're focusing on more blended finance structures. In ag tech, fintech sectors where there's VC activity, you could look at impact investing. So I think people need to do that because right now they're approaching it in a very fuzzy way sometimes, right? They don't have a clear idea of impact. They don't have a clear idea of business models. So as long as you have clarity around impact themes, around the funding instruments, and around different types of enterprises, I think you're going to start to see much more activity in the space. And then you can start to, unpack all this capital that's coming in. Where is it really trying to go? Where should it go? And finally, the regulatory piece will keep getting bigger and bigger. And not just the, in specific sectors, obviously, but at an overall level to help bring definitional clarity and the right incentives, to this space. So I think exciting times are ahead. It's definitely entering like a phase 2.0, with a greater degree of sophistication and subtlety, as was evident in the types of funds that Avishkar is now working on, an ESG fund, a climate fund, maybe soon a blended finance fund, hopefully, so it's good. And similarly with Lok and, and the other funds in this ecosystem. So it's really wonderful to see this growth. And I think the students here who are specifically doing an MBA on the topic of sustainability, thanks to Priyanshu and others, are really preparing themselves well, to enter this thriving industry. So it's been wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank you to all panelists for sharing their views across a wide areas of topic on impact investing. I'll just quickly take a question from the audience, since we are on the topic of innovation impact investing. Retail investors are increasingly becoming a big sector. Do any of you have any thoughts, the role that retail investors can play in unlocking more capital in impact investing?
Sorry, so your question is that retail investors are participating more?
Yes, and how can we encourage them to participate more in the impact investing space?
Okay.
If any one of you are tinkering with that idea, would be happy to hear about it.
Yeah, so right now what we have a regulation around alternative investment funds where
Yes.
high net worth individuals can participate. Most of the fund vehicles now offered by impact investors are through this AIF kind of structure. That is obviously meant for more savvy kind of investors, not necessarily the general retail investors, but more high net worth individuals who are reasonably qualified to underwrite that kind of a risk. So that is already happening. A significant portion of capital raised by impact investors these days are from local investors, individual investors in India. So that is the first step, obviously. After that, obviously, when as the risk profile gets more amenable to a general retail investor, I'm sure SEBI will open more and more avenues to retail investors participating in something like this. And it's obviously moving in that direction, but it will require a little bit of more time, in my view, to open it for general retail investors. But things like social stock exchange, etc., coming up will offer more and more opportunities for people to participate and be a part of the ecosystem and contribute to the ecosystem.
Thank you, Shashwat. So I think just wrapping this panel up, one final question, and I think we have discussed all the stakeholders in the impact investing ecosystem. Another critical one are the young professionals who aspire to be in the impact investing space. It's still a black niche sector, so what are your 2 cents to those young professionals who are willing and aspiring to make a career in impact investing?
Yeah, so I think,
Sorry,
Rajat,
go ahead,
why
Shashwat.
don't you? Please go ahead.
No, I think if I think back to when I graduated from B school, compared to that, you do have many more avenues today. You have many more funds, generally a much larger, I don't like to call it a sector, but many more professionals that have actually made careers with similar businesses. So if you're genuinely interested, it's very it's relatively easier for you to reach out to people, understand what's happening, match them with your skill sets and your interests. And today there are multiple themes like we've been talking about. So I think it's things are only improving with time. And for this batch, I'm not sure when this batch graduates, but both in terms of if you want to proactively reach out to people, build a better sense, as well as if I don't know if IIM Lucknow has a formal system of inviting organizations, impact social enterprises on campus. It's a good time and a good place to be in. And people with the right motivation, genuine will to create something big, I'm sure they can find enough avenues to at least get a head start in the space.
I think just to add on top of it, and I think I know this might be a controversial thing to say here, but I think overall, I think at this stage, I think building competency in investments per se is probably better, and then moving to very niche areas like impact investing probably works out well. I think that also resonates with all the panelists that we have. If we see their career moving, how they have moved. So I think broad first and then move into more niche areas is one suggestion or that I can provide.
Shashwat, sorry.
Yeah, so I think Rajat has covered it. See, it's always good to have assessed the sector properly. It's a natural inclination to feel very passionate and patriotic and jump into something seemingly patriotic. But
yeah,
it's good to, first assess yourself as an individual, what excites you, understand, talk to the industry practitioners as much as you can, understand what goes into a particular area. And this is not something which is applicable only for impact, but in general. Only when after that you believe that you still feel passionate about it and you think that it's a worthy career option for you, you should certainly go for it, and opportunities will always be there. It's a growing sector, all the funds are growing. But yeah, I think it's important to do a more dispassionate kind of an evaluation of opportunities first, and then take a dive, rather than just thinking that I'll make India, and the only way I can make India is I can become impact investor. That's not necessarily true, right? There are so many people who are doing such meaningful things in the country, because of which we are where we are.
Sure. Thank you, Shashwat. So we are 5 minutes over time, so I'll just quickly wrap up the panel discussion. Thank you for all the panelists making time on a Sunday morning discussing impact investing. And I would like to thank the team Sanrakshan and Professor Priyanshu for organizing this panel. And thanks to all the participants who made time and joined us for this panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Everybody.
Professor Priyanshu, do you want to?
No, it's an app. Shashwat, Rajat, Karthik, Abhishek. Great discussions. I was very happy we could cover so many diverse areas of discussion, and we went quite deep as well as broad. So yeah, I'm sure the students have a lot of things to look forward to. Thank you.
Thanks, Priyanshu.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for
Bye.
joining. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. And a very, very special thanks to Anshita as well for moderating the session today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thanks, Anshita.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all once again. And we shall be starting with the next session very soon. And I look forward to meeting and hosting you all at 2:30, where we'll have Ms. Ulka Kelkar, who is Director, Climate Program of World Resources Institute in India. And she'll be deliberating upon decarbonization, the journey of businesses to net zero. Looking forward to meet you all at 2:30. Thank you so much. Hello, ma'am. Very good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible and visible.
Great, thank you.
We shall wait for 3 more minutes and start at 2:30.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, very good afternoon to everybody. Energy optimization, emission intensity, energy intensity, GHG, carbon, CO2, myths, facts, this and that. Well, decarbonization has attention all the time, and as sustainability enthusiasts, we keep reading about it and it goes endless and endless. Well, on the burning topic of decarbonization, the journey of business to net zero, we have with us today Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Director, Climate World Resources Institute of India. I'd like to introduce ma'am to our audience. Well, she is an economist with more than 2 decades of experience in climate policy. She models the economic impacts of low carbon development pathways for India and supports climate action in Indian cities and states. She has worked with the corporate sector on measuring greenhouse gas emissions and developing clean development mechanisms, CDM projects. Her policy contributions include the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, Roadmap for Regional Cooperation on Climate Change, National Strategy Study on CDM in India, Maharashtra State Action Plan on Climate Change, and the first National Communications of India and Bhutan to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. She previously worked as a consultant climate assessment specialist for the Asian Development Bank, ADB, and research fellow with the Institute of Energy and Resources Institute, TERI. She has a master's degree in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and is currently based out of Bangalore. Ma'am, we are so glad to invite you at the IIM Lucknow, and well, the floor belongs to you. Please take it forward, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me. I hope you're able to hear me clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. What I'm going to try to do is share my screen and just let me know when you're able to see my slides. Yeah, are you able to see them in full screen?
Yes, ma'am,
mode?
we can. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Great, thank you. So the way I've structured this presentation is I have about 30 slides. I'll be first speaking a little bit about the global picture, which is why we have this topic at all of, net zero and what it means for business. What is the reason why we should care about this topic? Then I will be presenting some of our modeling results for India. So specifically laying out the scale of the challenge for India and ending with some open questions, some concerns that particularly the business leaders of tomorrow, like yourselves, should keep in mind as you sort of build your careers and as you invest more in the sustainability areas. So we'll try to keep it interactive. I'll request the organizers to let me know in case there are any hands or any clarificatory questions. Otherwise, what we can do is we can take a break after 20 minutes and then another one and then take questions. Yeah. So
Certainly.
let me just go along. So the topic that I've been given is decarbonization journey of business to net zero. And globally, I think many of you might be very aware that currently the world's greenhouse gas emissions are something like 50 billion tons of CO2 per year. So that's the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that we are putting out every year. And even with a lot of the commitments that have been made by countries, a lot of plans, a lot of targets, we are still looking at 50 billion tons of CO2 per year for the next 10 years. And that's because a lot of parts of the world do not have enough energy. A lot of countries like ourselves are growing, so our industry is growing. So for many reasons, there will be actually a growth of emissions over the next 10 years, even with all of these targets and plans and commitments that are being made by various countries. So 50 billion tons of CO2 a year. However, if we want to be aligned with 1.5 degrees Celsius, if we feel that 1.5 degrees Celsius is what is safe for our planet, remember the kinds of extreme events that we are already beginning to see are with 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming. So in case we want, as a planet as a whole, that we stay within 1.5 degrees Celsius, then that means emissions have to be cut almost immediately at a global level. So I'm not saying what happens in a specific country, but for the planet as a whole, they need to become roughly half in 10 years and become net zero by the middle of the century. So I'm saying roughly, I'm saying middle of the century. I'm not saying a specific year, and I'm not saying a very specific number, because there is a range within which we can lie. Roughly by the middle of the century, we need to become net zero. By net zero, we mean that even if there are some amount of emissions that cannot be completely removed, they have to be offset with carbon sinks. So that's really the big picture that you need to keep in mind. And moving on to the politics of it, to the policies of it, this map shows you that 92 countries have already announced a net zero target year in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So India, as you can see, is one of the orange countries, largely developing countries, which have chosen a target year after 2050. So ours is 2070, China's is 2060, and so on. Then you have a lot of the developed countries, like you can see, a lot of North America, Europe, Australia, which have chosen 2050 as the target year. And then you have some of the blue countries like Finland, Iceland, Germany, even Nepal, which have chosen a target year before 2050. So Finland and Iceland and Germany have chosen target years like 2035 and 2040. So roughly, as I said, around the middle of the century, these countries hope to or aim to become net zero, and this covers 80% almost of global greenhouse gas emissions. So this seems to be a worldwide consistent trend, and that's why business needs to be aware that this is the larger policy context in which we will all be operating. What happens with international air travel is that its emissions don't get counted in the emissions of any country. So if a flight is going from India to United States, the emissions of that flight are not counted by India in its national inventory, and they are not reported by the United States in its national greenhouse gas inventory. So international flight emissions require a separate commitment. It is not covered under the UNFCCC. So the International Civil Aviation Organization has also adopted a net zero target year of 2050. And as you can imagine, it's not easy to find a substitute. In fact, that's what makes climate change such a difficult thing, that we are so used to, or we are so dependent on fossil fuels. It is not easy to find a different type of fuel that does not release greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why all the emphasis on renewable energy and increasingly on what is called green hydrogen. I'll talk about that as I come along. Now, many people say it's okay to make these targets. It's all right for industry to make commitments even, but what about the finance? If financiers are still seeing the hardcore fossil fuel targets as the fossil fuel projects as safe and reliable and familiar, and are seeing the non-GHG, the renewable or the other kinds of sustainable projects as risky or unfamiliar, then there is no point. You have to fund the projects that are required. So here we find that there is even a lot of things happening in the finance sector, in the insurance sector, and all of these different industries are becoming very conscious about climate change and about climate policy. The insurance sector in particular is very worried because the amount of money that they're having to pay out because of climate disasters has been steadily increasing. So it is in their interest to try to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. Now, there is something called a science-based targets initiative, and my organization WRI is a partner in that. What happens in this initiative is that companies agree to take on targets which are actually strong enough to be aligned with the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario. So you don't just announce a target, as what is called greenwashing, that is, just for PR, that you say we are going to become carbon neutral or we're going to become sustainable, but you actually plan a trajectory that aims to cut emissions, that takes into account what are your contributions and how important is that industry overall, the sector that you're in, from the perspective of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a science-based methodology that gives you a strict target and gives you a plan, not only for your own emissions, that is, how much energy are you using, how much raw material are you using, but also your supply chains. So also for scope 3 emissions, as they're called. So more than 2,000 companies, and this covers a third of global market capitalization, have these science-based targets. So next time you hear an announcement by a company that we are going to become net zero by such and such year, just go to their website or go to their sustainability report and see what's the methodology. Have they really got a detailed plan? Does it cover scope 3? That is, does it cover their supply chains or not? Now, a lot of things are happening. Sometimes there is a lot of strange news that comes that as if nothing much is happening, as if these policies are all way in the future, 2070, who knows, who cares, But I just want to give you a couple of examples of things that are already beginning to happen and which will have an impact on Indian companies. So, for example, in the US, we know we all like to bash the US because, they often keep pulling out of climate change agreements. George W. Bush had pulled out, Trump had pulled out. So they're a little bit, kind of not a very reliable partner when it comes to UN negotiations. However, interestingly, because they are also concerned about job creation, about their economy in this new kind of low carbon context, they have, in addition to their national target, which they've announced to the UNFCCC, over and above that, they have some policies. So, for example, the federal government, just like India, they also have national government, states make a lot of policies. They have a federal procurement policy so that from now on, any construction that the federal government does, the supplier has to provide low carbon steel, low carbon cement, low carbon glass. They will not buy the usual kind of cement and steel, which has high GHG emissions. So this is a new policy, a procurement policy. So it's not a tax, it's not a subsidy, but it is a procurement policy. Another example I want to give from the US is that there was a lot of fighting between the Democrats and the Republicans. This is called the Inflation Reduction Act. It has many, many things bundled into it. Just one of the small things that is part of this package is that American consumers, if they buy an electric vehicle, will get $7,500 back, up to $7,500 as a tax rebate or a tax credit. However, the interesting thing is that there's a catch. You can't just buy any electric vehicle. You have to buy a car that is manufactured in the US, Canada, or Mexico. And the battery minerals should be sourced from US, Canada, or Mexico. So this is an interesting example of how countries are doing things not just for environmental reasons, so not just because EVs are less polluting, but also because they want to create jobs in their own country. They want manufacturing jobs not to be imported from China or other places. And they want mineral security as well, in addition to energy security. So this is the emerging landscape of the low carbon economy. This is a map that my colleagues have developed that shows that if you break up rural county by county in the United States, even though clean energy jobs are still a very small fraction, but in 80% of counties in America, they are already more than fossil fuel jobs. So in most of rural counties, clean energy jobs are more than fossil fuel jobs. So this is a sign of the new economy and the new sources of job creation. Let's see a couple of things of what's happening in the EU. Some of you may know that last year, the EU announced a 55% reduction target of its emissions in just 10 years. So by 2030, they will become 55% less of their greenhouse gas emissions compared to the past. And this is a pretty strict, and as you know, in EU, all countries have to agree. So this was broken down into sectoral targets. And one of the things that they've said is that effectively from 2035, there will be a ban on internal combustion engine vehicles. So between now and 2035, the share or the sales target for EVs is going to steadily increase. And in another 12, 13 years, there will be no new petrol or diesel cars sold in Europe. So if Indian auto companies want to sell to Italy or Spain or UK, they have to start preparing that in as little as 10 years, 15 years, basically there's going to be no European market for internal combustion engine vehicles. So either you have to go to countries which don't have such a policy, so target Africa or other places, or start preparing for an EV segment within your own business. But the direction of change is very clear. This is another policy that was announced by the EU last year, and there's been a lot of discussion about it. It's called a carbon border adjustment mechanism, or a carbon border adjustment tax. So for about 10, 15 years, the European Union has had an internal trading system for emissions, so an EU emissions trading system. Because of this, any company that works in EU has some targets. If they don't meet those targets, they have to trade in carbon credits. Now, what these companies are saying is that because they have a target, they have an EU emissions trading system, and hence effectively a carbon price, they are at a competitive disadvantage compared to imports from, say, India or Russia. So there should be a tariff for imports from these countries. So something to adjust the carbon price. So just as they have a carbon price in-house in Europe, any imports from other parts of the world should also have a carbon price attached to it. And that is going to be a problem for countries like India, because we don't already have our own carbon price. So our steel makers, our aluminum manufacturers are not yet prepared. And this may come into place as quickly as another 5-6 years. And very much, if you see the gray over here, that's steel, the orange is, I think, aluminum. And we are definitely among the top 10 exporters to the EU. So carbon border adjustment mechanism is another example of something which you will not see in, say, the COP negotiations or the UNFCCC, or even if you hear net zero, you will not see that there is a tax involved. But behind all of these announcements is various kinds of taxes, subsidies, and other kinds of procurement policies and others. So this was, I think, a little bit of a reason about why we should care, why this is important, and the direction in which we are going. Let me also give you some positive examples of the direction in which we are going. And if you see, this is the share of solar and wind in electricity generation globally. So it's been an exponential rise in the last 30 years, that just the amount of renewable energy in electricity generation is rising. However, as you can still see, it's still small, right? This is going up to 7%, 8%. Even with this exponential rise, we are still at a very early stage in this journey. What it needs to become for global net zero is something like 80% of the global electricity sector needs to come from solar and wind generation, right? From renewable generation. Only then will we actually have decarbonization. Otherwise, as long as fossil fuels are the main source of energy, or even the majority source of energy, you're going to get nowhere near decarbonization. Yeah, so this is the sort of very positive news in the short term, but a long way to go in the long term. Another reason for optimism is that the prices of these technologies have been falling drastically, much faster, in fact, than experts can predict. The gray band that you see in all of these diagrams, that is the cost of fossil fuels, the cost of fossil fuel-based electricity, so coal mainly. But look at how the price of solar PV has fallen. In just 20 years, it has fallen dramatically, 85% in fact in 10 years. Offshore wind, which is quite expensive still, has also become competitive with coal, and is very important for some of our states like Tamil Nadu or Gujarat. So you can see over here that the prices of electric vehicles, the cost of solar power has been drastically falling in recent times. And this is a graph which shows that there is an organization called the International Energy Agency, an international organization. Every year they come out with a kind of outlook report. Their experts give a prediction of how they think renewable energy will progress. And every year, this line, each of these lines is one report, right? World Energy Outlook 2002, World Energy Outlook 2004, World Energy Outlook 2016, every year. But the reality, which is shown by this black line, is much, much faster than what any report year after year. So year after year, they make predictions, and year after year, the reality turns out to be much more positive, much more dramatic. So this is a reason for optimism. However, what do we need to do in India even is for us, you can think of it as an opportunity, that this is a kind of way in which to develop our economy in a sustainable way, or you can think of it as a risk. That it's a way for our businesses to stay competitive. Either way, this is something that we need to prepare for. I was just in Ahmedabad just 2 days ago, and this is a picture of a thermal power plant, a coal power plant, which is operating in the heart of, this was taken from the secretariat, the Sachivalaya, and it is still operating in the heart of the city. Even in a state like Gujarat, which is very rich in gas, very rich in solar, and has very progressive policies. So everywhere in India, we are seeing the beginnings of a journey towards sustainability, towards greater renewable energy. But there is a long, long way to go, and a lot of challenges for us as a developing country that we need to be particularly aware of. And I'll speak about some of these. The biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge really lies in our cities, in the way that our villages are, people are migrating to towns, towns are becoming cities, cities are becoming mega cities. This is a photograph from Patna. And we really need to make sure that we develop our cities in a way that we use every opportunity for clean electricity, say through rooftop solar, for public transport, not just electric vehicles. Otherwise, what will happen is those who cannot afford to buy vehicles will not be able to get access to opportunities of education and employment. We need to preserve green spaces. Otherwise, we'll have the same problems of flooding that we've been seeing this year. So there is a need for urban planning that takes climate change into account. And this is the right time to start, because our cities are growing. Their infrastructure is still to be built. And this is where we can bring in all of those climate considerations that we've been talking about. So let me just pause here, because I'll show some charts, some data charts from modeling. Let me just see if there's any questions. So I see there is one question about carbon trading. I'll take this question because actually many of you might know that in this summer, India, the Lok Sabha passed an Electricity Conservation Act amendment. And as part of that electricity amendment, the government of India has introduced a domestic carbon market. So carbon trading is very rapidly going to become a reality in India. We find that it is effective. It is not does not have to be just an adjustment, as the question is saying, but it depends on the right kind of target setting. If the targets are set correctly, then it can reduce the carbon footprint. And it's not just an adjustment, not just that that party A sells to party B. Instead of accounting for the emissions in party A's ledger, you account for it in party B's ledger. No, if you set the targets correctly, overall emissions can be reduced, and actually more cheaply, because the emissions reduction happens in party B, which is maybe for some reason able to reduce more and at a lower cost. However, we have to learn from the experiences of carbon trading systems in other countries. I mentioned the EU emissions trading system. Well, early on when it was introduced, naturally, companies will say, what is this new thing? Why are we being subject to it? So in the early stages, the targets that were announced were what is called grandfathered. That is, effectively, you were allowed to continue to emit. You were allowed to become familiar with trading. You were allowed to build your in-house capacity to report emissions, to monitor emissions, to verify emissions. So in the early stages, there was not much actual reduction, and you're right that it was more of an adjustment. But over time, the target needs to become more stringent. And as other policies come into place, we find that even the prices of carbon credits start increasing. And that is just a reflection that credits are becoming more scarce. People are needing to buy credits because they're finding that there is an actual tightening of the system that's happening. So in India's carbon trading system also, the targets have to be designed very carefully, and the monitoring and verification system has to be very robust. There's one more question, how states have different capacities of solar wind energy can be brought to a level playing field. No, you're absolutely right. In fact, one of the challenges that India has is that our coal-rich states like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh have relatively less potential for solar or wind. Bihar, for example, where our organization is working, is such an agricultural, densely populated, flood-prone state that even if they want, they can't have a large amount of solar power. So at some level, there will have to be purchase of electricity. Even now, there is purchase of electricity between states, right? We have regional grids, and states that have surplus of electricity sell it to other states. So definitely there will have to be purchase. One promising development that has happened in the same Electricity Act that I mentioned is that the renewable purchase obligations of states have been almost doubled. So earlier when they were around 12%, now they've become 25%. And earlier, none of the states were really meeting these targets, and there was very little compliance. But now the plan is to have penalties. And by 2030, the renewable purchase obligation is going to become 43%. So you can imagine almost half of the electricity that a state has or buys or generates will have to be renewable in just 8 years. So certainly there will have to be a lot of developments, but as you can imagine, the grid has to be strong. You should be able to transport renewable electricity over long distances. Battery storage will become very important because solar and wind are generated only at certain times of day or in certain seasons. So storage is going to be a big issue. So many things will have to happen. If we start preparing now, then another 8-10 years, we will be equipped to deal with the scale at which these transformations have to happen. So let me just go back to my slides, and then we can come back for more questions. So for India, this net zero 2070 target that was announced by the Prime Minister means there's going to have to be a shift to a low carbon pathway. So if we take into account things that are happening right now, the falling costs of technologies, many sort of industry taking on voluntary actions, even with all of that, India's emissions are going to go on increasing. The black line is a reference scenario. It's not a do-nothing scenario. There are many good things in it, RE, EVs. Still, the emissions will go on increasing because India is a growing economy. We are a developing country. We need more energy. We need more industries. We need more transportation. We need more housing. So emissions will grow. So if you actually want to have a net zero target, even if it is 2070, a lot of things need to happen between now and then to actually shift to a completely different kind of pathway. And in almost every sector, there will be actions that are required. So let's try to take a look at Why are India's emissions projected to go on increasing? Where are those business as usual emissions coming from? This is the projected growth. The yellow is electricity. And as you can see, I mean, just you can see roughly, it's not increasing that much, right? It's staying about the same throughout. And that's because we have all this new renewable energy coming into the system, even in the reference scenario, even in the business as usual scenario. So electricity is one of the easy sectors. We can bring in more solar, more wind because the costs are falling. Transport, which is this red sector, right now very small. Actually, the emissions are really small, but they're going to become much bigger unless we do something. Agriculture is roughly the same, but look at industry. And that's where it's very important that you're having this topic in this business sustainability conclave, because the bulk, the very large share of India's greenhouse gas emissions and a very growing share is projected to come from the industry sector. Not just use of energy, but also process emissions. When you manufacture steel, when you convert clinker into cement, when you make fertilizer, all of this releases process emissions. And unless you find a different process to manufacture these things, you cannot cut those emissions. You can't cut them by switching to renewable energy. So that's really the challenge for which you have to apply your brightest minds and talents and have your innovation and startups and all of that. How do you actually make low carbon cement, low carbon steel, use green hydrogen for various processes? Because many industrial processes require high temperatures, they require high heating, which can't come through electrification. So RE is not going to solve that problem. You'll need a different approach. So that's the big challenge. Now let's look at the industry sector. Where are the emissions likely to come from? Blue is iron and steel. Green is cement. Yellow is chemicals, which I think includes fertilizers. And black is other industries. So these are the big handful of industries which are the heart of industry's decarbonization challenge. I'll point out one more example of the challenge, and the reason I'm pointing this out is, remember I spoke earlier about scope 3 emissions. Now let's just see here, often what happens is when we think of transport emissions, we look at all the cars on the road. We think of people flying by air. But actually the biggest share of India's transport emissions that are growing is this black share, which is trucks, freight trucks. It's not passenger transport. It's not air travel. It is freight trucks. Again, to be expected in a growing economy, in a developing country. It's a sign, in fact, of a strong economy. So there's nothing bad about this, but we need to find a substitute for the fossil fuel use. One substitute is to shift from road to rail, go back to that share of railways that we had for freight traffic that has steadily declined. And another is to try to look at electric mobility. So now fast battery charging is coming even for trucks and long distance trucks. Some amount of experimentation is also happening with hydrogen because batteries also there's a problem. So this is again another of the challenges that the industry sector the business sector needs to think about, because it is very closely tied to your supply chains. If you're getting raw materials, if you're selling your products, all of it is using freight trucks. And so it is also the responsibility of the industry sector to try to decarbonize freight traffic and find substitutes. So these are the sectors which are called harder to abate sectors. It's recognized that these are problematic, not easy. But maybe in 10 years, 15 years, we will have found solutions to these. So let me just, these are just the last two charts. I'll stop showing these kinds of data slides. But basically, this is the business as usual scenario of electricity generation. So remember, even in the BAU, this yellow, which is solar power, is increasing significantly for India. So this is going from 2020 to 2030. By 2030, we will meet these Panchamrit targets that the Prime Minister announced and that India has now put in its NDC to the UNFCCC, that half of our electricity capacity will become renewables by 2030. So yellow is sun, light blue is wind, So you can see we are very much on the right track. We're very blessed to have a lot of renewable energy potential. But our emissions go on increasing in the business as usual scenario, which is why? Because this amount of coal still stays. It's not a very huge amount. It's right now quite a lot. It's right now about 70% of our electricity. It's about 200 megawatts. But if you don't have explicit policies for coal retirement, then the coal power stays at 200. Maybe some thermal power plants are phased out, maybe as in they are shut down because they have become old, they're no longer competitive. But some new ones are set up. So till 2050, you have this much coal. Even if solar and wind increase by so much, the coal in the economy will go on increasing our emissions. So right now, we don't have an alternative. Right now, we are very dependent on coal. Maybe by 2030, 2040, we can try to find some alternative. We can try to find a way to increase even more the use of solar and wind. So here you can see how much more in this scenario, which is India's net zero 2070 scenario, how much more there is solar. And that lets us sort of slowly taper down the coal. And that's how the emissions actually go from that black line to the green line. Now, as I said before, this will need many things to happen. You'll need to be able to store that electricity. You need to be able to have a strong grid that can transfer the electricity. You need to have the minerals and the raw materials to make those solar panels. And you need to be able to deal with the waste that is generated when you have this much of solar in the system. You also need land on which to put up this much solar. So it's not an easy challenge. There's one study that says, this is by IEEFA, which says that India will need about 2% of land to be under solar panels. Yeah, that's not easy in a country like ours. But if you look at the cost of these options, right? If you take all of the things that are needed to happen, I've shown you only some examples. But you have things in the electricity sector, which you're seeing as the yellow ones, things in the building sector, which you see as blue, other things that are happening in transport, which are the red ones. There are many cross-cutting. Let's take all of the options that actually are needed, and let's arrange them in increasing order of cost. We find that a number of actually options are negative cost. They pay for themselves. So things like the mode shifting that I talked about, road to rail shift, is negative cost. Why? Because you save fuel, you save petrol and diesel costs. And that becomes a kind of way of paying back the initial investment. Same with things like vehicle fuel economy standards. Any kind of efficiency options in buildings, in industry, or in transport will pay back because you're saving the cost of the fuel. You're reducing the cost of the energy. There are, of course, more expensive options, but many things can be done which pay back for themselves, which are negative cost. Yeah. At the same time, what we find is that any actions that we take to reduce greenhouse gas emissions will also reduce local pollutants and will help save millions of premature deaths due to air pollution. As we switch from thermal power plants to renewable power, a lot of water will be saved because these thermal power plants, whether they are coal-based or whether they are nuclear, they need a lot of water for cooling. So water will be saved, and that is precious for a country like India. On the job side, I wanted to give you a kind of a contrast, right? So, for example, we find through our modeling that about 4 million jobs may be lost in coal mining, as we have that net zero scenario that I showed you, where we try to phase down the coal. Now, obviously, this is a huge concern, especially for states like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and so on, right? But we find that in this net zero 2070 scenario, as we have much more of renewable energy, much more of electric vehicle manufacturing, much more of green hydrogen production, many more jobs, almost 10 times as many jobs are created in the utility sector, the green utility sector, and in manufacturing and construction. So I won't sort of tell you these, I won't go into the detail with these numbers, but it's almost 40 million new jobs that can be created over this 30-year period as we set up more industries in clean power, in electric mobility, in green hydrogen. But it needs a lot of things. It needs people to be skilled. It needs loans for MSMEs. It needs safe working conditions for women, many other things to happen. And this I would see as the responsibility of the business sector. That when we do things, we talk about, I'm sure you would have been talking since yesterday about ESG. All of these charts that I'm showing you are only showing you the E part, that is how to reduce emissions. But you need to focus on the S part. Good working conditions for your workers, safety nets for those who lose their jobs, even taking care of the communities who are located in the sites where these kinds of changes happen. So a focus on training for workers, particularly for women, is something that I would emphasize from my side, so that the benefits of this low carbon transition are actually fairly distributed. I'll just stop here with a mention of land. This is again some work that my colleagues have done. You can see the website over there. And they've basically tried to map out all the solar parks around the world, and we find that as of now, about 70 to 80% of the solar parks, the utility scale solar plants, so one megawatt or more, are coming up in cropland. So they are displacing farming. It's easy to understand because in India, farming is also very difficult. There is a drought, floods, a lot of issues. For the farmer, it might be, in fact, okay to lease the land, as is happening a lot, and get some income out of it. But there are also landless laborers who need that land, but they don't get any benefit. There are also pastoralists who do grazing of their animals. They also don't get any benefit. So right now it's all right because we have total only about 150 gigawatts of solar power in India. But remember that big chart that I showed you with the yellow increasing? Imagine what happens. Sorry, please excuse me. It was Professor Kaushik Bandyopadhyay calling. Is there some reason? Would you know?
I'll coordinate with her.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So let me just move on to this and try to wrap up soon. So we find that a lot of benefits can be generated through decentralized renewable energy. For example, this work that some of our colleagues have done in Jharkhand found that during the pandemic, this small rural hospital was able to run ventilators because they had solar power. Otherwise, they were having to spend 5 lakh rupees a month on diesel. This is a photograph from Assam, where a lot of boat clinics are running on solar power for islands in the Brahmaputra. This is just an example, just an illustrative example of how electric vehicle factories are coming up in South India, which can hire women particularly. But the MSME sector, this is a photograph again from South India of a silk reeling cottage industry. They're using warm water by burning firewood. There is a lot of potential in the MSME, micro, small and medium enterprise sector to switch to low carbon options. We have micro enterprises, which are something like 60 million of them, employing about 110 million people. But they really don't have the capacity to get the finance that is needed for the investments. Even if, as I showed you, the industrial energy efficiency option pays for itself, even then, even if a scheme exists with, say, SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, even then, they find it very difficult because of their shortage of manpower, capacity, all of that information. So a lot of potential exists in the MSME sector to make a difference, but a lot of challenges are there. And again, the responsibility and the opportunity is that of the larger companies to make their MSME supply chains, their scope 3 emissions, a part of any targets that they adopt, a part of any sustainability initiatives that they adopt, and make sure that these workers and their working conditions are also improved. This I've already spoken about. And just a last kind of thought on the need for land. Many states you will find, I think Gujarat is doing very well, but many Indian states you'll find that the potential for rooftop solar PV in cities is not being fully exploited, is not being fully met. There are targets, but because of various informational barriers, various regulatory kind of changes, often it happens that rooftop solar has a lot more potential. In fact, things like business estates and entire SEZ can take on rooftop solar, hospital buildings, educational buildings, all of these can come together and adopt rooftop solar. So this is going to be a huge, huge important opportunity to make sure that we don't go first to agricultural land, but let's look at every rooftop that we have in every city. This is a map that shows that all of this low carbon transition is going to need minerals. These are some of the common minerals, but also you'll need things like lithium and many, many kinds. And we find that there are pockets in our country which have these minerals, but they're not fairly equally distributed. There was in fact some recent news that came out about how a lot of the minerals, lithium particularly, that's available in Africa, there are some trade agreements that are being put in place as a substitute for repayment of loans, repayment of debt. So this is really going to be something that any business person planning for a low carbon future will have to plan for mineral security and for these supply chains. So it's going to be a multifaceted challenge and journey. Let me just stop there. I've already spoken more than I meant to, but thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll take the questions from the chat and I'll help you out with that. So we have a question from Abhijit, who want to ask that looking at Indian power sector, the DISCOM owes more than 1 lakh crore to the generating companies already. And if we push generating companies to shift to renewable power, it will again add financial burden on them. And do you think it's fair, and how government intervention can help in tackling this particular problem?
Yeah, I don't have an answer to this question. Every workshop that I speak in, that I participate in, we always have the climate change people like me who are talking about net zero and 2070, and we always have the power sector people saying, but what about DISCOM financial health? And I think this problem has to be cracked. For those of you who may not know a lot of these details, the simple problem is that in India, electricity is cross-subsidized. So the industry sector really is paying for electricity. Agriculture and others are not paying proportionately. And industry is also taking the lead to install renewable electricity. The states, as I mentioned, the renewable purchase obligations, the pressure is on to purchase more renewables. So what happens now is that if, as you said, if we push generating companies to purchase more renewable electricity, they will basically lose their paying customers. And they're already in a lot of debt. So I really don't have a solution to this. Perhaps the participant may like to share the person who's asked this question might like to share one or two ideas of what they might have heard about or read about. There have been some schemes to alleviate this financial burden, but I don't think a permanent solution has really been found. Sorry, I don't have an answer to your question.
Okay, if Abhijit has something, please raise your hand, and in the meanwhile, I'm moving to the next question. This question is by me only. Can solar really take care of the majority of the non-fuel based electric power demand, or do we need hydrogen or some other kind of an innovation for it?
Right. Yeah, no, I didn't speak too much about hydrogen, but there is a lot happening in the country already to create these hubs of green hydrogen production. So the idea is that you produce hydrogen, produce it through electrolysis using renewable electricity. So in any case, the starting point is renewables. Then you produce green hydrogen, try to use it in your processes. If possible, because one of the issues with green hydrogen is transporting it is not easy. So people are also talking about things like green ammonia, which can be used in other processes as well. So definitely we will need green hydrogen for many of these applications, which cannot be solved through energy. But also two more things I'd like to mention. One is what is called circular economy. Right. So finally, you will need to, just like we talk about energy efficiency, that is per unit of GDP produced, per unit of products.
GDP intensity.
yes, you need to have energy. You need to use your energy more efficiently. Similarly, you need to use other materials more efficiently. So if your emissions are coming through the manufacturing process of cement or steel, one option is to try to do more of recycling. That is reuse or recycling. So instead of virgin materials, you try to bring in circular economy methods so that cement, concrete waste, scrap metal goes back into the manufacturing process. And so circular economy is going to be a very, very important part of what industries need to do. If you go on manufacturing more and more, then it will be very difficult to cut emissions. So try to find ways of having energy efficiency, material efficiency, renewable electricity, green hydrogen. But finally, even if you do all this, emissions will not become zero. So you may finally need carbon capture. And that is also something I didn't speak about, which is that the emissions from an industrial unit or a power plant will have to be captured and either reutilized, as is being done in India in one plant on soda ash, or somewhere else reutilized, or maybe even stored. It is right now a very experimental technology which has not really taken off, but that may be something that will have to be done. But please remember, material efficiency or circular economy, and eventually carbon capture will have to be looked at.
Don't we have a future for nuclear energy? We have had.
Yeah, so that depends on who you speak with. If you ask me personally, I'm not a big fan of nuclear. We are finding, of course, that the costs of solar and wind are falling very rapidly because of innovation, because of economies of scale. We have not seen the same kind of innovation in the nuclear sector. And so that's why nuclear remains expensive. Just as we have raw material problems, in the renewable sector with these minerals, similarly with nuclear also, there are challenges of sourcing the raw material. So it's not that nuclear is an easy solution. Right now, our electricity sector has something like 70% of coal and only 2% of nuclear. So if we feed in all this information into our models, nuclear energy goes up from 2% to something like 8% or maximum 10%. It doesn't, because solar costs are falling so rapidly, they become the preferred electricity option. So, but then there are always, there will always be people who feel that it is a viable alternative and will point to the examples of Europe and Japan. I think it is something that needs to be discussed with industry experts.
Okay. So, ma'am, we have a question. There is a little regulation to catch corporates' greenwashing claims. And since there is hardly any social audits, how do we know their genuineness?
I didn't quite understand you're saying. Sorry, which one is this? Little regulation to catch corporates' greenwashing claims, hardly any social audits. How to know? They're very good question. And I always feel that that it is very important for young people in India, especially, to remain optimistic and idealistic. If you just have greenwashing, everybody will become cynical and say that none of this is, genuine. So I think it's very important to have public disclosure of data. So there is one organization, for example, called CDP, which has a standard format for disclosing information about emissions or about investments. It's very important to have a standard format so you can compare, not only across companies in India, but also across companies in the world. So carbon disclosure, and this is particularly a challenge because currently the government of India does not require disclosure. So it is still voluntary, but it is important to have these best practices, these best of class kind of reporting formats. Second, as I told you, the science-based targets. That is, after you have reported, the targets that you set, that target itself should be stringent and should follow science-based methodologies. Otherwise, you may set an easy target and achieve it also. And then third, and most important when it comes to things like carbon trading, is the monitoring and verification. That there has to be an independent third party who goes and actually verifies that the emissions reduction that you claim have actually happened. So right now we're in the stage where all of this is voluntary. There are some industry players that have created best practice kind of approaches, but they're not uniformly adopted. So finally, it will require some kind of rule by the government, just as we have rules for, say, corporate social responsibility. Same way, we might have to have a rule that every industry will have to report using a standard format, or certainly when we have carbon trading, MRV will come into the picture. So you're absolutely right, Anirudh, that without regulation, it is difficult to know, it's difficult to interpret, it's difficult to compare. So either some industry leaders will have to get together and self-adopt the best practices, or there will have to be some regulation that forces everybody to do so.
Okay. I'll take up the next question. While India has announced ambitious renewable energy targets, there seems to be a confusing market signal. Out of allocated coal mining's capacity already stand at approx 2300 to 2400 MTPA, and we are aggressively auctioning hundreds of new coal mines, even as our peak requirements by every estimate is likely to be 1300 to 1400 MT. Will this excess coal capacity not act as a barrier or brakes on energy transition?
So the question is a very genuine question, very good question. I think the way I would answer it is that, remember all the charts that I showed you, they were not for 5 years or 10 years or 15 years. Right? Even the Central Electricity Authority does planning for 15 years at a time. These charts were for 20, 30, 50 years, right? Almost, yeah. India's net zero target is 2070. So yes, you are right that there may be short-term bottlenecks that we cannot easily shut down our coal plants, right? We cannot easily switch away from coal in the short term. What we need to do is take a longer-term approach. The phase down of coal can happen only as fast as the scale-up of renewables can happen. And not just the scale-up of renewable electricity generation, but also storage. Otherwise, it's not easy to reduce the use of coal. And this is a challenge that many countries around the world are facing this year, particularly because of the Ukraine-Russia war. A lot of countries in Europe are also actually very concerned that this winter, they may not have enough energy to, for warming, for heating their buildings. So some are reopening coal power plants, some are trying to go back to nuclear if it's possible, some are trying to get gas from other places. So you're absolutely right, Dr. Priyanshu, in the way you have laid out the question. My only answer is that let's take a longer term approach. As long as the long-term direction of travel is clear, then the shorter term plans, I think, can be aligned to it. Year to year, particularly in the very short term, when we don't have too many alternatives, it may not be easy. I am certainly nobody to tell, what mines to open or close. But I think the long-term direction of travel has to be very clear. What we should avoid is getting stuck unnecessarily with what are called stranded assets. That is, you create a very large coal power plant, and then 10 years or even 5 years down the line, you find it has become non-competitive because renewables has become so much cheaper. So it has become a stranded asset, not just the asset itself, but the jobs that are dependent on that asset. So if we keep a long-term view, then we can avoid making such decisions.
Just a follow-up question on that. So power giants, state-run power giants like NTPC, who have majority of their power, majority of revenues driven from sale of coal-based power. So what do you think, what is the roadmap that they will take in order to transition themselves, in order to keep themselves afloat, in order to keep themselves profitable for the sake of shareholders, and still, be working towards net zero and becoming...
Yeah, no, it's very interesting that you mentioned NTPC. I think NTPC is already adopting a kind of strategy for net zero. So they are also diversifying, because a lot of the land that they own can also be used to set up a solar power plant. Even say Indian Railways, which depends a lot on coal, they also have a net zero target of as early as 2030 or 2035. 2030. Yeah, 2030. So many, Coal India, for example, also has a just transition plan, which is, by just transition we mean, how do you also transition out the coal workers in a way that they don't suffer. So more and more these very major utilities, PSUs, are also thinking about how to go about this. certainly it's not easy, but if they can diversify, if they can find ways to use the land that they have, to restore the land in a way that jobs are new green jobs are created. I think it is definitely something that is important to work towards. Private sector industries are in fact much more nimble than these PSU giants, because I think the private businesses can diversify much more rapidly. They can enter into technology partnerships with their counterparts abroad for new kinds of low GHG technologies. And they can also access commercial forms of finance in order to make these kinds of investments. So, I agree completely that the challenge is much bigger for these PSUs that are very focused on certain fossil fuels.
Apart from conventional sources of land for setting up solar plants, what could be unconventional ways to find out? Like, I know one thing could be a wasteland where we can set up a solar plant. Do you have some other
alternative? No, I would also alert you to the use of the word wasteland. This is a word that is a term that is used in government classification, but a lot of ecologists and biodiversity experts are at pains to point out that even what are called wastelands are actually not waste from an ecological perspective. They have a rich biodiversity. So we need to be a little bit careful about how we do this. Whatever land you use, it should be done in consultation with the local community who use that land. Even wasteland is for grazing or something. So, whatever land should be done. Of our constitution give a lot of powers to panchayats. They should be consulted. But more than that, I would say rooftop solar for in urban areas, that does not require land. Offshore wind is something that is an expensive technology, and people are trying to look at blended finance models that look at the viability gap financing. But that solves the land issue. Often what happens is that, say, wind power plants that are located in prime land spots, which have a lot of good wind speeds, the technology has improved in the last 10, 15 years. And so wind power plants that were set up, turbines that were set up 10 years back are already very inefficient compared to turbines that are being manufactured now. So on the same land, you can replace the turbines and get much more wind power. This has some challenges in terms of regulations, but with the right incentives, this can happen. And also people are looking at things like pumped hydro, that is for storing electricity, renewable electricity. And then when you want electricity, you convert that potential energy back into kinetic energy, convert it again into electricity and use it. So if you're able to store the electricity through options like pumped hydro and batteries, of course, then less land will be required to generate more electricity. So many of these options are being considered.
Well, in the interest of time, I would just like to take the last question. And the question is from Subhashish. An industry with a carbon capture project is more water intensive than an industry not installed with a carbon capture, as per IPCC report. And this leads to water scarcity by increasing water withdrawals between 25% and 200%. So is carbon capture really a solution to water usage?
So I'll use your question to say there is no solution. There is no single silver bullet. No one technology will solve the problem. You'll need everything. And I'm not saying carbon capture as the first solution. I'm saying it as the last solution. Because even after you have done 50 things, you may still find that emissions have not become net zero and climate change is still happening. So I would say that for climate change, please keep that in mind. There is no single silver bullet. We will need every possible solution, but no one solution. There will always be pros and cons. So who do you consult? We look for win-win options, right? All the examples that I gave you were positive examples, good for jobs, good for air pollution, good for water. But there will be trade-offs. Everything will not be a win-win. How do you then choose? The only way to choose is by consulting the stakeholders who are directly affected. If you can do that, then you'll make the right choice.
Well, I would say that we'll need to wrap it up because we are already overshot by the time. Giving a vote of thanks. Thank you so much, ma'am, for putting all these thoughts in a very, very simple manner, which is very transparent. All this time we have seen decarbonization, but we've come it in a very complicated terms, and in a very different fields and different things. But it's a very, very simply put by you, and targets taken by the countries, the efforts made by US, Europe, the CBAM concept, special emphasis that we've made towards how India can reach its 2070 target. Well, this has been the theme of the event, and we are deliberating on this since past 2 days, and all of that has given us so much food for thought. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in, for accepting our invitation, and we definitely look forward to a sustained collaboration between WRI and IIM Lucknow.
Thank you, and
so
all
much.
the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, I would request everybody to stay back or take a short break. Just in 30 minutes time, we'll be starting off with the next session, which is mainstreaming sustainability in management educations in India, which will be moderated by our own Professor Ashish Agarwal. And we'll have stalwarts from the industry, from the academic industry. We'll have Professor Chandrika Parmar from SPJMR, Ma'am Shalini Taneja from FSM, Radha Sharma ma'am from NDIM, Divya Singhal ma'am from GIM, Sanjeev Kakoti sir from IIM Shillong. So 30 minutes, we'll be starting at 4 o'clock sharp. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Professor Chandrika. How are you?
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Ashish. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So I can. Hi, Prantik.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah, Professor Radha Sharma is also joined. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Professor Ashish.
How
Great
are
show.
you? Yeah, good evening,
Good.
ma'am. Good evening, Professor Singhal.
Yeah, good evening. Namaste.
Good evening, Professor Kakoti. I can see you.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. I'm all right. It's wonderful to see you. Good evening, Professor Shalini.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So wonderful to have you. Professor Vinita, good evening. Okay.
We will probably start within a minute or so at exactly 4 o'clock. So.
Sure. I'm just checking with, can you, Professor Vinita?
Yes, I think I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wonderful,
I've been
wonderful.
saying a round of highs and I got no response.
Okay. So, very
Hello,
sorry
everybody.
for that. We've been, we've been doing other stuff. So it seems when you were sort of sending your highs to us.
Yes, I was muted.
Yeah, okay, all right. Wonderful to see you. Prantik,
yes, sir.
So can we get started?
A minute will.
Okay, all right. So let's wait a minute. So just so let's we can have an informal conversation until then. So we have this. I think Prime has been a very good platform to bring us together. And thanks to Professor Chandrika and Professor Vinita putting in so much effort and bringing us in together. So at least we have started these conversations on formal platforms. And this is the extension of that, actually, to be very honest. And this is when BIMTech and Professor Vinita invited us. So that's the idea when it occurred. So we organized this Sanrakshan. So why don't we have a panel on, which is largely on the corporate and student interaction. But this is just good to have a prime session also in there. So, and talk about these issues, which I feel we keep having on sidelines. And now more and more I'm part of the meetings and part of the platforms. We have started talking it formally. But my personal understanding is that we also still much more need to be done to sort of gain momentum onto this, to make any effective change onto it, especially in India. I know. I'll put shut up during the panel discussion. Probably that's why I'm giving my ideas a vent. I intend to hear all of you onto all these issues, the kind of challenges in our own domains we feel, and the kind of the ecosystem we are building in India. What kind of your sort of experiences on that. So that is there. Prantik, are we good to go?
Yeah, so apology for being a bit too late.
You're on mute, Prantik. You're on mute.
Sorry. apologies for being a bit too late. Probably we can start the session now. So I really welcome you all to join us on this Sunday evening and to this business sustainability conclave, Sanrakshan. The conclave is a joint initiative between the students of IIM Lucknow and the Center of Business Sustainability. The MBA Sustainable Management Program is the only MBA program offered by any of the IIMs to nurture the future leaders and change makers by embracing the philosophy of sustainability into core management. So I am really lucky to be a member of that program. Moving on, this is a pertinent issue of current time, the mainstreaming of sustainability in the management curriculum at Indian B schools. So today we are joined by our esteemed guests to have a discussion on that. I will take this opportunity now to introduce our panelists one by one. So firstly, Professor Chandrika Parmar is a doctorate in management studies from Said Business School, University of Oxford, with a specialization in disaster studies. Starting her career as a political scientist, she was awarded both JRF and SRF by University Grant Commission. She was Associate Director, Program, Center for Study of Developing Societies, Delhi, and subsequently became a faculty member at Mudra Institute of Communications, Ahmedabad, where she was the head. Professor Parmar also served as a senior researcher in the European Research Council of Coimbra, Portugal. Member of International Advisory Institutionalism, Nigeria, International Advisory Committee, Global Conference on Genocide, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Her research interests include public policy theory, sociology of knowledge, science, technology, and society, etc. Professor Parban is currently serving as the Associate Professor at SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Pran.
Moving on to Professor Shaleen Taneja. She has a more than 17 years of experience in teaching, research, and industry. She is a research scholar from MGI and a recipient of Senior Research Fellowship for an AICTE-sponsored national research project on CSR reporting practices. She has served as an honorary advisor in the CSR wing of BRICS, Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She also conducted joint programs on Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030 on behalf of UN Information Center for India and Bhutan. Her research interests include corporate social responsibility, business environment, corporate social performance, stakeholder management, and business ethics. She is a guest faculty at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, and currently serving as the area chair of economics and business policy and professor in charge of Center for Sustainable Development at Ford School of Management. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pankit.
We have next Professor Radha Sharma. She has 4 decades of experience of teaching, training, research, and consulting in India and abroad. She is a master's and PhD in psychology and is a Raman Munjal Chair Professor and Chair for Center of Positive Scholarship for Organizational Sustainability at Management Development Institute, Gurgaon. She also served as the ICCR Chair Professor of Social Responsibility and Governance at HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Business, Germany. She was also a chair for International Theme Committee at Coveted Academy of Management, USA for 5 years. Professor Sharma serving as the Dean Linkage at New Delhi Institute of Management. Her research interests include emotional intelligence, stress management, personality and attitude, leadership, change management, self-awareness for personal, Moving on, we have Professor
Thank
Divya
you.
Singhal.
Thank you, Dr. Prantik. Currently, I'm with New Delhi Institute of Management. I was with MD.
So we have Professor Divya Singhal in the panel. She is a PhD in economics and an alum of IIM Ahmedabad and China Europe International Business School. As a journalist, she switched to academia and gained an experience of 2 decades in teaching and research. She has been working with Goa Institute of Management, a premier business school of Western India. She also served as proctor for American Society for Quality. Professor Singhal conducted training sessions for several institutes such as Goa Institute of Public Administration and Rural Development, National Productivity Council, Kansas University, Warsaw University, etc. She is currently serving as the chairperson of Center for Social Sensitivity and Action at Goa Institute of Management. Her interests include issues ranging from education, development, gender, quality management, social responsibility, etc. She authored 2 books on Hindi poems as well. Hello, ma'am. I welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have in the panel Professor Vinita Dattarai. She is an associate professor at the BIMTech, that is the she is an expert on the CSR and sustainability in the convener of the sustainability. And her experience goes up to 20 years, and she is a graduate doctorate from Aligarh Muslim University. Her research interest includes demonstrating responsible business and CSR and sustainability, and so on. I welcome you, ma'am, for the panel. Finally, we have Professor Sanjeev Kakoti. He did a PhD in the history of technology from Northeastern Hill University. An alum of 3TP program on management from Ahmedabad, Professor Kakoti is an author, a teacher, a columnist, and a filmmaker. Have featured in most of the major newspapers, such as Hindustan Times, The Statesman, EPW, the Assam Tribune, the Shillong Times, etc. He also worked as an announcer and scriptwriter in All India Radio. Directed and produced short films and documentaries for Doordarshan and other agencies. He is a recipient of Wipro Earthian Sustainability Award and N. Khushu Award for Sustainability Curriculum. His book titled Science, Technology, and Social Formation in Medieval Assam presents a rich account of a lesser known region in India and opens up a new historical examination. Professor Kakoti is currently serving as an associate professor of sustainability and liberal studies at IIM Shillong. Welcome, sir. Finally, I would like to welcome the moderator for this session, Professor Ashish Agarwal. He is a postgraduate from Cambridge University and a PhD from Manchester University. Professor Agarwal is a practitioner, a researcher, and an academician in the area of sustainable management, public policy for more than 15 years. He also consulted with several state governments, civil societies, and private Agarwal's organizations such as International Environment, the Sheffield Institute of Development, postgraduate program management. I welcome you. I'll pass the mic to Professor Agarwal.
Thank you so very much, Prantik, for a wonderful round of introductions. And not to mention that we have very, very distinguished panel of experts. And I would not stand between the panel now and the discussions. And I just want to say a couple of words. We already have circulated 3 key questions, which we would, because whatever time we have, I think it'll be good if we can, I thought we can have a focused conversation or some starting points to start our conversation. So 3 questions, which are more like reference points, is first kind of an icebreaker is what are different institutions doing in field of sustainability in education. And then the second one is, of course, what are the challenges, overarching challenges, which as practitioners, as academics, we see in the, and how, and especially people, most of the people have been active. We are lucky to have panel which is have been active more roughly around 2 decades of work experience, how they have seen the evolution, especially from the management education perspective, how sort of welcoming sustainability, how sustainability is welcomed in the management education, what kind of changes they have experienced firsthand, and then finally, what is the way forward. I know there are many issues which need to be covered, but there have been many positive developments also in between. So that is the agenda, and this again saying this formally. So it's good to start this conversation as part of under the IML platform of Sanrakshan and Prime's platform, Prime India, Prime North. So it's good that the Prime has given this platform to start this conversation, which would be, I think, which would be effective if we can we can affect some changes in the management education, where policy has been quite supportive of late onto these issues. So that is where I stop talking. Can now I think so the order, I'm just randomly written. Professor Radha Sharma, Professor Divya Singhal, Professor Chandrika, Professor Sanjeev, Professor Vinita, and Professor Shalini. So question by question. So the first question which and that also reminds me, we have a very, very gender positive panel. So, so it's only me and Professor Kakoti.
Yes, I was noticing that.
So which is a very good thing, which is, I think, which is a very good thing. So we have a very fair and strong representation. And so can I request Professor Radha Sharma, who's of course has seen it all, and so can I request her to give her opening remarks on the activities, and I would request all the panelists, so because we would like to stop at 5:30 so that we open it for Q&A at 5:30, so that students can interact with you. So can I request you, ma'am, to start? Ma'am, you are on mute.
So thank you very much, Professor Sheesh, for the invite. At the outset, I would like to compliment the Sanrakshan team for planning and organizing this business sustainability conclave with so many people and for 2 days, which is really commendable. Now, coming to the question and my response to that, what our institutes are doing, I have worked with a number of institutes over the years in India and abroad. And currently I represent New Delhi Institute of Management. And this institute is an integral part of non-profit and charitable education society called Society for Employment and Career Counseling. Therefore, social consciousness and social responsibility are in the DNA of the institute. So NDIM adopts a 3-pronged approach to integrate sustainability in its curriculum and andragogy. Like a triangle, it incorporates National Education Policy 2020 of Government of India on one side, PRME principles on the other, and stakeholders on the third side. It's fascinating. In fact, I introduced this at this institute when I joined about 2 years ago. So national education policy has got its tenets, which are inclusiveness, accessibility, and equality. And these are incorporated at the institute: inclusiveness through technology and social connect, accessibility through providing scholarships and concessions, because this institute caters to not only the rich, but also modest, background students. So they need this support. And equality is practiced in gender diversity, ethnicity, and religiosity. It's interesting to note that 70% of the faculty at this institute are female, and majority of them are in administrative and leadership roles. Similarly, the classes also have roughly similar percentage of both boys and girls, which I find is a very happy situation. Now, coming to the PRME principles, which have been integrated, all the 6 PRME principles, some through curriculum and some through our stakeholder initiatives. So we have dedicated courses on sustainability and other areas like diversity and inclusion and so on. And one initiative which we have taken this year has been embedding sustainability in all our functional courses, be it finance, marketing, supply chain, or whatever. And that has been a task, because I'm sure we are all academics representing different institutions, and we know that to have buy-in of colleagues about something which is new and not very traditional is a bit challenging. But I must compliment my colleagues. We have had series of meetings, sessions, I explained, and then we have had a presentation by faculty, and finally it has been embedded in all the courses and is doing very well, which also helps students understand and also apply it in their activities and in their SIP, which is summer internship projects and so on. Of course, sustainability is very much part of our research. Many of our faculty are dedicated to this area. Even artificial intelligence, NML, these departments are also focusing on that. And we have got a couple of projects which have been running, supported by government and NGOs. We organized faculty development programs. We do that, again, offered by group of faculty or dedicated faculty focusing on sustainability, responsible management and sustainable development goals. I myself conducted a case development workshop where we had people from across the country and IITs, IIMs as well, ISB, etc. And this was focused on that. We bring out books, publications, and I personally have published a couple of books. I'm sure most of you are familiar with that. Handbook for Sustainable Development, HRM for Organization Sustainability, Managing for Responsibility, a book for an alternative paradigm, and the like. And we have also brought out a special issue on sustainability mindset. This institute brings out a journal where we encourage people from academia and industry to publish. And in the past, I published a couple of special issues of the Journal of SAGE called Vision on triple bottom line, sustainability, on financial inclusion, and so on and so forth, triple bottom line, and so on. So it has been a journey. So in fact, it's very interesting to observe that it's personal alignment with the institutional goals, and that works well. We have been conducting, NDIM is a mentor institute. A mentor institute has been nominated because 3 years in a row, 2017, 2018, and 19, CII and AICT, they ranked NDIM as the best industry-linked institute based on several parameters, some some 19 parameters, and where thousands of institutes participated. And fourth year, they could not give this award. 3 years in a row, it had got the award. So we have the responsibility of being a mentor institute. So as a mentor institute, this institute has been organizing, particularly during the pandemic, practically every week or every 2 weeks, webinars on social responsibility, sustainability, kind of health issues, and all kinds of things. You could see these are there on the website. So we have been doing this kind of work, which was a kind of academic citizenship, it may say so. Then faculty serves as the resource to other institutes, open forum programs, and so on and so forth, conferences. We have knowledge series where again we invite people from internationally and also from within the country. And these are again focused on different themes. Bob Chapman, say, for example, or many others, the international professional bodies, which are focused on sustainability, values, giving voice to values, and so on. We have been having knowledge studies with those experts, global experts on our platform in our campus. And we have had a couple of conferences on sustainability. So this has been integrating prime principles. NEP, I already explained prime principles, and stakeholders. For that, we have a couple of initiatives which support the two principles of PRME, partnership and dialogue. I chair a Center of Excellence on Responsible Management and Sustainable Development. And this focuses on industry-academia linkages. And I already shared the workshop and research work we do nationally and internationally in collaborative way. We have one V cell, we call it, Women Empowerment Cell. This cell is again, all these clubs or cells that I'm talking about are supported by students, and they take active part, they take up projects, they develop social awareness, they work with women in the society, in the community, and so on various, maybe poverty issues, maybe health issues, maybe family planning, and so on and so forth. And they come up and share that on our platform. It's very, very vibrant kind of student group that does that. We have entrepreneurship cell, which is very strong at the institute. And in fact, I was sharing at another forum where I was sharing that lots of our alumni, they have created entrepreneurship ventures, with some of which are focused on social issues. We have clubs, Sustainability Club, Yogdan Club, and so on, which focus on environment and people and other social issues. So I think for now, I would like to stop here. This is how we are integrating sustainability in our curriculum by adopting, as I said, a triangular approach, a three-pronged approach involving national education policy, PRMA principles, and stakeholders. And stakeholders include.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Professor Sharma. We'll come back to you in the second round. Can I request Professor Divya, please, to...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting. And of course, guided by the prime principles and of course, driven by our own vision and mission, Goa Institute of Management is practicing sustainability in two ways. One is the walking the talk. So first of all, we believe that sustainability is economic sustainability also. It has an environmental aspect also, and it has a very strong social aspect also. So when I say walking the talk, all our practices at the campus, be it rainwater harvesting or investing in a solar power plant, which is a 675 kilowatt mega power plant, or converting all our lighting fixtures to LED, or sewage treatment plant, or sensor-based lighting, or real-time energy system monitoring, or the wastewater management. So all these are practices which we have been following on the environmental sustainability front. On the social sustainability front, all our cafeteria staff, our gardening staff, they have been the local neighborhood villages, they have been sourced, so the employment have been generated. Now, when you come to the curriculum aspect, I think we are not no different. Many of our schools which are represented here, they are doing wonderful initiatives. So we also have tried in many ways. One, we have a course which is based on the service learning pedagogy. So as part of this course, students actually serve the community And in turn, they reflect, because we believe that if we have to teach and prepare the future graduates for the sustainability or the real life challenges, we need to give them the compassion, and we also need to give them the real life challenges. What are those grand challenges? So that kind of compassion will only come when you reflect on the situation. So the entire course is designed in such a way. We have, Radhaji talked about a lot of initiatives which our institute is doing. So we also have, the centers. So especially we have 2 centers, one center which I represent, Center for Social Sensitivity and Action. It is basically talking about the social sustainability related SDGs. And when it comes to the environmental sustainability related initiatives, we have another center, Center for Excellence in Sustainable Development. So guided by these, of course, we have faculty members who are doing, especially research is driven by people. And of course, the institute has a mandate, and institute also encourage and support, but there are faculty members who have been continuously doing projects in this area. We have a funded project, and there are a lot of, recent times we have seen the increase in electives. The electives are generally the faculty driven. So faculty have been designing electives, which is a really a positive sign for us, which has a sustainability dimension, either the environmental or the social. So that is something which we have been doing, maybe more. I'm here to listen and learn from each other.
Right. Thank you so very much. And yeah, walking the talk. Yeah, so there are a lot of, that's what stood out for me. And especially also for NDIM, the 70% in the faculty as well as in the, so that's what is just amazing, I think. So can I request Professor Chandrika now to come in, and of course we know SP Jain is doing also quite a lot of stuff. So yeah.
Thank you, Ashish, and thank you, Sanrakshan, for inviting us and having this panel. I've listened and dipped into some of the conversations since yesterday, and it's been a wide array of information and really exciting sessions. But I just want to start and build on what Radha and Divya have already said, and I want to start off with a clarification and also a kind of cliched statement, a clarification that when I'm talking of sustainability, we're talking of a broader idea, which is beyond the environment, to include the social and the many other aspects which are covered, of course, in the SDGs. And the cliched statement, of course, which we will all talk about, in terms of saying, okay, there has to be a purpose to learning, a purpose which probably all management schools have. One is, of course, the MBA degree, but beyond that, what is the purpose? I think part of what the management schools, when they came up with the idea of the nation building, and SPJMR is no different. The 40-year legacy, and many of the legacy institutes, as Divya said, have a history of building certain kind of programs, because no organization works in a vacuum. And the reality and the fact of Indian society is that there's a larger ecosystem of wide disparity and inequality. I think it's with that SPJMR, in terms of pedagogy, what you want to create is self-aware students or participants, as we call them. And really hope that those self-aware participants will contribute to the society, first as managers, and then going forward as responsible leaders. So as part of that, I think almost 10% of our curriculum is non-classroom, which is more than 10% actually, and what I call the non-classroom learning. And this includes some courses, which is journey into your own self, to create a certain notion of self-awareness about your own self. So there are things like Personal Growth Lab. There are things like Science of Spirituality, which is basically about mindfulness. Simultaneously, there are other programs like ADMAP, under which a lot of committees, like my committee, which would be DOCC and Sustainability Committee would be there. Then there is Abhyudaya, which is a mentoring program where the participants from our program go and mentor children from underprivileged backgrounds. So the idea is not about educating or education or educating children from underprivileged. It's about learning to mentor and create a mentor-mentee relationship, which is not about educating, but about mentoring. So I think that, and then there is, of course, the social internship, which I anchor, which is the development of corporate citizenship, which is part of it. So it's part of. So if I was to just spell it out, And within this journey, I think what we hope is that we will give the participants moments to pause and reflect. To pause and reflect to see what these encounters with your Sitara, which is a child from an underprivileged background, or going to social, to field in a rural India, or engaging with the work there, or doing a work on some sustainability activity on the campus, what that does to you. So those pause reflect moments become a critical component of that journey. Simultaneously, parallelly, there are several events like like GIM said, and like Radha indicated about her institute. We also have several events, which is to address a variety of stakeholders. And stakeholders mean whether it's a social sector, whether it's a corporate, alumni, our own staff and faculty members. So you could have, I'll just give an example of one event, which was something like ASRA. ASRA is a activity, a sports and a cultural fest, which happens with alongside our, the business school sport fest sprint. But the difference with ASRA is that it includes people with disabilities. So the stakeholders, the students organize it, but the stakeholders are also the social sector partners who are working with people with disabilities. At the same time, you have volunteers who, from within the staff, faculty, and students who run the event. So I'm just giving these examples to basically show that. So I think the bottom line is that creating sustainability education is about creating a mindset. And how do we, in the first year, create that journey to try and create that mindset, which embeds the notion of sustainability in the broadest possible sense. I'll stop there, but I'm sure because we'll be going back and forth, and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to follow.
So yeah, thank you so very much, Professor Chandrika. Science of spirituality, actually, yeah, looks very, very interesting. So yeah, so we'll have a conversation on that. So can I request Professor Kakoti now to come in here?
Thank you very much. It's indeed a privilege to be amongst all of you this evening. While Dr. Divya was talking about walking the talk, I would be talking the walk. I'd be talking about the journey that IIM Shillong has had as far as sustainability is concerned. And while talking about the journey, I would also be talking about my own personal, because I was coming back to academy after a very long time. I started off as a teacher of history. And then I had gone off to become a documentary filmmaker. And I was working with communities all over the Northeast. And then suddenly IIM Shillong starts in Shillong. That's my hometown. That's the year 2008. And 2009, I found myself becoming a faculty there after a chance encounter with students when I was invited to talk about sustainability to them. So my initiation into management, education, and sustainability happened quite by accident. Now, what happens is probably in the year 2008, as things were going, we wanted to have a differentiator. IIM Shillong, like many of the other IIMs, did not have a mentor institute. We were trying to shape our own destiny. And we had a very, very dynamic first director, Ashok Datta. So Professor Ashok Datta, I remember inviting me into his office to talk about things. And one of the things that we decided to do, and we wanted to stand out in the crowd, and we decided that we will have sustainability as our key thrust area. Now, if that becomes a key thrust area, would it be something that would be, I mean, in a meal, would it be one part of the course? Would it be the main course? Would it be a side course? What would it be? So we decided that we would try and make it the main course. Now, how do we make it the main course? So there were so many issues. And mind you, 2008, as far as sustainability education was concerned, is considered to be a nascent stage. I mean, things were not really, really very established in the, at least in the IIM world. So we decided that Can you hear me? I just noticed that there was a message. Is my audio okay?
Yes. It's
Okay.
fine.
So the message had popped up saying that my audio had failed.
Okay, no.
That would be a tragedy for management education. Because often our audio fails, no? In the bigger picture of management education.
Right.
So we decided that all students who join for the MBA course, and those days it was the PGDM, the IIM Act had not yet been passed. So all students who join the PGDM would compulsorily have to go through a week-long sustainability foundation course, and it still continues. So it's a very, very intense week-long sustainability foundation course where all, because there are two issues here. One issue is actually learning about sustainability. And we realized that actually unlearning is much more important than the learning, because you come in with your blinkers, you come in with your set ideas, you come in with your pressures of getting a good placement at the end of 2 years. So sustainability could be one of the last things that's there on their minds. So we initiate the process of unlearning. We try and break the barriers in the minds, and that's so interesting, trying to break the barriers of people who consider them amongst the best. They ride on an ego trip, no? The moment you clear the cat and get.
Yeah, again, we seem to have lost you.
Oh.
Have you lost me? Again, it's come back.
Yeah, it's come back.
I will change my computer if they keep on showing this message. Anyway, so we tried to make them unlearn and then learn. There's the week-long sustainability foundation course, followed by a number of courses which are compulsory. And in those days, it was kind of unheard of, because we had courses on ethics, we had courses on CSR, we had courses on business sustainability, and there was a huge dose of spiritualism that was also introduced through Eastern philosophies. Now, as we progressed, we fast forward to 2022 now, and we find that we had a separate, in between, we had a separate area of sustainability that came up, sustainability and liberal studies. And we were thinking that should sustainability become a separate area, then what happens is it tends to occupy a corner of its own. And so these are the sustainability guys, and the others are teaching marketing and HR and strategy and operations and all that. So should sustainability cut across all subject domains? And that was our whole idea, that it should cut across all subject domains, that it should be something that's an inbuilt component of all the subjects that are taught to the students. So with that in mind, this would be news for all of you. We decided to drop sustainability and liberal studies area. The word sustainability no longer would appear after this meeting probably. We have become strategy and liberal studies, because sustainability will become a part of strategy which will cut across all domains. Now, in the meanwhile, what we also did was, apart from that strong dose of sustainability that was introduced at the PGDM and later on into the MBA courses with the foundation course and other specialized courses, we collaborated with the international groups working on sustainability. We were one of those first organizations of the 6 member organizations that started the World Business School Council for Sustainability. We were one of the partner organizations. We are called the founder organization. So after the first meeting in New York, which I represented the institute there, and interestingly, it happened to be the only institute from India that was there, got co-opted into that very small group that would make the management education for the future, which was presented at the Rio Earth Conference. So Prime was there, the WSBC was there, then Giving Voice to Values was there. We were all collaborating and working. And one of the major contributions that we were able to make in that collaborative was, we said that sustainability is like a coin with 2 sides. If you have sustainability embossed on one side of the coin, on the other side you have the word justice. Anything that is unjust is actually not sustainable in the long run, be it social systems, be it economic systems, be it business policies, be it personal relationships. Anything that is unjust is not sustainable in the long run. So that was a very, very strong component of sustainability education. And so here we are struggling, holding an annual sustainability conference, trying to mainstream, but we still struggle to make people aware that this sustainability is no longer an option, is the only way forward. And just the other day, I was reading about microplastics in breast milk. I mean, that was very, very appalling news. So we are in deep trouble. So I think all of us need to join hands and do something fast. I think for the first round, that would be from my side, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful views. And yeah, the unlearning, the mindset, the unlearning, we have to learn to unlearn quite a lot of things to start afresh. So that was a wonderful thought. Can I request Professor Vinita now, please, to comment?
Thank you, Professor Ashish, and very good evening to all my co-panelists. It's been wonderful hearing all of you. We've met before, but this is a really nice engagement. Thank you, Professor Ashish, for that. In fact, I'm using the discussion we've just had to, it has triggered some fresh points in my mind. And while, I'll just take a couple of minutes to say what our institute is into, so as to apprise some of, the members who are, although we are all very familiar with BIMTech activities, but I'll just, there are a lot of other students also and a big audience. So BIMTech has been in the journey of sustainability and CSR for a long time, since 2007, as far as I can recall. And the focus has been shifting. So, and the focus has been shifting along with the focus that has been shifting globally and also nationally. So globally, if I remember, in 2004, when the British High Commission, I was selected as a British scholar. And when I came, at that time, the focus was more on the irresponsibility of businesses. And the irresponsibilities of businesses meant, how do you manage your supply chains? How do you see that the product is of a certain quality, and so on and so forth. So the teaching at that particular point in time was more with respect to how how to curb and how to raise sensitivity towards irresponsibilities of the business. But very nicely, so at that point in time at BIMTech also, we organized a lot of conferences, and we've been, organizing conferences every year for the past, since 2007. And this has been a very strong pillar of generating awareness and creating and mobilizing more thought and understanding about responsible business practices. So that was one era. But after that, as things have changed and we've got into the legislation, it's a given ecosystem that we've got to, the management institutes as well as the businesses have to operate in. And since, BIMTech has been very active in terms of the industry connect. So we've seen actually on the ground of how, sustainability and CSR practices have changed in the Indian milieu. And with respect to that, I would say, since, most of you know that, we partnered with FICCI and we carry annual assessments, which takes, being the lead assessor, it takes me to the field, and I've been witness to how the landscape of CSR has been changing in India. And that, so, internally, we've, at BIMTech, we focused on raising awareness about responsible business, but also raising awareness amongst the students, as Chandrika mentioned, and as also Divya and Radha and Professor Kakuti has also mentioned, that raising the sensitivity of the students towards being more compassionate to inequalities in in the society. So that's one part, and we've been doing it, of course, through teaching, influencing students, their minds and also their behaviors by taking them actually to rural setups and also to rural settings and CSR projects. So that awareness also we've been trying to inculcate. To cut it short, and of course, most of the, with Prime coming in and with the Prime principles, 6 principles, of course, the industry connect is important. The student community has to have a certain mindset, a compassionate mindset, and also an aware leadership mindset to see that they become responsible leaders and also sensitive leaders, in the realm of their operations and in the realm of their functional. So that's one part, but also, the institute has been focusing on research and consulting. So that's our main focus now. How do we bridge this distance between the corporate and the the business institutions? Because while and this is the fresh thought, while I was listening to all my co-panelists, this occurs to me that today the industry is at a crossroad where, of course, we do understand that there is a huge inequality, globally. But then we the whole industry, the government, the private sector, the SDGs, the multilateral, the unilateral agencies, they're all working towards solutions. So I think the sustainability education, the main challenge is, and this would be more welcome by the students, because as long as, pardon me?
No, I'm just that is an indication of time. Sorry, sir.
I could finish it in a couple of minutes, in a minute.
Yeah, please.
So so what I was saying is, while the students do appreciate the compassion, but they're also very zealous to earn money, and we as faculty, we are at good positions and we are earning money. So so I think the bridging towards sustainable solutions would be to to ready students to offer solutions to industry to mitigate inequality that they see in society. I think that would be a very very good way forward. So your questions also included, how do we move forward and what are the challenges? I think this is the current challenge that we face most. How to ready our students to actually participate in mitigating those sustainability issues, whether they be social inequalities, environmental sustainability issues. How do we ready our students to actually be solution providers towards that? And that requires a lot of research. So that's my take.
Thank you so very much. And especially, I liked what stands out for me is the field connect, which you mentioned with FICCI you are doing. So you have seen the sort of ground change on CSR projects. Yeah. So which is very, very important, how policy is impacting on the ground. So that's very interesting to understand. So can I request Professor Shalini now to please.
Thank you, Professor Ashish, and thanks for inviting me. And it's really my pleasure to be among such an illustrious panel here. And I was listening to my all co-panelists, Ford School of Management having more than 40 years of legacy, and the embeddedness of ethics, value, the CSR and sustainability is already embedded in the vision and mission, and other courses, curriculum, or what we are doing inside the campus, what we are trying to adapt the various practices, making a campus green like other institute. We are also involved. We have two dedicated team here. One is Team Antar, the students driven team, which takes care of the initiative, the social initiative at the campus level. And we do have a center, which is a Center for Sustainable Development, CSR, where we do a lot of partnership, a lot of collaboration with the industry and with other institute, even international bodies like IABS or Business and Society, or with other international NGOs also. And apart from that, I'm very proud to share that when the CSR legislation actually came into effect in 2014, we were, I think, I don't know, among the one or two institute, we actually introduced the same year a core course on CSR. Because as an institute, we thought the policy is already in place. Why not to train the future managers? Why not to, because like Professor Divya also mentioned, Professor Radha also mentioned, other co-panelists, it's very important to create that attitude among the people, to create the sense of sensitivity toward the environment, toward the stakeholder, or to other stakeholder, or maybe the local community around us. Because when we're talking about we are actually training the manager, ultimately they have to go into the field and to make the strategies, the plans for the CSR or the. That's how our sustainability journey started, from CSR core course and business ethics. We do have a core course on business ethics, and 4 years back, we actually introduced the core course on sustainability also. We have a lot of elective courses as a part of the curriculum. And we recently did an exercise where actually I, along with a lot of faculty members, my colleagues, we try to actually inculcate or try to also include some of the content in the CSR and sustainability across different. For example, when we talk about marketing, like on green product, or how the green supply chain management in the other operations, or maybe in the OBHR, what are the various indicators for making a company sustainable, organizational sustainability. This is also we are doing. Apart from that, from the center, we are trying to actually create a lot of life project for the students, and every year we actually invite a lot of experts on the campus when we are actually trying to working on our curriculum, revision of the curriculum, and how even to sensitize the student with the help of lectures, with the help of workshop, with the help of projects, with the help of even organizing conference, seminar, FDPs, like other institutes are doing. Yes, some of the challenges we are also facing to create the projects in the core areas of sustainability, maybe one of the area like climate change, because it is very easy to get the projects for the student in the CSR or maybe sustainability report writing, but extending the other areas of environment, when we talk about triple bottom line approach, people, planet, and profitability. So environment, if we talk about core, then definitely I think there we need an institution, we need hand holding with the industry. So there should be a collaborative framework within the curriculum where we can send the student, we can actually take the help from the industry, where our student could be could be trained and could be involved in some sort of the research. We have just one point I would like to mention. Recently, we have started including a lot of our students in the research project and also writing the research papers and the case studies, so that they should be trained whenever they were going to join the industry, that how to write the case study on sustainability, CSR, stakeholder approach, or maybe other aligned areas. So this is what we have started at 4. And we look forward to collaboration with all the panelists and other institutions also through PRME network. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Ashish.
Wonderful. Thank you. So we have had a very successful first round, a lot of activities and a lot of enthusiasm. But there has been a casualty, I think, on time front. So I think, so instead of having 3 rounds, which was the earlier plan, so we will now restrict to these 2 rounds. And what I would request all the panelists is to club the 2 questions, which are, what are the challenges broadly in Indian context from their perspective, and what is the way forward? And maximum time I would request is if each panelist can restrict to 6 minutes. And I'll just give a thumbs up sign, because we have to stop at 5:30 last, so as to allow students to ask you guys the questions, to ask the questions, right? So can I request Professor Sharma again to answer these 2 questions in 6 minutes, please?
Sure. Thank you, Professor Ashish, once again. Thanks, all co-panelists. Very interesting discussion and conversation. So the challenges for mainstreaming sustainability in management education in India, for me, the first and foremost is students' mindset. As we are aware, people have 2 kinds of mindsets: fixed mindset or the growth mindset. Now, management education is driven by growth mindset. Obviously, because people are interested in career and growth and business success rather than sustainability mindset. So having a growth mindset is essential, definitely, for success, which includes all necessary functional and technological skills. But at the same time, the growth mindset, to my mind, needs to have ecological, societal, and moral underpinnings. This is the first challenge. The second one is lack of career opportunities in sustainability. Though positions are opening up now, with SEBI coming up with the sustainability reporting. There are opportunities and there will be opportunities in the future, but as of now, there are not many opportunities, particularly for career growth. One may join as sustainability officer, but many of them would like to go up the organizational hierarchy. This is next challenge. The third one is, and in fact, this relates to one of the surveys which I had done when I was trying to introduce CSR in business education way back in 2002, 2003, supported by British Council India. That time also we had the same challenge. Why should they study CSR? And I had done a survey of management students and they said, why do we do that? Yeah, it's a nice thing, but will we get weightage in our placement? So this was a concern of students, and that also is the case even now. So will students who study sustainability courses or a specialization in sustainability, will they get preference or weightage in the placement by the business world? That is another one. Then fourth one is lack of adequate resources. We do have books and cases, but I feel that there is still shortage of adequate resources, particularly indigenous resources, cases and exercises, and faculty interested in teaching and embedding sustainability. Teaching is a demanding profession and people have a lot of workload. Now, if you want to add something new, they will have to spend more time and effort, provided they are convinced what is in it for me. So this is another challenge. And the last one is sustainability is treated, as I was saying, nice to have rather than a core course or a specialization in most institutes. IIML is an exception, and my compliments to them and my compliments to all the students who have gone for it and to Professor Ashish, who is steering it. It's not easy. I don't know. I would like to hear challenges faced by him, if any, but this is a challenge. So in fact, we had also proposed a specialization at the institute, but it was felt that, how many students will go for it and whether they would feel that there are enough opportunities in the industry. So it's better to embed it in the courses rather than go for specialization. Maybe we may think of it later. So these are the challenges. And the last question, which I'm trying to integrate, is what is the way forward? And so obviously, as most of our institutes, which are part of the panel, it has to be included in the vision and mission of the institute. Not all institutes have it as part of the vision and mission, and it flows from there. The second way would be to expect, in fact, is being done, that the regulators need to make it mandatory part of the curriculum. When it comes from the regulator, be it AICT or UGC or whichever, so then, or the board of the institute. If it comes from there, it is taken more seriously. So there is realization, but to make it mandatory part of the curriculum is not there. So I feel that might help. And as I mentioned earlier, among challenges, business world needs to give adequate weightage in placement. It's happening overseas. And in fact, a lot of students are coming for these kinds of activities, programs, immersion programs, and a lot of immersion is happening, in developing countries or emerging economies, or or in some parts of the world which are not developed, because they get a lot of weightage, they immediately are picked up by the industry or by NGOs. So that would be another useful way forward. Then, of course, as we all shared, we need to have resources. Faculty development, is an important aspect which needs to be focused on, and maybe collaborative effort might help. So there needs to be more collaborative research between among institutes, because funding is a constraint, and particularly in our part of the world. You find a lot of funding available in Europe, but in Asia and particularly in India, such funding is pretty scarce, I feel. And the last suggestion from my side would be creating centers of excellence, which need to get funding from government or industry. Industry doesn't fund centers. That's a challenge in our country. They may be doing it for some of the centers at IITs, but it doesn't happen in a big way in most of the institutes. And to conduct indigenous research and develop theories and models. What we teach is, we teach the Western models and theories. We do not have indigenous models. We have, but we have not researched on them. We have not documented them. And there is so much, we have such a long history of all this in our country and rich heritage, which I feel needs to be researched and documented, provided we get funding. Maybe Professor Ashish, with his resources and connect, maybe could do something. I would be happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. But I just one thought. I mean, on the opportunities part, I think that I've been saying on various forums now. Earlier, I was also 3, 4 years, 5 years back, I was also a bit disillusioned, which I call demand side issues. But I think in last couple of years, there have been very, very positive changes. That is my experience with the program. And so there have been very positive, so rather at the moment where I, from my vantage point, I see more from a supply side of issues, mindset issues, core management mindset issues, acceptability issues. So those, I think now, from my vantage point of view, those are the issues which are more sort of outweighing the demand side issues. So that is just my thought on to that. Can I request Professor Divya, please, to come in to address these two questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, I will be quicker. Radhaji has talked about many challenges. So for me, the Indian business schools are doing a lot of standalone efforts they are taking. But the main reason in mainstreaming sustainability, a bit of skepticism, or rather, I would say a concern regarding the hard skills or rigor. That is something which has been focused. So that is a major challenge when we talk about how do you mainstream sustainability. Also, I agree that, what is the best mechanism? Are introducing standalone courses or, embedding it in the every course, or what is that integrative, innovative learning method which we need to adopt? Is it a service learning is the best method? I don't know. We have been following service learning because we believe that it is a method which actually has an action aspect and reflection aspect. So these are, of course, some of the things, and syllabus constraints are also there. When we try to put something, we need to shell out the credits from somewhere. So that kind of, and of course, faculty willingness is also a part. And Radhaji spoke about the faculty training. So I see that is the major challenges. And if you ask me about the way forward, there is a change which is happening. And Radhaji, hinted upon that. One is the accreditation agencies are now sort of pushing us to think through that what is the impact of your programs. So the moment we talk about the impact, and there comes the measuring the societal impact and what we are doing in terms of the diversity, equity. So not only the environmental sustainability aspect, from the social sustainability. Second, I see some facilitative factors like Prime, or for that matter, any other international entity, GVV. These are some of the facilitative, or aim to flourish. These are facilitative sort of factors which are actually a way forward. And third, I personally believe the collaboration. I was not aware some of the initiatives which other business schools are taking. So if we get together, speak on these kind of forums, that how, and I'm really more interested in knowing how Radhaji has been successful in 70% of the faculty buy-in. That is something which is a great thing, and embedding. So those kind of conversation must happen. Recently, I came across a fantastic quote, and I will end with that. So that quote says, Gerald Nelson, who is an environmentalist, his quote is, there is a great need for the introduction of new values in our society, where bigger is not necessarily better, where slower can be faster, and where less can be more. So I think, that's the way forward, the whole attitudinal shift, and bringing it to your vision and mission, and then it's guided by other things.
Okay, wonderful thoughts. Small is beautiful. I think that's what Schumacher wrote long back. So wonderful. Yeah. So to hear that, so can we have now Professor Chandrika to speak on to two issues?
I think my task's been made easier with Divya and Radha saying most of it. But, because as headlines go, I think we're all saying the same thing. across the panel. We're trying to use the same pedagogies. We're trying to say that sustainability should be embedded into the curriculum, and so it's the same language going on. But I think we're also all aware, as Radha has said, and Divya has pointed out, the MBA education somewhere was about, as it came up, was about maximizing shareholder value. It was about getting the MBAs the jobs, and largely most of the MBA schools stay that way. In the session which just preceded us, there was this the classic tension between the discoms. Should they go towards renewable energy when they are already facing a huge amount of loss, and could they do that? So that classical thing about profitability and the fact that we teach up, the profitability is the, and why not? Without profitability, there's no social business also. So what exactly are we saying? How do we embed it? Sanjeev, in the earlier session, he spoke about saying that we cannot have sustainability unless you're talking of inequality and justice. That goes without saying. And I think what we're all saying is we need a language of emancipation and freedom, which is beyond just about profitability, where people can reinvent themselves. So I think in some senses, I think it is a search for different kind of experiments, different kind of stories. The way forward, I also think that, we're probably living at some of the best time when sustainability is much more possible. The discussion around sustainability, the conversation around sustainability is much more possible than it was even 10 years ago. I think it was a lonely journey, as Ashish says, he's been walking that walk for a very long time, and now he sees those doors opening. So while those doors are opening, and while many of us have walked that walk alone, how do we build a larger collaborator so that noise which is still taking place in isolation becomes a collective noise and acquires some sort of a chorus value. So unless that happens, I think it will continue to be a lonely walk. While we are talking, I think we're still not, walking that talk of collaboration. And I say that in, with total openness and in total humility, that I think more and more people need to come together and walk that talk. And that demonstration effect, whether it is in research, whether it is in terms of just the industry-academia interaction, whether it is just about creating a conversation which starts resonating. I think those are some of the things that I would think are the way forward.
Okay, I think wonderful thoughts, very powerful words. Justice and participation and on collaboration, walking the talk. Thank you so much, Professor Chandrika. Can I request Professor Vinita to come in now? Professor Sanjeev, sorry, I missed him. So can Professor Sanjeev?
Okay. I was just thinking of something. There's this saying that if something ain't broken, don't fix it. So I think sustainability education lies at that crossroad. Everybody else thinks that why introduce sustainability education when the other systems are working fine. So that is one. And the second is the concept of profitability. Actually, now suddenly we find that profitability would occupy the second stage of importance, and sustainability would come in first. And I'm not talking about sustainability as a discipline, but sustainability of our species. We are at the inflection point where our population growth has outstripped the resource availability in this planet by a factor of more than 200%. So unless there is a reduction and there is a reorientation in the way we look at development, things are not going to work. Now, the challenge before us is, can we make sustainability an overarching umbrella under which all other subjects and domains would kind of reorient themselves. So here we were having a discussion in the faculty group in our institute, and I was recollecting something that I'd read about a group of people going to a Zen master, asking them what is education. And he says, in order to fill up your small can, you'll first have to empty it. But in order to empty it, you have to ensure that first of all, it's full, right? Unless it's something is there, you can't empty it. And if you don't empty it, you can't fill in anything else. So it's a continuous process of learning and relearning that one will have to adopt. And that is a challenge that we're trying to do. And what I have noticed is that there is a competitive advantage which this sort of thinking is given to both students and to researchers who are trying to publish their papers. The moment they bring in certain aspects of sustainability, things become easier for them. And that is proving to be a driver. The other thing which I couldn't help notice is that in the first round of our talking, we were going on and on. And the moment you put in the constraint of time, I noticed that everybody finished well before the 6 minutes that you had said before. I mean, people are finishing off at 3, at 4. So if the world becomes aware that, look, you're running out of resources, I think there is going to be a reorientation as it is. And we are trying to do it by incorporating the need to survive before we make profits. So survival first, profits next. And that's what sustainability is all about. And that's what we are trying to do with all domain areas. And let's see, I mean, I think it's worth a fight. As a historian, I will just share an anecdote of somebody who was a veteran in the French Revolution. So after the revolution was over, hundreds and thousands of people were killed in the guillotine. So he was asked, so what did you do in the French Revolution? So they expected a long answer about all his achievements. He said only 2 words. He said, I survived. So the thing is, in this world, before we talk about profits, before we talk about any of those high-fangled lines, first thing that we will have to learn is to survive. And I think humanity is really at that flexion point. We really don't have the time. All the data is showing that we are really done in for. So this is the time that we all join hands together and bring about change. Otherwise, we can all perish together, I guess.
I think very powerful words. Thank you so very much. And the Gen story, yes. So that is the model of continuous adaptation. And yeah, so the economic models which we are currently working on are being questioned now. And there is a parallel movement which is which is challenging the current economic model, and which is called as degrowth movement. So there are alternative views and ideas, and which we need to sort of latch on. And so there are positive stories around as well. So thank you so very much. Can I request Professor Vinita to come in, please, now?
Yeah, so Ashish, I had spoken about it earlier, and yes, I think there are different kinds of approaches that need to coalesce. There is degrowth also, but then as human beings, we have an affinity to growth, and in growth only and in progress only, we require ample. So that is also a reality. But environment and climate change is out of control. It is in none of our hands, and I think we need very, very firm and very resolute, regulation there. So climate change, yes, that's a big challenge. Environmental sustainability is not, in our control, and we need some very firm steps. But regarding other challenges, if we are talking of degrowth, as very rightly Professor Kakuti mentioned, if you've got to fill it up first, and then you've got to empty. So I think with resources and with materialism also, that stands true. One has to fulfill one's aspiration in terms of acquisition also, till one realizes the nonsense and the absolute nonsensicalness about it. So, till one realizes that, what does one do? So these are the challenges that I think we need to, merge all on these approaches. We need to degrow. So people who are more have more affinity to degrowth and more of spiritualism, they can do that. Some people who have more affinity towards acquisition, they can do that. But you need to provide them solutions to do that sustainably. So that's where we need to work. But then if there is there is a these are two ends of the spectrum, and in between we have a lot of shades in between. So whatever suits one the best, the ultimate idea is that we need to grow as a society more sustainably. So that's a big challenge. The more said is less. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so very much. So yeah, so the continuous tension between the growth mindset and degrowth, not only, I mean, it's more about equal distribution. So the argument being that we already have enough resources, but these are not probably exploited and distributed more equitably. So it's about more equitable distribution. So it does not undermine the growth as such, but more equitable and just distribution, I think, is the emphasis.
But I'd just to say a little point here, and Professor Ashish, we could debate it, but then we have tried the socialistic model as well, and we've seen that equitable distribution also, we've taken it to the farthest point, which was unsustainable. So somehow we've got to learn from our history and then do something which qualifies for the need of the hour.
Yeah, you're right. So those tensions continue.
Yeah.
So thank you so very much. Can I request now Professor Shalini to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with my co-panelists. Even I can share my experience handling the Center for Sustainable Development CSR at 4. There is a change in the attitude and the mindset of the students. I agree with you, Professor Ashish. You said there's a paradigm shift happened over the years. Maybe because of the CSR regulation, or maybe because of a lot of pressure even we are getting from the companies who comes for the placement. A lot of inputs we get from our different set of stakeholders, whether the recruiters, whether with our NGO partners, or whether with our from the top management, because top management perspective is very important when you're trying to actually adapt these type of models and framework for your institution. Because whether they are positive, whether they give you funding, they give you support, because there's a different budget should be allocated for all these activities. We all know money is very important, but along with the money, there is a ecosystem which needs to be created in an institution, among the student community, among the faculty community, along with the faculty community, staff community also. Because when we are talking about how to make our this institute a greener one, a greener institute, a greener management institute. But apart from that, I think the challenge which as an institution we did face, creating the opportunities for the live projects or for the final placements, or how to actually change the mindset of our students. I remember 5.5 years back, used to organize a lot of discussion or the workshop, or inviting the panelists from the industry because we must agree we don't have that all core competencies which is being needed to actually appraise or to train our students. So we need the collaboration with all other academic institute, from where we can invite the experts from the industry, and also the consultancy organization who write reports on this. This is the challenge. But after these 5 years, if I talk about the current scenario, you can't believe now I get a lot of requests from my centers. Do we have some live opportunities, projects, ma'am? Can you please involve us with some company or a consultancy organization? They have become very aware that this sustainability is going to become a DNA of the company in which they are joining. And now, even if you see, they now started choosing the company if they have an option that which companies to go for. Company who does a lot of sustainability initiative, CSR, or code of conduct, whether that company is an ethical company. So there's a change, there's a paradigm change, a mindset change among the student, which actually even I saw with the help of 2 researchers which I conducted 5 years back, and recently I finished case study and a research on this, how the mindset of the student has changed over the period of time regarding the CSR, ethics, and sustainability courses. And way forward, definitely, I think what Radha ma'am also pinpointed, that vision and mission of the organization is very, very important. And the mindset of the top management. Apart from that, within the center, I think we need to collaborate with each other, because this is really a wonderful platform. Professor Divya also mentioned, I think because of Professor Ashish, we are here, we are talking about one very important thing which my management actually asked me. Shalini, what we can do for those management institute in which they don't talk about sustainability. They don't talk about CSR subject. So I think mentoring, we all are, I think at a benchmarking, we can very, very, you can say that management institute in India who has this subject, who has the center, who has the capability or core competence. Why not to go for hand holding for those institutions who are in the starting stage? So we have started an initiative within the center also for those institutes, and also for the NGOs or the social initiative where our student needs our help, hand holding. So this is how I think way forward is collaboration and mentoring each other, because even we will be lacking in various opportunities, various areas. We will be needing your help. I think hand holding, partnership, collaboration, understanding each other, and then going forward. I think that is a need of the hour, where I think we can use equal, I mean, each other's opportunities, and also try to cover where the gaps are. I think that's very, very important for us. Even we look forward as an institution from the center. The collaboration, I think maybe a joint research or a project would be initiated by Professor Ashish. You can take a lead, or Professor Vanita can take a lead. We all with you, and then to explore what are being needed right now. Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor Ashish.
Thank you for these optimistic words. I think Professor Shalini, and I think you have summed it up, hand holding, collaboration. And one thing which I'll just take 2 minutes to kind of sum it up, which is very difficult, but with my own ideas also. So I have been looking at this issue for a decade and a half now. And very honestly, last especially 3-4 years from Indian perspective, abroad, I mean, of course, it has been happening in last decade. So it has given me the reasons for hope. There have been very positive policy changes. So for example, top 1,000 companies are now mandated to report on sustainability every year. So they are now looking for the experts, and that's where we are students. And I've seen a trend, even our normal, as we say, normal PGP or general MBA students, in last couple of years, I've been seeing even a lot of response. They are going for sustainability oriented trainings and sustainability. So it also is becoming one of the skills to have, one of the strengths to have. And then there have been resource efficiency guidelines in India. There have been a lot of things. I mean, had COVID not intervened, by now, Government of India has would have mandated it for top 2,000 companies to report on sustainability. And it is idea is to first sort of ask all the listed companies to report their performance, and then all the listed and unlisted companies. So there is a lot of policy sort of and push. And then there are $1 trillion sustainability opportunities. A couple of days back, there was a wonderful article in Times of India on sustainability opportunity, market opportunities, $1 trillion clean tech market, to EV market, to a lot of this is what we talk about. And that is what I have seen happening in last couple of years. So our students, MBA, SM students, are now sort of for the final placements and all. So those, I'm not saying the roadblocks have disappeared, but there have been very, very positive and encouraging sort of movement, especially in last 2 to 3 years, which gives me quite a lot of hope. One of my favorite companies in this space, Patagonia, I'm sure you would have read the news. Last week, the founder gave away his company to fight on climate change, all his worth and all this. So there are a lot of interesting things happen. Of course, the challenges are humongous, but there is a positive movement also happening. There are a lot of things to be optimistic about. So I think that's where I think I'll stop talking, and this is the right time. Prantik, I hope you are there. Can you open it for Q&A for the students?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can open box, and then we can address those questions to our panelists, and they can give the appropriate answer. So I will ask all the participants to post your questions to the chat box.
In the meanwhile, we have questions. I think another thought which comes to my mind is my experience has been that I have always looked at from demand and supply kind of questions, especially the management education and in last 3-4 years, I'm finding it the demand side has really I won't say exploded, but it has expanded very significantly. But supply side is not being able to live up to the demand side. The expectation from the industry, the kind of skills they are asking in sustainability students, life cycle of a gene, how much resources a gene, if for Aditya Birla Group, say, for example, what is the resource footprint? So they need experts on that. What is the carbon footprint? So are we able to provide those kind of skills? So we also need to look at the question which all of you mentioned again and again in your remarks is capacity building and collaboration. So all of us, so we will also have to beyond the management institutes. So one thing which I have learned is we also need to collaborate with the technology and other institutes to provide very specific inputs on certain issues, which we possibly cannot have all the skills and knowledge. That could be helpful. So we have started calling experts on a lot of things on life cycle and who can do the hand holding on those kind of trainings. So that has been helpful. So that is another thought I thought I'll push in. Prantik, are there any questions?
Yeah, so we have one question, like it goes like how the NEP, the National Education Policy, which has been introduced recently, is going to impact the integration of sustainability in STEM education, in ST, science, technology.
Integration
in the STEAM, the science, technology, engineering, and management education.
Wow, that's a great question. In fact, a lot is happening in this field, and DST has been providing a lot of grants in this area. So in fact, what Professor Ashish was just sharing, I entirely agree with you, because I was very keen to, develop skills among students which are needed by the industry. And when I looked at the requirement of the industry, specific industry in different sectors, and when I interacted with the experts and with the heads departments and senior management there, they were looking for, beyond what is offered at a management institute. And I totally agree with that. Then they said that if you can impart these skills, and they specified those, in addition to what you're offering, then we would lap them up. And they said that we can assure you so many seats. Now the question is, our challenge was when we asked the students that this is what is required by the industry and this is what you are doing, and you have to go beyond your curriculum and beyond your credit to acquire many more skills, and of course, time and effort. Then that's where, as an institute, you can do this much, you have mandate. But whether students would like to spend that much extra time, effort, and maybe some money to acquire those skills to be ready for industry, I hope Prantik would know it better, and students would, really think twice that if they can get a job on the campus, a plus job, should they? We have 100% placement, and very good companies. They come and lap up. So that's there. So on the one hand, you have Amazon and Deloitte and EY and all these coming, and on the other, you have to acquire more skills and then be ready for the industry. Whether one would be prepared for that, I think this question should be answered by students. Prantik may take a chance to answer.
I will not be in any capacity will be apt to answer this question. I'm still in that dilemma of the same, like how the policy factor may affect the STEM study. But maybe the other panelists, such as Professor Kumar, may give a complimentary view on that. I would request.
Yeah, the question are related to national education policy, how it's going
Yes.
to influence on. So yeah, so if other panelists want to chip in onto how it can influence.
It's kind of early in the day to really comment on because the implementation of the national education policy is yet to begin all over the country and in an equal level. But yes, it has the potential to cut across the narrow specializations, and people from management could take up courses in, say, engineering. For instance, measuring the carbon footprints is something that's slightly technical. So somebody interested could have a credit in some other institute. So likewise, people from other areas could have cross-functional credits, which will add to the knowledge base of any student. And that is what the NEP is trying to achieve. And I think it's a step in the right direction, but it's still too early for us to say how well we'll be able to implement it.
And anyone?
Okay, I'd like to add, see, the NEP as a policy focuses on universities having boards which can facilitate a certain education. So I think that's an area, and it has also been included as a CSR initiative. So in having incubatees and having, a chair professor in universities who can actually mobilize, a certain technical or a technical specific education in a certain direction with the right capacity and with the right research, aided by research, and bringing in that rigor also and the capacity also. And the industry is willing to support such kind of expertise within the universities. So I think that's the step forward. That's the way forward. So more and more people who gained a certain expertise in a certain area would be supported by the industry to take their mandate forward. What Ashish mentioned about the demand and the supply. So I think if they are requiring if there is a demand from the industry, the supply also has to be ensured in a way, has to be contributed by the industry. So the industry also has to be ready to see and earmark what is the kind of skill set, what is the kind of expertise that they are requiring, and also facilitate it if I rather put it crudely, in the supply chains. So then only the products that we are preparing would be prepared for supplying those skill sets to the industry. So I think that's the way NEP, that is where NEP comes in.
I think if I can just add what Professor Kokati was saying, that interdisciplinary or the multidisciplinary aspect of NEP, I think that is the core, because when we talk about the transformation, I think that is the core, but how it will be implemented, we all have to wait and watch, and how we can collaborate and contribute towards that. But I see that there is a larger scope there, that interdisciplinarity and breaking the silos, and that's what we have been trying to do over the years. So if that happens, if the silos of the functional silos, if we can break, then it's a great thing.
If I may intervene again, we have broken the boundary, and at our institute, and two departments together are offering a course. Maybe I'm not putting the course, but say IT AI department and some other department, say put together, they have Christian course and they're offering. So what the industry needs and what the thing, and likewise, a couple of departments have come up with this kind of innovative courses. So that is possible. But within the institute, for example, if they require technological skills, then of course there has to be an engineering institution attached to the things, or there has to be some center which can impart those skills which relate to testing, to say, air or testing water or testing some kind of thing, or carbon footprint or whatever measurement, that would be, that can be taken up by an institution which has got all these faculty, maybe a university. But if we look at individual management institutes, then I'm not sure how many institutes would have that facility.
I agree with Radha ma'am. To just add on a point, for example, how the artificial intelligence to be used in the sustainability project implementation. So when we talk about interdisciplinary, then yes, because here in the 4 also 2 different centers, CS Center for Sustainable Development and Center for Big Data Analytics. They actually collaborate to actually talk about these type of additional courses. So I also agree with Professor Divya that it is a challenge for an institute, a faculty, for the student also, because adaptability, acceptability has to be there. So even we all have to go through a lot of ups and downs, positive as well as challenges also. So I think we are also making ourselves ready, and our students who are currently our participants today, they will also understand over the period of time they have to, because what Radha ma'am pinpointed, that they are ready to do, but whether are you ready to go beyond what is being stipulated, what is being mandatory? So going beyond to the mandatory is a challenge, because then you need the time, resources. Institute is ready to give you, but are you ready to learn? So that is also a big question. So I think win-win situation for both the stakeholders here.
Yeah. So the next question is somehow towards the point what Professor Taneja just has mentioned, that the question goes like, will sustainability as a specialization stay relevant at a time horizon of say 2 decades, or will it be just a skill set?
Right. I think anyone can open this one. This is, I think, so is it, I think the student is trying to ask, is this a fad, or it just, it's going to stay there for some time?
I feel tempted to come in, Dr. Ashish.
Yeah, please.
I used to tell students that how well they've performed, they know it in the grade sheet. How well a teacher has performed, we will know it 20 years hence. And what are the 2 things on which, so I've asked students that get back to me after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and reply to me on the 2 questions that I'll pose for you. One question is, are you happy? Second is, what has been your contribution to making the world a better place? If you are happy and you have contributed even a small bit to making the world a better place, I would consider myself as a success. If you're unhappy, then I will consider myself as unsuccessful. So sustainability doesn't just talk about ecological sustainability, it talks about the basic values that each human has and how it interacts with the society. So this is not a fad. Not only will it stay relevant, it's not just a specialization, it's an overarching kind of a thing. It talks about health, it talks about happiness, and this have been quite well shown in the SDGs, but even before the SDGs came into existence, people were still pursuing happiness, they were still pursuing a better world. So yes, specialization or no specialization, these basic human values will never get outdated, and this is something that we'll always pursue, and they will be something that will always be relevant, I feel. So that is my response to this. I'm sure the others might want to join in.
Just adding on to what Sanjeev said, at one level, yes, I think with its demand for a different kind of citizenship, which talks of equity, which talks of justice, which talks of just a decent society, so to say. But having said that, I think there's also a danger of, just like there's greenwashing, there's you speak that language which becomes a sexy, fashionable language at a particular time. So there's always that danger. So the question is, whether you'll be able to manage the tension, and can we also just speak to a population and a population which beyond the already converted? How do you add to that that core which is talking that language or speaking now? And many of the people on this panel, I think, and many of you actually, Maybe speaking the language is part of your DNA, but there might be others who might be fence sitters, and there might be others from the other peripheries. Question is, can that core become larger? Can that become the dominant voice as you go along? So I think that's a challenge in some senses.
Right. I feel it also goes by what is required. For example, CSR, and I've seen that when I was trying to drive that initiative in India, when I was talking to industry said, we are doing our bit. I remember I used to have a lot of friends in industry, and we are doing philanthropy. And they were considering CSR as philanthropy to start with, and they were not willing to commit. They said, we are doing our bit. Why do you want me to be part of it? Kind of a thing. Now, once CSR has become, Companies Act 2013, now everybody is on board. So similarly, sustainability may not be mandatory, of course, with SEBI guidelines, sustainability reporting being mandatory. Companies are now looking at it, taking it seriously. So what is measured, it gets noticed. People start working to it. And apart from that, when sustainability will become the survival need, I think whether we like it or not, we have seen during pandemic, we are all used to eating good food, living good life. But when it was a question of survival, we all learned to live with less and be austere. So that's what I think. And whether specialization is still, I think this is the need. There's the need of the hour.
I think I also have a word to say here. So I totally fully echo, and that's what with what Professor Kakuti has said, and that's what I also tell my students, is that sustainability is about values, about the mindset. It's about the philosophy of how to earn your livelihood, how to live. And it's not about, of course, skill sets, specializations, those are also important, but those come later. So it's the question of, or it's as in management we say, it's not only the business of management people or the businessman. It should be the business. It's the business of everyone. So it should be the overarching philosophy of all the human beings on this earth. And I do read a little bit on Indian philosophy, and there are very profound values in our philosophy, in Indian philosophy, Eastern philosophy. So statements like Prakriti Rakshati Rakshata, so which is very profound. So if you would conserve the nature would protect you. So this comes back very, very strongly. Nature has its very, very strong agency. So if you are trying to breach on certain boundaries, so it will get back at you. So mind it. So we have to. So it is about it is about how we live, what is the philosophy of living. That's what I think, and that's why I keep saying it's the business of everyone, not only some management professional, just specializing in sustainability or not specializing in sustainability, right?
There is a small little anecdote I would like to add here. This was on a project that students were working on, and they were talking about how could the footprints of large companies that wanted to open stores and malls in remote areas, how would they man them, and what would be the security measures that they would have to adopt in order to ensure that there is not much of pilferage and shoplifting and stuff like that. So they came up with all kinds of solutions, like there would be sensors, there would be CCTV cameras, there would be all kinds of paraphernalia that would be used to ensure that this is done. And it was interesting. So just to put in another perspective, what I did was I brought before them the examples. There are shops in the Northeast, especially in the state of Mizoram and in parts of Manipur, where these shops do not have shopkeepers. They have the shop, they have the items and the price list is given, and there is a small little box where you take the stuff, you calculate how much it is, and you put in the money. And most of these shops do not go out of business as conventional wisdom would think. they actually earn more than what they have sold, because most people would put in some extra, and they've been doing this for as long as one can remember. So my question was, is better technology the only answer to preventing pilferage, or a better mindset, or creating a society that has a higher value system, an answer to a lot of the issues that we face? Yes, maybe it is very, very idealistic, and on a larger scale, it may not be possible. But I just wanted to challenge students to think that there are multiple solutions to the same problem. And we have become fixated by trying to say that there's only one solution. Because if you want to get to 5, it's 2 plus 3 plus 5, it could be 1 plus 4, it could be 4 plus 1, it could be so many other combinations. But all of them gives us the same answer, but we have become kind of fixated with one answer, and that is what we unfortunately as teachers teach, saying that this is the only answer. It isn't. And there are numerous examples, especially from the region that I come from, the Northeast, where people are still not, within quotes, developed as the rest of the world is. So here you experience things and see things that actually has a lesson for a lot of other societies that are supposed to be much more developed. So I think one of the major challenges before us is to open up our minds. And this we've been trying to incorporate traditional learning systems into modern management education. So traditional knowledge systems is something that is very interesting. We have living root bridges here. We have medicinal systems that work at preventing diseases. We have value systems that are very, very time bound. So these are some of the areas that probably we'll have to look at, saying that let's work on the mind. And once the mind is under control, I think everything else will be. I just couldn't resist sharing this small little anecdote.
No, that's wonderful.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point, and that is a bit of a challenge. And I think it is from the student side. You know, while the teachers belong to a certain age group, the students are young. You know, so they've not seen life, and they are on that ladder of growing. So I think they need to see a lot. So as professors and as teachers, you know, rather than talking our language, if we talk the language of the students, you know, and empathize with what they are aspiring for, I think this is needed. And so rather than being preachy about how they should, you know, lessen what they aspire, I think we've got to empathize as to what this young person is actually wanting. So he has to, get that. And how he gets that. So, you know, when I was young, you know, I fulfilled myself in a certain way. And the young person today, he needs to fulfill him, because he's not seen how we've devastated the earth. You know, so because he is a young person or she is a young person, and they need, you know, whatever the earth is, they are in the reality of that earth. But they still have their aspirations. So I think rather than burdening them with the legacy of what the devastation we've produced for them, we've got to give them hope, and we've got to give them, you know, something to look forward to. And if it is sustainable, I think then there will be a better buy, from the student side.
There's one little thing about COVID. This is a COVID generation that we're dealing with. And the fragility of life was kind of put across to people in a very, very strong way during the COVID times. They saw friends dying. They saw people close in their family dying. So the transitory nature of life is something that this young generation is very, very aware of. And the repeated conversations I've had with students says that we just want to be happy. I mean, I don't want to think of a future 20 years, 30 years hence. I'm not even sure that I'm going to be alive then. So what can I do to make things better? What can I do to make myself much more happy? So I think that is another aspect of life that we might have to factor in while we are talking about goal setting and about our interactions with them. Because this is a generation that is under tremendous stress, I feel, and we may not be actually aware of the kind of stress that they are in.
Okay, I would like to add here that, one thing which we have seen, the great resignations we are talking about, the loss that people have experienced due to COVID across geographies. and having worked, taught, and moved around, even during the past 2 years, 1.5 years, what I've noticed is that people have started being more concerned about the meaning in life rather than about the wealth in life. Because people are leaving their jobs. That's the trend which is happening in the West. And my advice to students, present on this platform would be that whatever you do, doesn't matter. You may do work for an NGO, you may do social service, you may do whatever. If you do it with your heart and soul, and do it with integrity and devotion and passion, one will thrive. I've seen people. I mean, we have some of these people taking up entrepreneurship. I mean, even doing things, even for charity purpose, and then they somehow, they gain traction, they get followers, they get funders, they get angel investors, and so on. So I think you have to find the meaning in life. What is it that you want to do? It's not job. It's not just this much pay and package. I think if you have taken up this course on sustainability at such a prestigious institute like IIML, I believe most of the students are from this institute. And this institute has, taken a bold step and has, gone ahead, among all the IIMs to start this kind of program. You're the leaders. You're the pioneers. You need to take pride in it. If you give it up and get back to the normal business, I mean, you can do that. But I feel you should take pride in it and take it forward. And you'll be the torchbearers. That would be my advice. Because you have taken the plunge at the most difficult time of our history and have gone through everything. And when it is time to to encash or to demonstrate and to really leverage that, give some more time. And I'm sure as things are opening up and there's hope and more opportunities in this sector, that would be my wish, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I think, Prantik, do we have any final
Yeah,
question?
yeah, probably we'll have another question, just the last one, maybe.
Okay, fire it.
Yeah.
Quickly.
So the question is of a slightly different taste. It says that many academicians are skeptic about ESG frameworks because of what happened with the carbon market previously. So what are the possible safeguards to regulate or inhibit?
Okay, we lost you in between, but let me repeat what we understood from your question is that academics are skeptic about ESG framework. What possibly could be done to better regulate it, to make it more effective?
Absolutely.
What is the view of the panel on? So quick thoughts, couple of thoughts, if anyone wants to take it on.
He's already said the academicians are skeptic.
But yes, if we talk about ESG, if you see the discussions, the content, even the understanding of ESG from the academic perspective, you see, I think we all have included that in the curriculum recently. When and what they say, the confusions because the frameworks are emerging when we talk about environment, social and governance indicators. And it is not a new, we had been well versed and we had been doing a lot of reporting, whether we talk about CSR, when we talk about BRR, earlier it was BRR, now we call it business responsibility sustainability reporting, or when we talk about GRI standards also. So I think it will take some time, but as a researcher, as a faculty in this area, we are doing research, we are appraising our students, we are also appraising them what is internationally going on and what are the Indian perspective on the take on ESG and how the reportings will be done and what are the various indicators where the you can say that the collaboration or the reporting frameworks, or maybe you can say that the application or maybe the emerging trend needs to be adapted over a period of time.
Right. And I think, I mean, I would like to add here. So SEBI has actually issued a advice.
Yes, advice on this. Yes.
On ESG, and SEBI generally first does it gently and then comes with little heavy hand.
Heavy hand, it's like a hammer sometimes. It's same like what happened in Scope 2013 when we were trying for this section 135.
So be watchful of
I
things.
agree with Radha ma'am. Radha ma'am, I think you remember when we were there and they were taking why the hammer on our head, why the legislation. हम तो पहले से ये काम कर रहे हैं. CSR is not especially the PSUs. Why you are regulating us for 2%? So the government intent was very, very clear that we need your partnership, we need your support, right? And with the support, we can carry forward our journey.
I would just say, watch the space. Watch
Exactly.
the space. There is more to come onto this. That is how they did on CSR. That is how they did on BRSR reporting. And that is how they are going to do it on even ESG. And then there are some related developments also. As all of you know, BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange, has now indices, GreenX and CarbonX, which are also weighing in not only on the financial performance, but also on the sustainability criteria.
Yeah.
And very recently, government has given a go-ahead to social stock exchange.
Stock exchange,
in the country.
Yeah.
So there are all the indications that it is going to be regulated. So that's what, there are very, very strong indications from the policy that it's going to be
And
regulated.
indication to all of us also, Professor Ashish, you are actually giving us indication, be prepared.
Yeah. No, that we have to. That we have to.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell Dr. Shalini to share her experience because she was the first PhD with me on CSR. And how skeptic people were, and she had tough time. You remember?
Very, very tough time because I worked upon integrating corporate, financial, and social performance with the help of stakeholder approach. Coincidentally,
So now you see where she is.
Oh, wow.
And everybody used to make fun and used to say, "Oh, what will I do, ma'am?"
So that is a good story. Positive outcome from the panel itself, I guess. It's a good indication.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So, Prantik, so if there are no more questions,
Yes.
So it's time for your thank you.
Yes, so
yeah, so
absolutely. So it is indeed a very good note to leave upon. So I thank you all the esteemed guests to be present here and enrich us with this informative yet delightful discussion. And we hope to have you, every one of you, again on the panel on different occasions when the IIM Lucknow will organize further events on such a line of thoughts. Therefore, I like to thank everyone to be present and especially Professor Agarwal to moderate the event. Thank you all. I would ask the participants to stay back for the further events which are going to be in line.
all right. Just thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so very much, Sanrakshan team. You've been doing a wonderful job. And I also personally thank in my personal capacity to all the panelists. It's been a wonderful discussion. And I think we need to have more free-flowing, more open, honest, the kind of conversation we just had, formal and informal. So we need to have more such conversation, and that would build the ecosystem, as they say in this one. And finally, one word which comes to my mind, again from a philosophy, our own Indian philosophy is, which in itself is very powerful to me at least, is Sangachadhvam. So which says, let's walk together, is the meaning, what I gather. So I think let's keep walking together. And earlier I used to be quite a bit of skeptic also myself, especially from the education perspective and the kind of questions students had. But in last 3-4 years, especially in Indian perspective, I'm talking because I've seen things growing in Europe, and so I was hopeful. But here again, there have been a lot of good trends in industry, especially from the demand side and even from the academia side, especially very strong signal from the policymakers. So everyone is contributing its bit. So we as academician, I think that's what I feel personally. We need to pull our socks now. This is our time. And we need to deliver on the demands of the ecosystem. But I think thank you so very, very much for being a wonderful panelist. And I look forward to having interaction on an individual capacity and on such platforms with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Ashish and
Sure.
Sanrakshan team.
Okay, Prantik, we are going on mute now.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Prantik, we're good to go.
So I think you have to close this video.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, so hello everyone. I don't know if I'm visible or not. Let's hope I am.
Yes, Prantik, you're visible.
Yeah, okay. So hello everyone. It was a roller coaster of 2 days. We are end of the second Sanrakshan, the biggest sustainability conclave of India. And I am very emotions at check at this moment when we came to a grand success. The success we owed to the participants, the success we owed to the speakers, and also the success we owed to the faculty members who have throughout this journey. Uh, we have here among us Professor Priyanshu Gupta, who is an alum of IIT BHU, IIM Bangalore, IIM Calcutta. He worked as a strategy and operation consultant at A.T. Kearney, advising Fortune 500 companies. He is an expert of impact investing and also served as associate vice president in Lok Capital. Currently, he is a part of the sustainable management department of IIM Lucknow, department responsible for organizing this event, this conclave. Therefore, I will ask Professor Gupta to have a vote of thanks for all our participants at this moment. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. The participation. We are at the fag end of Sanrakshan 2022. It's the second of this enclave. The sustainability and the MBA in sustainability. IIM Lucknow. At the end of this event, and satisfaction of having attended. Extremely enriching. We had brought together academia, importantly the youth across India. And the depth of the industry pioneers, the vibrant panel all through the student presentation. I think all of synthesize the key challenges and way forward towards streamlining, strengthening the sustainability that India has embarked in our goal for Viksit Bharat 2047. The Viksit Bharat 2047 has environmental sustainability and social at the very, and I'm sure all of us, students, practitioners, and members, all of us have been left with a lot of food for thought and takeaways from the event. We had some great sessions, climate change and circular economy, operationalizing ESG for derived business value. We had discussions on decarbonization, energy transition, and especially the future of oil and gas in the sector. We had sessions on financing India's net zero target. We had a session on impact investing, and of course, some great submissions and presentations to the various competitions that were organized as part of the conclave. We had an incredible array of speakers who not only shared their insights from the world of practice, thought-provoking conversations, not as somebody just telling us what to do, but many of the speakers participated in the spirit of being curious students themselves, trying to find new answers to the mountain of challenge that sustainability imperative presents before us today. We are glad to inform that the recordings of all the sessions would remain available on our YouTube channel. media post the event. Now I would like to express all the key speakers. Ms. Pratna Bora, the India Director of CBP. Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Director of World Resources Institute, WRI India. Ms. Srividya Vaidyanathan, Global Decarbonization Head at Shell. Mr. Alok, Sustainability at the Mr. Sarup Banerjee, who is the VP of Sustainability at the GSW Group. Jena, Regional Climate Finance Advisor, India Pacific Region at the Common. Ms. Program Manager at the Climate Bonds Initiative. Pratap Singh. Ms. Suranjali Tandon, Professor at the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. Mr. Karthik Desai, Founder and CEO at Desai and Associates. Mr. Shashwat Rai. Mr. Rajat Bansal, and President at EVA. We also had a very exciting closing from different how to streamline mainstream and ability in management education in India. We thank Professor Chandrika Parmar of Professor Divya Singhal of Goa Institute of Management, Professor Radha Sharma of the New Delhi Institute of Shalini Taneja of Management, Professor Sanjeev Kakuti of the IIM, and Professor Vinny, all members of the UN PRME India chapter. It was such a vibrant and much needed discussion. Actively strive to abilities required to navigate the path of the next few decades. I'm extremely delighted and anxious to thank our student alumni from the MBA in Sustainability, alumni from right from 06, training and co-creating. Special thank goes Sustainability Manager at Colgate, Mr. Aditya Pandare, Strategy Finance Analyst, Investor Relations at Zscaler, Sustainability Strategy Consultant at Accenture, Ms. Anshita Agarwal, Funds, Joshi, advisor. They not special thank goes out to them, and around such so engaged. It is heartening to our alumni in IIM Lucknow of advancing and mainstreaming this continued commitment to event. We are high body and for their commitment to brand success, especially the Director of IIM Lucknow, Professor Rachna Shukla, Dean of the Noida campus, Professor Neerja Pandey, Dean Faculty Affairs, Professor Ajay Garg, and Dean Programs, Professor Vikas Srivastava, for their unwavering support from time to time. This event would not have been possible. Express my special gratitude to my faculty colleagues, Professor Ashish Agarwal, the chairperson of Professor Kaushik Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, chairperson of the Center for Deepti Gupta from the Center of members have specially helped visualizing the event. Helpful at every step and in many ways. Also extend our towards our administrative staff, Ms. Jora, and the Computer Center for the and the greatest credit for the event goes to the organizing team from the MBA in Sustainability Management batches 07 and 08. Thank you for your untiring efforts over the past to make this event a grand success. With your energy, enthusiasm, and passion, I'm sure you are destined to play a leading role in steering India to a sustainable future over the next few decades. Last, but definitely not the least, we would like to thank our audience for your enthusiastic support and ask him some very probing questions to bring the crux of the issues and the dilemmas of sustainability upfront in every single session. As well as each panel and speaker had a phenomenal interaction and lively discussions that have made us introspect and agree with issues. Had great participation. Some of the activities during the and the treasure hunt. And now, much awaited results of the case competition in the treasure hunt. Ready for the results? So, first we'll declare the results, crack the matrix, where we saw participation of more 50+ students across various institutes in India. It was a very competitive event. We have not won, not two jointly taking up. So my heartiest congratulations to Team Dazzlers from BIMTech, comprising Lavina Kakwani. Are you there? Is the team there? Okay. We have a.
I don't think they're there.
Okay. The joint winner, for the second prize is Team Achievers again from BIMTech Noida, comprising Priyashi, Vaibhavi, and Vaibhav Vajpayee. And do we have Team Achievers here? No. So the third team, the Team Fiery from Keshav, Delhi, comprising Shruv Jain, Sanya Batra, and Asartha Gupta. Congratulations to all the three teams for bagging the second prize in the event. The first prize in the event goes to Team Alpha from IIM Calcutta, comprising Arihant and Krishna. Congratulations to both of you. Is this now to the second event, sustenance, the sustainable. Here goes to the distribution from IIM Bangalore. A very round of applause to congratulations, Team Abnormal Distribution. The second prize goes to the team Alter Eco. Many.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and the first prize goes to the team Royal Flush from IIM Bangalore. Congratulations to the team. Now that brings of the event, I would once again like to thank all of you in the IIM a great grand event. This is not an end, but a milestone from where we will start again next year. Till then, stay happy and stay safe. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, sir. It was a very warm note on which we can officially conclude this year's conclave, the Sanrakshan 2.0. Thank you, everyone, to be here.